members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, no message from His Excellency the President, no formal communication by the Speaker. Honorable members, let's start with the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 25th March 2025. Page 1. 2, 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, I'm grateful as always. Let me kindly invite you to the page under consideration, item 5, Roman numeral A, line 2. The teacher who is supposed to have led students of Akachi Senior High School, his name is Kujo. The Kujo over here is wrongly spelled.
Yes.
So if they could delete
it's
what is here and replace it with K-U-D-Z-O. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, please take note. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. 13. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, back to page 7 on the members who were absent.
You are taking us back to page 7?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I have indicated that the vote and proceedings are distributed before the correction. So take note, make your note, correct it, so that as soon as we get to that page, then you'll be on your feet to do the correction, so that we don't go back and front.
Mr. Speaker, well, no.
But go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I can see Amwako Andrew Asiama, former MP, named as absent. Is it because I saw him around yesterday. So as the second deputy speaker, I think that's an error.
Table of his take note is right. Second deputy speaker was here yesterday. Page 14. 15. Yes, page 14 from Capri.
Speaker, thank you. Page 14, motion Q, line 3. Page 14, motion Q, line 3. The chairman of the committee on, it should be on, is missing over there, on food, it should be on is missing over there, on food, agriculture, and cocoa affairs. And Speaker, with your leave, if you could give, or there could be a consequential amendment on the next page, which has to do with the third line. The word on is equally missing. Chairman of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Table of his take note. Page 16. (17). 18.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Page 17, motion number Z. That's on the third line once again. The word on is missing.
Yes. So table of his take note and it should be consequential.
Thank you.
Page 18. 19. 20. 21. And 22. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of 39th sitting, dated Tuesday, 26th March 2025, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, official report of Wednesday, 12 March 2025. Any correction? Any corrections? The official report of Wednesday, 12 March 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, do we move to the next item? Item 6, statement. Or in the circumstances, we should vary order of business.
I think there was an earlier suggestion, and it was contingent on the fact that then the report were not ready, as at when Speaker had spoken to you about it, because the reports were not ready. Now we have a number of them. We have 3 reports, and then the financial bills for second reading. The reports are also ready. So we can rather proceed and take the motions.
Honourable members, let's vary the order of business. Honourable members, at commencement of public business, presentation of papers by the chairman of the committee. Is the report on committee and defense ready?
to be laid?
The report is ready, Mr. Speaker. So if you will indulge me, I will lay on behalf of the committee. My friend opposite, the Minority Chief Whip, has intimated to me that he agrees.
Well, Minority Chief Whip, let me hear from you.
Speaker, he's my good friend, except that these days he has forgotten me. So I will gladly yield.
Honourable Member, don't forget about him. So you may proceed to have the paper laid. Item numbered 7I and II.
Report of the Committee on Defence and Interior on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of the Interior for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Defence and Interior on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Defence for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, report duly laid, and it is for distribution to honourable members of this August House. Yes, Majority Leader, which item do we take next?
Mr. Speaker, let's take item 45, motion number 45.
Honourable members, motion numbered 45 at page 11 of today's order paper. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that, notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the majority, the leader of the House, he knows what to do. The said item is advertised in the name of the substantive Minister for Finance. It cannot be the case that without application, the Deputy Minister will be allowed to do it. That's not right.
Yes, you are right.
Indeed, it was an oversight. So, Mr. Speaker, by your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance...
Leave is hereby granted. So, Deputy Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I move that, notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the second reading of the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 may be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The motion has been moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, being a procedural motion, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 45, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, the consequential motion is 46. That is not it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let's move to item 51. We'll take all the procedural motions and then prepare the team for taking the substantive motion, which is the second readings for all of them. So if we go to 51, 51 is also a procedural motion in relation to the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill. So I similarly apply for the Deputy Finance Minister to move that one as well.
Permission granted. Motion number 51. Deputy Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move again that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Orders 1041, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the second reading of the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion number 51 accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. Being a procedural motion, the question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion, number 51, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will skip 56 and go to 57, which is also a procedural motion in respect of the Emission Levy Repeal Bill. Mr. Speaker, I similarly apply for the Deputy Finance Minister to move the motion.
Leave hereby granted. Deputy Minister responsible for finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion number 57, which is on page 13 on today's order paper, be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
No, leave it there. Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. There being a procedural motion, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 57, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, another procedural motion numbered 63 in respect of the Income Tax Amendment Bill. And I similarly apply for leave for the Deputy Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Leave granted. Deputy Minister responsible for finance, you have the floor. Motion number 63.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. So I move that motion number 63 on today's order paper, page 14, be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. To any seconder?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to again second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is also a procedural motion. Therefore, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 63, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion numbered 63 is accordingly adopted. Majority Leader.
Right, Honourable Speaker, motion number 69 is next in respect of the abridgment of time for the reading of the second reading of the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill. Similarly, apply for the Deputy Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Members, leave accordingly granted. Deputy Minister for Finance, you have the floor. Motion number 69.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 69 on pages 15 and 16 of today's order paper be moved today.
Members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Members, please, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, this is also a procedural motion. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, motion numbered 69 at page 15 and 16 of today's order paper is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so we'll go back to 46 and take the motion for the second reading of the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025. And again, Mr. Speaker, I ask for your leave so that the Deputy Minister for Finance will move the motion.
Honorable members, leave is accordingly granted.
Thank you, Mr.
Minority
Speaker.
Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly move that.
No, the Chief Whip is on the floor.
Speaker, the Deputy Minister is clearly trying to implement the 24-hour economy. He's in a hurry, but he should tread with caution. Speaker, I have no objection, just to caution and to pray the leader of the House that these are very important bills, very, very important bills, very critical bills. In fact, it cannot be the case that Speaker, the Deputy Minister will shepherd all these bills. We can start with him, but the Minister should be called. At least the first is on his way. How long will he be here? Speaker, we can grant them at least the first two. The Deputy Minister, who is one of our own, can shepherd it. But the subsequent ones, as we swim deeper, the Minister should be here. And this is, Speaker, principles, second reading. It's very important the Minister comes and elucidates on these very important bills. So he may start, but after the first two, you have to resume your seat and let your boss take over.
Honorable member, we've heard you. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to
motion numbered 46.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly move that the Electronic Transfer Levy Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the chairman of the Finance Committee may present the report of the committee on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, but in doing so, I would like to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the Electronic Transaction Levy, otherwise known as e-Levy, was imposed by the government of Ghana with the aim of widening the tax net. But, Mr. Speaker, it faced a lot of resistance from the people of Ghana.
Honorable members, based on our standing order, second reading, motion for second reading, we don't second.
Okay.
So honorable members should take note of it accordingly.
So the current government decided that based on the impact that this was having on disposable incomes of ordinary Ghanaians, as part of the tax reforms that were introduced, the government decided to abolish and repeal the act that imposed this. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the fiscal impact of this single repeal will amount to 1.946 billion for the fiscal year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the committee deliberated on this matter and came to the conclusion by a unanimous decision of the committee that this should be recommended to the House for the repeal to proceed. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion was moved and the report of the Finance Committee is presented. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 127, a full debate shall arise on the principles of the bill on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the Finance Committee. Honourable members, as I always indicate, this is the second reading. This is the time for us to debate the rationale behind the bill, the principles, the mischief that the bill is seeking to cure. The floor is now yours. Yes, Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the repeal of this electronic bill, but then I have a few comments. Mr. Speaker, if you read the bill, there's this essential extract that illustrates the fact that when it was being passed, it faced fierce resistance. So we realize that the repeal is being done not because our fiscal space is presented in a manner that will offer us the needed expected impact on our socio-economic framework as a country, but because of the resistance. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, you also realize that although there seemed to be restoration of our economy, our fiscal space hasn't also gotten to the level that we had to quickly repeal the bill. There are a few things, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that time will permit us to do this. I only advise that in doing some of these things, the rationale and the reasons should be said that our fiscal space and as our economy as a whole will be accorded the needed decision that will rather augur well for the good people of this country. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the repeal of this bill.
That's Honourable Sapper.
Yes.
Yes, my neighbor.
Thank you very much. I'm in support of this bill because when we were taking through the bill, we realized that there are a lot of imbalances in the bill. For instance, it came to the fore that assuming myself and my wife, we've gone to shopping and I decided to pay with cash. And having paid in cash, I will not be charged for any additional cost or whatever. But my wife who would like to use a Momo or the mobile money to pay will be asked to pay for this electronic levy. Based on that, I realized that we have suffered so much as far as these imbalances are concerned. So I am of a full view and full support of this repeal, and it should be repealed now and now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brian Achampo. Honourable members, how many speakers are we taking on each motion? Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support a repeal of the electronic transfer levy bill. But, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, reading the report, there are some few lines that I think that we should look at. 6.2 states that, and I quote, however, the imposition of the e-Levy was met with resistance from the public as it adversely impacted on the disposable income of the citizenry. Mr. Speaker, it's being presented as though everybody opposed the e-Levy. And I I think that we should look at the language that some members of the public opposed the e-Levy. Also, the rationale, the second rationale espoused in 6.3, the Speaker says that the reason for repeal is to ensure that there is availability of additional disposable income to households and to reduce the tax burden on individuals. Mr. Speaker, if this is the reason why we are repealing the e-Levy, then e-Levy is 1%. Why don't we go and repeal VAT, which is about 17%, if we are looking at ensuring that there's disposable income for citizens? That cannot be a proper and true rationale for the repeal of the e-Levy. Rather, Mr. Speaker, the report goes to say that the e-Levy, the repeal of the e-Levy, is to remove the disincentive to electronic transaction, which is a wonderful idea. But if we go and say that it is to allow for the citizens to have disposable income, I think that this particular rationale, we should look at it again. But with these few comments, I do support the repeal of the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, the issue of electronic transfer levy is before this House, and I rise to support the passage of the bill repealing the electronic transfer levy. So, Speaker, the report says that if we pass the electronic transfer levy repeal bill, there will be more disposable income in the hands of individuals and households. Why is it so? Individuals and households would have lost the money by way of the deductions imposed by the tax. If we repeal the tax and then the individuals are no longer going to be making those payments by way of the deductions, the money will remain in their hands. And that is the basis for the committee saying that there will be more disposable income in the hands of the individuals. It means the money will now be available to them to spend. That is what disposable income is. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the fiscal impact analysis, which our standing order says we should consider during this stage of the debate, the committee says the committee was informed that the repeal of the levy will result in an estimated loss of 1.946 billion Ghana cedis for the 2025 fiscal year. What it means, Mr. Speaker, is that 1.946 billion, that is close to 2 billion Ghana cedis, would have been paid by Ghanaians to the government by way of the deductions based on the tax. But if we pass this bill, the deduction will no longer take place and government will lose close to 2 billion Ghana cedis. But the 2 billion Ghana cedis that government is going to lose will now come to Ghanaians. So in effect, individual Ghanaians who ordinarily would have lost 2 billion Ghana cedis will now retain their 2 billion Ghana cedis. And government that would have gained 2 billion Ghana cedis by way of deductions from Momo transfers, government will lose the 2 billion Ghana cedis. So this single legislative measure is going to pass on 2 billion Ghana cedis to Ghanaians. 2 billion Ghana cedis. 2 billion Ghana cedis. So this is a gift of 2 billion Ghana cedis being given back to Ghanaian citizens. 2 2 billion that they would have paid to government will now be their 2 billion. So this legislation, if passed, gives Ghanaians 2 billion Ghana cedis as disposable income that they can spend. They can pay their children's school fees. They can, build their homes. They can, those of us who want to get married, we can get married with it. Mr. Speaker, 2 billion Ghana cedis is being given back to Ghanaians by the passage of this. And not just this year. If we had continued the legislation next year, another 2 billion Ghana cedis, which would have been paid by Ghanaians to government, will remain in their hands. And then the following year, another 2 billion Ghana cedis. So starting from this year, every year, Ghanaians are going to get 2 billion Ghana cedis, which would have gone to government, staying in their hands. Mr. Speaker, this is the policy consideration that is informing the decision to pass this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I support the passage of this bill and urge colleagues to vote for the passage of the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the consideration earlier was that the Leader of the House will conclude. I feel compelled to make this comment. I'm speaking in support, but just for the record, Speaker, let's all bear in mind that the rate as of that time was, we started off with 2.5%. The position of the minority then was that we should take it to 1%. And I heard what is new. That was said. And I heard then minority leader, very loud all over the place. In fact, Jonabo Haruna Idrisu engaged us that if it's going to be 1%, we are all for it. Now it is back to square one, 1%. So in effect, what have you done? Well, this is a very essential point that must go into the records. So we are now back to 1%, which was their original position. So we haven't done anything new. Fact be told, we haven't done anything new. The 1% is what we are now touting. And that was what you spoke to earlier. You check the records, right? Is it not 1%? Majority, are you not reducing it to 1%? In our manifesto, Speaker, we said we're going to abolish it. In our manifesto, and anybody can trace that. We had said that we're going to abolish it.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Are you praying?
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
The e-Levy is being abolished.
The bill before us, is it to reduce it to 1% or to abolish it?
To completely abolish the e-Levy
leaders,
so that we give 2 billion to the people of Ghana.
Please speak into the record.
2 billion to the people of Ghana.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, please speak to the record. The bill before us, our second reading, is it to reduce the electronic levy to 1% or to repeal? The question is directed to Minority Chief Whip.
Leadership is, Mr. Speaker.
You didn't make the submission, Honorable Brian Achampong. He made the submission. That is why I am making reference to the bill before us to say, is it to abolish it or to reduce it to 1%? Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I want to hear you on this matter.
Speaker, you will hear me. Speaker, you will hear me. So the argument back and forth, the argument back and forth was that we should bring it to 1%. And they also supported that argument, that it should be brought to 1%. If it's the case that, no.
Honorable Minority Leader, my question is simple.
Speaker, my response is
with reference to the bill Emission, is the bill trying to abolish or is reducing to 1%?
Speaker, if you are patient, I will get the point. We've read the bill. This is second reading. Principles. Speaker, that's what and I'm saying that as of that time, we all agreed that we should reduce it to 1%. And they also advocated for that. Now, after thought, you had a deep reflection and you want to abolish. Now we support it. Let's all go ahead and abolish it. So, Speaker, to answer your question, the bill is advocating for an abolishment. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Deputy Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all members who have supported the request by His Excellency President Mahama to abolish e-Levy. And I am emphasizing that President Mahama has been consistent, has stayed true to his promise to Ghanaians that when elected, he would abolish e-Levy. And that is exactly what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Brian Achampong made comments on paragraph 6.2 that the paragraph seeks to suggest that all Ghanaians were against e-Levy. In fact, an Afrobarometer report that was survey that was presented after e-Levy was passed indicated that 3/4 of Ghanaians were against e-Levy. And so this is to emphasize the fact that it was a very unpopular levy and majority of Ghanaians were against it. And so it is in response to this that we have come to this House to repeal the Electronic Levy Act, and we are abolishing it. And the leader has emphasized the importance of it and the effect on Ghanaians, that in these difficult times, it is important that government gives back something to Ghanaians. And so we are giving 2 billion.
Honorable Minister, conclude. We have a long way to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful.
Honorable members, the second reading of the bill has been duly considered under Standing Order 167. And at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to repeal the Electronic Transfer Levy Act 2022, Act 1075, and the Electronic Transfer Levy Amendment Act 2022, Act 1089, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 accordingly read a second time. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so let's take motion number 47. And with your leave, I will ask for permission for the Deputy Finance Minister to take motion number 47 for us.
Leave accordingly granted. Deputy Minister for Finance. Majority Chief Whip.
We are still waiting for the minister himself. It is the case. You said he was on his way. From here to the finance ministry is just 5 minutes drive.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I thought you said you would accommodate up to 3 bills.
Speaker, I said 2. I'm only reminding them that we are getting closer to 2, the second one.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I
Deputy Minister for
move that
Finance.
motion number 47 on today's order paper, page 11, be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the procedural motion numbered 47 is accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion move.
Honorable members, the motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, majority.
Mr. Speaker, we are ready to move to the consideration stage. So that is item 48.
Honorable members, Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honorable members, the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is at consideration stage. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Honorable members, though there are no advertised amendments, in line with the principle of the Supreme Court in Ezwame versus Attorney General, we shall take the bill clause by clause. Clause 1.
Act 1079 and Act 1089 repealed.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, the bill is being abolished. So I'm not too sure why.
What is not being abolished?
Honorable Brana Champon, please address the chair.
Okay,
We are throwing the whole thing out.
you still have to go through.
Honorable members, clause 1 under consideration. Any amendment? Honorable members, there be no amendment to clause 1 of the bill. It is ordered to be part of the bill. Honorable members, clause 2.
Savings.
Honorable members, clause 2 of the bill is under consideration. Honorable members, there be no advertised amendment or proposed amendments by this House. It is hereby ordered that clause 2 stand part of the bill. Yeah, same is with clause 1. So the long title. Honorable members, the long title.
An act to repeal the Electronic Transfer Levy Act 2022, Act 1075, and the Electronic Transfer Levy Amendment Act 2022, Act 1089, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, we've come to the end of consideration. Honorable members, as many as are in favor of as many as are in favor of the long title of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The long title is ordered to be part of the bill. Honorable members, we've come to the end of consideration of the bill. Honorable Majority Leader, any indication?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. Let's take item 49, which is a procedural motion as well.
Members, item numbered 49 at page 12 of today's order paper. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that item as advertised.
Mr. Speaker, I think you need to announce to the Minority Chief Whip that the Finance Minister is in the chamber to repeal the e-Levy.
Majority Leader is inviting me to a party I'm not interested in. We have seen him. This is what he should be doing. I hope he will sit throughout the day.
Yes, Finance Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that item advertised in today's order paper, page 12, as item 49, be now moved. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion numbered 49 accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have just considered a bill, but just for your direction and guidance, the bill which we just considered was not provided to members. Even on we only have reports. We only have the report of the committee. But when you were reading the clauses, we could not follow because we have not been served with copies of that bill. And I'm just asking for your direction and
Honourable Member, the reports are even on the console.
I agree, the reports are there, but when you were reading
this bill has been distributed long ago.
No, it's not been distributed.
Honourable members, after laying of the bill, it is ordered that copies be distributed to members. Honourable members, we should be interested. Anytime at all a bill or a report is laid, there will be an order that copies be distributed to members. Sometimes I'm a culprit. They distribute it by placing it in our pigeonholes, and we don't go for it. Either we don't go for it or we go for it and then we leave it in our offices.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority.
Mr. Speaker, so let's move on to item number 50.
Item numbered 50. Yes, Minority Chief.
Speaker, we are all trying to help to dispense of business, but just to draw the whip's attention. In fact, there is a genuine observation. But even the report of the committee, there were only limited copies that were brought to the chamber. Only limited copies were brought. When I inquired, we were told they've been uploaded on the system. Speaker, we know we have not fully moved on to the usage of the electronic system. So the provision of these hard copies come to complement this effort. So I want to plead. It is out of a genuine observation. Let's run more copies. At least, if for nothing at all, the members of the Finance Committee who have been involved in the consideration of these bills. It's important.
Honourable Member, I will be surprised if a member of the Finance Committee doesn't have a copy of this bill, because I happen to be part of the meeting and at the committee's consideration of the bill. These bills were taken one after the other. And the honorable member on his feet, you asked vigorous questions based on the bill itself when the committee was doing a consideration of it. I happened to be there, so I've heard you loud and clear. Your useful questions were taken into account. So as a member of the committee, I'll be surprised that you don't have a copy of this.
Mr. Speaker, the intervention I made was to help you, because I, as a member, have copies, but there were some amendments proposed to some of the bills. So what I was holding may not be what we are discussing now, because when you meet at committee and amendments are being proposed, the new bill is then presented. We've not been given copies after that meeting, and that's the point I'm drawing your attention to. That after the discussion, we are not given copies of the
honorable member, you are completely wrong. Proposed amendment of a committee to a bill will then be part of the committee's report, and it will be captured on the order paper. But in this case, there was no proposed amendment on part of the committee, so nothing was attached to the report. And if you look at the order paper for today, there was also no proposed amendment as advertised. For that reason, I open the floor for any member that will have a proposed amendment to a clause. And it is in the absence of any proposed amendment to a clause that I will then put the question. So I don't understand the point that you are making.
I'm not believing the electronic transaction levy. I'm not believing that.
But it is electronic transaction levy that is under consideration.
Mr. Chairman, but we have other bills that
But then you have to wait.
But
when those bills are being considered, then you can legitimately raise your point.
Okay.
So I think you are completely out of order.
I'm guided, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm guided. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, if the Minister for Finance can take item 50, motion for the third reading of the bill.
Yes, Honorable Minister, motion numbered 50.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So, is this seconded? Honorable members, question numbered item 50 at page 12 of today's order paper, accordingly moved by the minister responsible for finance. Any seconder?
Yes, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, motion accordingly adopted, and the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is read the third. Honorable members, the question is, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The volume of the work is making me speed up. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An Act to repeal the Electronic Transfer Levy Act 2022, Act 1075, and the Electronic Transfer Levy Amendment Act 2022, Act 1089, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the motion is adopted. The Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is now read the third time. Yes, Majority Leader.
We'll take the revenue. Oh, which item is it? Revenue is which item?
That's motion number 52.
52. Motion number 52.
Honorable members, second consideration of the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025. Second reading. Yes, Honorable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the second time. Right Honorable Speaker, the object of the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 is to amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, to reduce the percentage of the total revenue that is set aside by the minister responsible for finance in the Ghana Revenue Authority General Refund Account. So, Speaker, on the use of tax refund in the last 8 years reveals that 29.11 billion Ghana cedis has accrued to the account, with only 12.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 43%, has been used for tax refund purposes. The Speaker, government therefore seeks to reduce the current ceiling on tax to the Ghana Revenue Authority General Refund Account by 2 percentage points, from 6% to 4%. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable Ranking, because it's the chairman of the committee that will be presenting the report as second reading, it is the chairman who should read the report, and this motion being a motion for second reading is not seconded. So I will call on the chairman of the Finance Committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, as the Finance Minister has indicated, the main objective of this bill is to reduce the amount set aside and accruing to the general refund account at the Ghana Revenue Authority for purposes of refunding general taxes that are qualified to be refunded. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister indicated to the committee that over the years, he's realized that even though we have been accruing 6% or up to 6% in the general refund account, the amount that have been disbursed over the years show that we really don't need all that amount of money. And he wants part of that money to be available to be disbursed for other government activities. He indicated that for the last couple of years, there is a total of 28 billion that has accrued to the account, and only 12 billion have been spent so far. Under the circumstances, he wants to reduce the ceiling from up to 6% to from up to 4%. This will make available a room of about 3.8 billion as a fiscal impact of this bill. Having considered the rationale behind this policy, the committee agreed that this bill should be recommended to the House for approval on a unanimous basis. Mr. Speaker, I so submit the committee's report and wish to plead that the entire report should be captured as though same was read to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion for second reading was moved, and the committee's report has also been presented. It is for the consideration of the House under Standing Order 167. I will then open the floor for full debate. Yes, the ranking member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we support
this amendment, and that is why at committee we recommended this for consideration by the House by unanimous decision. What I'd like to correct, however, is an impression as if this is going to make a savings for the government of about 3.8 billion Ghana cedis, as stated in paragraph 6.6 under fiscal impact analysis of the bill. The minister indicated to the committee, as captured by this report, that between 43 to 49% is usually spent. And according to the Revenue Administration Act, Section 63, subsection 3, what is not spent at the end of the calendar year should be moved to the consolidated fund. And so if based on that, the minister has reduced the percentage of what should constitute the tax refund from 6 to 4%, the 2%, which is resulting into what the minister calls savings, is already supposed to go to the consolidated fund. It's already part of government revenue. The only thing the minister has decided to do is to front load the utilization of the 3.8 billion. If he did not decide to front load it, it would have gone into the consolidated fund. And that is articulated very well in the Revenue Administration Act. And therefore, to suggest that this is a saving as a result of the new policy, and therefore suggesting that something great has happened, because of this policy, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. And I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the immediate past Finance Minister, and I want to quickly respond by saying that, yes, he rightly said that the excess amount that is not utilized for tax refund purposes is to be refunded into the consolidated fund. The question is that over the last 8 years, was it ever done? Did you ever refund the excess amount into the consolidated fund? The answer is no. And it is because of this that the finance minister says that looking at the trend, we don't need so much into the tax refund account. And the most important point is that the excess amount bypasses appropriation. It is spent on things that are not appropriated by this House. And so the minister wants to be disciplined about expenditure and says that, look, let us put everything back into the consolidated fund so all of you here will get the opportunity to appropriate it. That is the difference. So that is the amount that is now available for us to spend. And as they all said, look, Mr. Speaker, another important point that must be made is that some suggested that the law is clear, that it is up to 6%, a ceiling of 6%. So we don't necessarily have to transfer 6%. Administratively, we could have decided to do less. But the finance minister wants to be disciplined and resist the temptation of doing what is wrong. And that is why this is being brought here for all of us to set the ceiling at 4%, which is consistent with the amount that has been utilized over the years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm questioning the statement that this is savings.
Honorable Member,
he's talking about something else.
Honorable Member, point of order does not allow you to question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, point of information.
Because I was talking about the fact that it is not any savings. The law says that what is not spent should go to the consolidated fund. So that is part of government revenue already. What the minister is seeking to do is to front load the spending of the 3.8, but it is not savings, Mr. Speaker, unless they have a different definition of savings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first, I want to put on record that the tax refund amount is not part of total revenue. It is always treated as negative revenue in the fiscal. Mr. Speaker, the tax refund amount of 6% has always been treated as a negative revenue. So the revenue that has always been reported excludes that 6%. Mr. Speaker, number two, in the past, the amount accrued into the tax refund account has been misappropriated. Misappropriated in the sense that the Revenue Administration Act is so clear as to what you can use the tax refund account money for. So, Speaker, by failing to spend, and the Speaker, most importantly, by sticking to the law alone, what you have done is that you have saved the taxpayer some money. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what the former Minister of Finance is trying to say. Mr. Speaker, definition of savings, savings is savings. We do not have different definitions for savings. If in the past, monies that were supposed to be used for tax refund purposes was, for some reason, used to pay for certain contractors, and another government decide not to use the money to pay a particular contractor, and you don't call this savings, then what it is? Mr. Speaker, what it is? The difference is that we have decided as a government not to spend the money on things that has not been appropriated. We have decided to spend the money for the purposes of tax refund. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have made money available, additional money available for appropriations. And so, if he doesn't understand that this is savings, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the definitions of the definition of savings. Mr. Speaker, we have made savings from abuse. We have stopped the bleeding. That's what we have done, and that is savings. And if you want us to go on that road, we'll go on that road to define what savings are. Mr. Speaker, in the past, some of these resources was used to pay for services that we do not have contract for. Going forward, we are saying we are not spending on that. And so going forward, that expenditure that we have cancelled, we have saved it. That is savings. That is savings. That is the definition of savings. And so for me to put it in proper context, for you to understand, that is savings. So if you don't understand that is savings, it's up to you. But we have made savings. Going forward, we will not use the taxpayers' money for these purposes. Simple.
Honorable Brana Champon, with reference to Standing Order 115, why do I give you the floor where you are?
Mr. Speaker, a point of information. It's quite simple on what...
Why
Speaker,
should I permit you to speak? That's why I'm making reference to Standing Order 115.
Mr. Speaker, I'm craving your indulgence to 112.
Honorable...
Mr. Speaker, I come on 112. In his place.
Honorable Member, read Standing Order 115.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting leadership on this very important matter of e-Levy. And
Honorable Member, I am not in the presence of the minority chief whip. You cannot be available leader.
Yeah, it was at my call.
Honorable Member, let the member speak from his place, in line with our own standing order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of savings. And all we're saying, we don't disagree with the finance minister what he wants to use the revenue for. It's at his discretion and it's a matter of policy. but the statement is what we are dealing with. And these are the facts. Mr. Speaker, well, because it is not at the time revenue of government. It is refunds that are supposed to be paid back to service providers or companies. So we don't add it or we don't appropriate it. But at the end of the amount of money, whatever is left is added back to the cost. Mr. Speaker, what we do with it going forward is a matter of policy. But it is not, whatever is left is revenue that is now clawed back into the consolidated. If the money goes into the consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, that money will be spent on roads, will be spent on health, will be spent on whatever. So if the previous government was spending the money on any other thing, Mr. Speaker, that is allowed. But what it is that extra money that is not refunded, that is going back into the consolidated fund, cannot be classified as savings. How is it savings? It is because it is not savings. It is part of government, it becomes part of government revenue. You have not saved any money. If you have 10 cedis to pay back to MTN, and MTN, after reconciliation, you have to pay them 6 cedis. The 4 cedis remaining, Mr. Speaker, can never be classified as savings. That 4 cedis is paid back into government revenue, as revenue, not as savings. You have not saved any money. So, and if that 4 cedis goes into the consolidated fund, you can spend it on roads, you can spend it on health. So it is not as though a previous government, which is spending these 4 cedis on roads, on health, or other things, is being reckless, because you have not saved any money that you are now going to tell the whole world that the 4 cedis savings that the 4 cedis revenue that we are going to pay back into the consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, it is savings, and therefore, because the other government spent it, they were reckless. This is not savings. It is money going back into the consolidated fund, and we are happy for the finance minister to use it or to add it as part of appropriations to spend it anyhow he so desires. But it is no new savings that have been made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should not allow the tax experts to bamboozle us in this chamber today. You cannot be allowed to convert this chamber into a tax lecture hall. What is savings and what is not savings? I have listened with my primary school common sense. And what I understand them to be saying, both of them, is that there's a law that says that we should keep 6% for tax refund. Now, out of it, you refund people whose taxes you have to refund to them. Then when you keep the money, when you finish refunding and there's still a reserve, at the end of the year, you now transfer the money into the consolidated fund. Now, those who are saying that there's no savings are indicating that when you transfer the money into the consolidated fund, you haven't saved the government anything. You have simply relocated government money. That's what I understand your argument to be. Finance Minister, and he says that when you actually transfer the money to the consolidated fund, then you give all of us in this house how to spend the money. Do you get the point? But that the practice has been that they don't send the money to the consolidated fund to give us an opportunity to decide that the money should go to free SHS or Mahama Care or any such program. So what they do is that the finance ministers keep information about the availability of this money from all of us, and they singularly spend it the way they want. And sometimes they even spend it on contracts that have not been approved. So it becomes discretionary spending money available to a finance minister. So on this occasion, I'm using my elementary basic school knowledge. This is my elementary basic school knowledge. to do the analysis. Oh, this is elementary basic school. And I'm using primary school knowledge. So his argument is that by declaring that money to us so that we can take a decision that amounts to having saved the money and made it available to us to take a decision. Mr. Speaker, this is my understanding of the discussion. But let's move on, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on. I think there is support for the consideration, the third reading, for the second reading of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 is now read for the second time.
An act to amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, to reduce the percentage of the total revenue that is set aside by the Minister in the Ghana Revenue Authority General Refund account and provide for related matters.
Honorable Majority Leader, after reading the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 for the second time, what next?
So, Speaker, we will now take item 53 to abridge time so that we can take it through the consideration stage.
Very well. Honorable Finance Minister, procedural motion number 53.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 53 be now taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion duly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion advertised in paragraph 53. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, we'll take item 54.
Honorable members, Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 under consideration. Yes, Chairman of the Committee. Chairman of the Committee. Yes, we'll do, but I want to find out from him whether he has amended. Yes. Honorable members, clause 1 of the bill, Chairman of the Committee.
Section 69 and Act 915 amended.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Honorable members, there is no amendment. But in line with the interpretation of our laws by the Supreme Court, it is clause 1 is now for the consideration of the entire House. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, yes. How can members make amendments if you are now being given the copies of the
Honorable members, at consideration stage, the rules are relaxed. So with my leave, you can propose an amendment to the bill. That is the practice. Honorable Patrick Boma, you know when it comes to legislation, you must reckon with me. Honorable members, there be no amendment to clause 1 of the bill. It is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, clause 2. Honorable members, clause 1, 2, and 3 are one clause of the bill. Then I will move to the long title.
An act to amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, to reduce the percentage of the total revenue that is set aside by the minister in the Ghana Revenue Authority General Refund Account and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill, long title, is for the consideration of the House. There is no advertised amendment. Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of the long title, say aye. Those against, say no. The long title is accordingly ordered to be part of the bill. Honorable members, we have come to the end of consideration stage of the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Honourable Speaker, we want to abridge time so that we can take the third reading. So, motion 55 to be moved by the Minister for Finance.
Yes, Honourable Minister responsible for Finance, motion number 55 at page 13 of today's order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion advertised as item 55 be now taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, again, this is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will now take it through the third reading. Item 56.
Honourable Finance Minister, item number 56.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the entire House. Honourable members, the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable members, the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, to reduce the percentage of the total revenue that is set aside by the minister in the Ghana Revenue Authority General Refund Account and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, motion adopted. The Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 is read a third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item 58.
Yes, Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 be read the second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion for the second reading of the Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 now read the second time. I would call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The rationale for the repeal of the Emissions Bill is that the committee observed that the government enacted the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, to impose the emissions levy on carbon dioxide equivalent emissions from specified internal combustion engine vehicle emissions. However, the levy had raised some concerns. The minister indicated that it is the policy of the government to re-engage the stakeholders in order to formulate a proper environmental reforms that would enhance government's approach towards dealing with the emission challenge. As a result, the minister appealed to us to recommend to this House to repeal the levy. Mr. Speaker, the members of the committee were unanimous in recommending to this House to repeal this levy. Mr. Speaker, I submit but appeal to you to capture the entire report as though the same was read on the floor. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, the reports consequential to the motion duly presented by the chairman of the committee and under Order 167, full debate shall arise on the principle as well as on the report. So the floor is now open. Yes, Minority Chief.
Speaker, let me speak in support.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the repeal of the emission levy. Mr. Speaker, the committee thoroughly discussed this levy, or this bill, and the proposed amendments thereof. We recall that this Parliament passed the emission levy, but the implementation of which was put on ice. In other words, we did not have the opportunity to implement this policy, and the report rightly captures it when in analyzing the fiscal impact of the policy stated that it was not implemented, but if this bill or this act was implemented, it would have resulted in a revenue loss of 386.36 million Ghana cedis. But following the non-implementation of this particular law, the revenue loss, the fiscal impact of this particular policy is revenue neutral in the fiscal framework of government. Mr. Speaker, but the much more issue about taxing carbon dioxide emission has to be thoroughly discussed by this House. The Minister assured us in his presentation that there is a framework determined to ensuring that we have a framework for taxing emission of carbon dioxide. And if that is presented, what this bill or what this act was supposed to cure was to actually make the polluter pay for the pollution of the environment by the payment of a token. But with the abolishment of this particular act, it means that the polluter will not have to pay for the pollution of the environment. And that is something that this House will have to look at. And that is something that the Minister actually promised the committee, that he's going to come up with a framework where internal combustion engines would have to be paying the requisite fine or requisite levy to cater for the pollution of the environment. That said, Mr. Speaker, the committee was unanimous on this particular matter, and we fully support the repeal of this particular law. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Pre.
Speaker, let me speak in support, but just to make a few observations. At the committee level, I'm told, and one can reference the report, that the minister had made a representation that the law was not enforced, so it was not implemented. And he has also indicated that he will engage further on the matter. I think it's important he does that, because now the designation of our Minister of Energy has now been changed for a very good reason. Minister of Energy and Green Transition. And the narrative globally is that e-liability has become a concern of the world. And he referenced the concept of polluter pay principle, which is globally accepted. We need to look at it well. We need to look at it well, because now experts have told us that emission level, even though our part of the world, our emission levels are negligible, one pollution in one part of the world is pollution in the entire part of the world. So it cannot be the case that we are comfortable in our comfortable zone, so to speak, and say that our emission levels are low, and therefore we should compound the situation of emission. We need to look at it again, because there is a flip side of the coin where, Mr. Speaker, if we are able to control emission, we stand to benefit and rake in a lot of grants at the international level. So in the context of the carbon trade and control of emission. So, Minister, I'm happy you indicated that you are going to consult further. There are cross-cutting issues. The Ministry of Environment, the Energy Ministry, and the Finance Ministry should find a common place and the best approach. I recall the majority leader earlier on has said that we should buy into this and rake in some revenue to support the, if I'm not far from right, the insurance intervention we had want to stage in lieu of members of parliament. So this is important, but we have to get it right. And Ghana cannot be different amongst the Committee of Nations. The world is gravitating towards a certain end, and we should be careful in our approach towards emissions. When we talk about emission, we have to be very careful. Speaker, I'm very passionate about this because of my background, and we cannot sit in this room as members of parliament and allow these things to go without making comments. So, Finance Minister, pay particular attention to this matter, because the positive aspect is more if it is implemented in a way. We see a tax. It's very positive. So we should find a fine balance to
what did you just say? Who see what?
That didn't come from me. He was leading me. He was telling me, but I didn't respond.
You spoke into the microphone.
He was saying initiate tax. It came from the finance minister, but
who say means what?
I don't know, Speaker. He said it. Probably he can explain.
Honorable Minister for Finance, what's the meaning of Owusie?
Mr. Speaker, this particular tax is known by most Ghanaians as Owusie tax. Owusie means smoke, carbon dioxide, smoke.
Okay.
So it's a tax targeting smoke. That's why some Ghanaians decided to refer to this particular tax as Owusie tax.
Okay. Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I understand this tax, Owusie tax, it is obvious that my very good friend, Honorable Abena, who was at the Finance Ministry, was looking for money everywhere. She was looking for money everywhere, to a point where, even when I smoke, she wants to tax me for smoking.
Honorable Majority Leader, don't invite the former minister into this.
But, Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, we really need to look at the issue of pollution and figure out how to deal with that by finding creative ways of implementing the polluter pays principle, so that others don't pollute and others pay the price of pollution. I believe that the time was not right to consider implementing a tax like that, and clearly that informed the decision not to implement it when it was passed. So, Speaker, even though it wasn't implemented, I'm told that if we are to implement it, we will be taking away 386 million Ghana cedis from the pockets of ordinary Ghanaians. If we are to implement it, we'll be taking away 386 million Ghana cedis from Ghanaians who may pollute the environment. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to encourage pollution of the environment, but at the same time, we don't want to impoverish Ghanaians, because this tax would have caught the Aboboya riders, it would have caught the Mahama Kantu riders, it would have caught the Okada riders. All these, after toiling in the day to haul us from one location of the city to the other, would have ended up having to part with some of the money to us by way of payment of this tax. By repealing this legislation and not even creating a platform for it to be implemented, we are leaving 386 million Ghana cedis every year in their pockets. Mr. Speaker, this is the physical impact of this legislation, and I support that we repeal it and we do not consider taxing Oboboya riders, Okada riders, and those who end up, emitting. Mr. Speaker, I think there's support for the second reading, and I urge colleagues to vote for the second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the second reading of the emission levy has been thoroughly debated, and at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to repeal the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is now read the second time. Can we move to motion number 59? Before then, honorable members, permit me to acknowledge the presence of our dear students sitting in the public gallery from various institutions. Honorable members, first on my list is St. Paul's Catholic Basic School, led by Susanna Jenny Kofi, headmistress of the school. They are from Mfansimai, they numbered 61. Second institution, Mount Sinai Senior High School, led by Mercy Amu Dakwa, headmistress. They are from Ekwapim North Constituency, 60 in numbers. Students are also from Kibi MA Experimental Basic School, led by Joseph Owusu Boating, Josephine Owusu Boating, headmistress. They are from Abuakwa South, 64 in numbers. Last on my list is Akentin RC Basic School, led by Jima Ba Joseph, teacher. They are from West Akim, constituency, 120 in numbers. West Akim, indication there. They can ask them, how would they know? How would they know? Yes, Honorable Member of Parliament, you want to help us as to...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's Lower West Achim.
Okay.
Lower West Achim.
So they are from Lower West?
Yes.
Akim.
For the past 24 years, Lower West Achim has passed through Parliament. This time around, the 4 years ahead of us, Parliament is going to pass through Lower West Achim. This is the first of its kind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Members, motion number 59. Minister for Finance. 59.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that procedural motion advertised as item 59 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, procedural motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable Members, the motion is moved and seconded, and this is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable Members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable Members, item number 60 at page 14 of today's order paper. Emission Levy Repeal Bill at consideration stage. Honourable Members, Clause 1 of Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025.
The Emission Levy Act 1112 repealed.
Honourable Members, Clause 1 of Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is under consideration. Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable Members, Honourable Members, Clause 2.
Savings.
Honourable Members, Clause 1 and 2 of the Emission Levy Repeal Bill is under consideration. Any advertised amendment? There is no advertised amendment. Any proposed amendment? No proposed amendment. The question, therefore, is yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, since yourself you belong to the modern drafted, Clause 2 says a right. Is it any right or a right? Says a right. Says a right. That's why the repeal of
Honourable Member, it's
right.
for the chairman to answer, but once I am invited, the principle is that we draft in singular.
Okay.
So a right is correct. Honourable Members, there be no advertised amendment, no proposed amendment. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of Clause 1 and 2, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable Members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 and 2 of Emission Levy Bill 2025 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, long title.
An Act to repeal the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the long title of the Emission Levy Bill, Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 at consideration. Any proposed amendment? There is no advertised amendment. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title of Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage. Honourable members, motion number 61. Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 61 be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly carried out. Honourable members, item number 62 on the order paper.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the third reading motion for the Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion number 62 on today's order paper at page 14, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is read for the third time and accordingly passed.
An Act to repeal the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable Majority Leader, any indication?
So, Speaker, we'll take the income tax amendment bill.
Item number 64.
64.
Honourable Finance Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Bill, Amendment Bill 2025, be now read the second time. So, Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Income Tax Act 2025, Act 896, to remove withholding on winnings from lottery and on purchase of unprocessed gold. Mr. Speaker,
government, as part of the reforms of the tax system, is instituting measures that would improve disposable income of persons by reducing the tax burden. Right Honourable Speaker, the removal of withholdings on winnings from lottery will result in additional income to individuals who benefit from winning from lottery. Also, the removal of withholding on purchase of unprocessed gold is expected to free up the market and encourage small-scale miners to sell their gold to the government so that the government can help to curtail smuggling. So, Speaker, it is also important that for the record, I state for the record that, Mr. Speaker, lotteries in the Income Tax Amendment Bill has been defined as follows. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the Income Tax Amendment Bill, lotteries means a scheme where rights are sold to take part in a draw by lot for prize including betting, gaming, and any game of chance. Right, Honourable Speaker, it is important that I make this point. Speaker, I make this point to clarify that lottery in the instance of the Income Tax Amendment Bill includes betting, gaming, and any game of chance. So lottery does not only relate to lotteries, it relates to gaming and betting. So, Speaker, this amendment is far more than what the NDC party promised in our manifesto. The Speaker, in our manifesto, we promised to remove betting tax, which is a subcomponent of the lottery tax, withholding tax on the lottery. The Speaker, what we have done is that we have not only exempted or removed the tax on betting, but we have also removed the tax on gaming and also on lotteries, the everyday lotto. So, Mr. Speaker, it's 3 in 1 and should not be construed that this tax is only removing taxes on betting. We've gone more than betting so that members can understand. Mr. Speaker, aside, and most importantly, it is also important for us to understand that this Income Tax Amendment Bill is also removing the 1.5% withholding tax on processed gold from small-scale mining. Speaker, this is particularly important because over the years, Ghana has been witnessing large-scale smuggling of gold. So, Speaker, the smuggling of gold is not certainly coming from the large-scale mining firms. It is coming from the small-scale mining. So, Speaker, some of the reasons that account for the smuggling of gold include the withholding tax. What we are saying is that, just like we've done in the past for cocoa, we can use this tax measure to remove the export tax, withholding tax on export of gold, and for government to target the forex flow. And we believe that this removal will allow the Ghana Gold Board, when incorporated, when Parliament approved, to be able to attract the gold, purchase the gold, sell the gold, and bring the forex to support the economic development of Ghana. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members' motion accordingly moved. I will therefore call on the chairman of the Finance Committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, I present aspects of the committee's report and request that the whole report should be captured as though same was read to the House. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the bill, the committee observed that in 2023, Section 6 of the Income Tax Act, as amended, imposed withholding tax on winnings from lottery. The committee noted that the withholding tax adversely affected the disposable income of citizenry, especially those who realize income from lottery and betting. In order to improve the disposable income by reducing the tax burden, government has introduced the bill to repeal the tax on winnings from lottery. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the bill intends to remove the 1.5% withholding tax on processed gold. Mr. Speaker, the aspect on the gold is meant to ensure that we reduce smuggling of gold and also to facilitate the establishment of an impending Ghana Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that the government will lose about 268.75 million in revenue from the letting winnings and 145 million from unprocessed gold with the removal of these taxes. After deliberations with relevant stakeholders, the committee is of the view that the amendment is in the right direction and therefore should be supported. Mr. Speaker, the committee unanimously recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, motion move for the second reading committee report presented. I will now proceed to open the floor for full debate under Standing Order 167. Honorable members, the floor is now open. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the Minister has provided enough explanation on this, because there have been some somersaulting, one after another, since the budget was presented. In the budget, the Minister said government was abolishing with a withholding tax on the lottery win. Then when he came to present, to lay the bill, he said government was abolishing the tax on bet wins. Today, he's telling us that it is not just bet wins, but also the other games of chance, including Lotto. And that clarification, I think, is very useful. Because in laying the bill, if you said you were going to abolish the withholding tax on bet winnings, which is just one of the winnings from lottery, then that, in my view, is different from what the Minister was talking about today. And so, because we know that bet winnings is just one of the winnings from lottery, but I remember very well in presenting the bill, in laying the bill, he said bet wins, which is what the NDC promised in their manifesto. Today we have heard from the Minister that it is not only bet wins, but wins from other lotteries, games of chance, and I think that clarification is important. The report also indicated that, Mr. Speaker, the tax on Lotto winning was not collected, and he is going to engage with the National Lotteries Authority to discuss modalities and put in mechanisms to collect this levy. That's also significant, but I will want him to go beyond this to tell us what modalities, because it's been long-standing issue. And I was hoping that the Minister will provide some details on the modalities for implementing the wins from the tax from wins from Lotto. And to that extent, Minister, if you cannot do it now, we can discuss it later, how to ensure that that is also collected. But since you are abolishing it, then I'm wondering why that statement in the report. I may want to read, Mr. Speaker, the part of the report talking about this. Paragraph 7.6. First of all, 7.5. The committee was informed that though the law was in force, it was not applied to the winnings from Lotto, giving rise to outstanding tax obligations in existence. 7.6, the minister agreed with the committee and stated that there was the need for further consultations on the matter. He indicated that he will hold discussions with the National Lottery Authority on the way forward, and the appropriate decision will be made. This is in the report. And so if you are abolishing it, I'm wondering what kind of engagement or discussions you need to have with the National Lotteries Authority on the way forward as far as the withholding tax on winnings from Lotto is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the report says that the committee was informed that though the law was in force, it was not applied to the winnings from Lotto, giving rise to outstanding tax obligations in existence. Outstanding tax obligations in existence. So that is to say that presumably there should be tax obligations that are outstanding, some money that we paid and etc., which still has to be paid because it has accrued. And so the discussion about engaging National Lottery Authority to see the way forward is in relation to the outstanding tax obligations. So I think that is the context in which the report should be read. Mr. Speaker, once again, we continue today a very blessed day in the month of Ramadan, the last 10 days. There are many people who prayed last night that going forward, God should bless their pockets. God should save their revenues. So, Speaker, today we are passing legislation that is increasing the disposable income of families and individuals. The fiscal impact, the amount of money that the state was going to withhold from these people, the state is allowing them to go away with their money, increasing their disposable income. So, Speaker, we are losing $10 billion to the smuggling of gold. Sometimes you sit here and our institutions capture that we have exported $100 million worth of gold. You go to the receiving countries and they say that they have received $1 billion worth of gold from your country. Clearly there is a discrepancy. How did they receive $1 billion worth of gold when your record here is that you exported $100 million worth of gold? It meant that the $900 million worth of gold must have been smuggled. So, Speaker, this is what we are seeking to address by taking away the withholding tax so that Ghanaians can freely transact in their gold and record it and return the money into the system so we can stabilize our currency and fully benefit from our natural resource. And Mr. Speaker, for those who were exporting it going through the normal channels, they had to pay this tax. So, Speaker, we are leaving more money in the pockets of those people. The state is no longer going to tax small-scale gold miners because we are abolishing the tax and the withholding tax, and they will now have the money in their pockets. This is a government that is giving more money to ordinary people, small-scale miners. We gave money today to Okada riders by abolishing the emission tax levy. All of us who have been paying money in respect of e-Levy, today we are taking that away by approving the legislation. So, Speaker, now we are also making such facilities available to small-scale miners by abolishing the withholding tax. So, Speaker, we continue to implement our promises to ordinary Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, and I believe colleagues support the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate on this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is early days. It is early days. Now we hear our friends praising themselves, claiming that they are fulfilling their campaign promises. They are selective fulfillment of promises. But I need to remind them that what they are attempting to do is not new to this House. In 2017, when the Akufo-Addo government presented its first budget, there were a lot of taxes that were repealed. And for the records, as many as 15 taxes and levies that were in place and had been in place through an enactment by the previous Mahama administration had to be repealed. So if today they are here with some fewer amendment to our tax laws, well, we would want to encourage them to do more. We are aware that in their time, Kayaye was even taxed. We are aware. We are aware. Agro inputs, including the tools that the farmers use, cutlasses being used by the farmers in Boko were taxed. Hoes were taxed. Import duties on spare parts were very burdensome. Mr. Speaker, if today they claim they are abolishing some taxes, well, to the extent that it's going to benefit the ordinary Ghanaian, we support it. But what they have forgotten is that this tax itself, this repeal, has been rendered, the law that allows for this 1.5% tax to be imposed on those in that industry is just about being rendered odious with the coming into force of this gold board law. Yes. Mr. Speaker, they should not do that. They are mischief. We know them. You are bringing this gold board, and you know that because you are introducing this gold board, which gold board is going to be a buyer and a regulator.
I recognize the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, is it the case that he is supposed to come in? I just want to know.
Honourable member, he is the chairman of the committee. He presented the committee's
Mr.
report.
Speaker, with respect, I just needed clarity from you.
Yes.
Okay, so he's up on a point of order.
Yes.
Is that the case?
Yes, that's why I recognize
Very
it.
well.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to correct an anomaly that my leader is stating here. The Gold Board does not impose taxes. This is about a bill that was imposing taxes that we are removing. The Gold Board bill is to set up the Gold Board, but not to impose or remove taxes. I just wanted to make that clarification. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat the point that with the coming into force of this Gold Board law, this very law that is being repealed will be rendered odious. So nothing is being done in real terms. Practically, this government is not doing anything. Mr. Speaker, we want to see proper exemptions being granted to the industry players, and we want to see that in the Gold Board law, which is coming. That is what we want to see. But we also are aware that there is this special import levy extension from 2025 to 2028. Yes, we know. So you see this attitude of attempting to give one, take more, give one, take more. Just like the way they do their programs. You see, this and the other attitude, we can really want the finance minister to rise on a point of order against this submission that they are going to extend the special import levy from 2025 to 2028. I want him to deny it for records that he is not going to do that. Because it's very important for importers. I want him to commit that there will be no extension.
Honourable Minority Leader, you know the rules. In your comment, you cannot invite any member of parliament to comment on your submission.
Mr. Speaker, it is a rhetorical political statement.
That is not your responsibility.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not inviting, I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is a rhetorical political statement.
Well, I invite the finance minister to comment on what I am saying. I don't know how rhetorical this question will be.
Mr. Speaker, you want to get into the debate.
Well, that is what I am resisting. That's why I'm saying that make your submission without necessarily inviting anybody to comment whilst you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I will be pleased to hear him respond to me on this. I don't mind at all, and I'll willingly yield to him. Because
Honourable member, that is why I am saying that you don't have that responsibility of inviting anybody to take to get on his feet and comment on the statement that you are making. Go ahead with your submission.
Very well.
Having in mind Standing Order 167.
Mr. Speaker,
in relation
I've always had
the second debate on the second reading of the bill, where we debate the principles and comment on the report.
The debate at this stage is at large. That is where you discuss all matters. And I'm saying that this is really nothing in real terms. That is my submission. And I further submit that this government is not really a government that cares about the ordinary Ghanaian, because importers who are expecting an end to this special import levy will be disappointed, because the government is going to extend that levy from 2025 to 2028. That is my submission. So it's just a matter of giving one and then still taking more. Because I heard the submissions of the majority leader. He says now the disposable incomes of the ordinary Ghanaian in the business environment is going to be high and all. And I'm saying that in reality there's nothing like that. This government is not proposing anything new by way of relief to the private sector. The private sector can only thrive if government is really giving them a breather. We hear they are even cancelling the 1D1F policy, which would allow tax exemption to achieve real growth. To achieve real growth. They are not committing to that. We have businessmen, we have entrepreneurs who need such exemption so that the cost of production can go down, so that they can employ more, so that they can sell cheaper for the ordinary Ghanaian to benefit. And you are cancelling this initiative. Then you come back and say that there's a 1.5% taxes you are taking and we should applaud you. Go to the private sector. Interact with members of the Association of Ghana Industries. Interact with members of the Chamber of Commerce. Interact with the ordinary Ghanaian businessman. What kind of consultations did you do? They are the ones who are suffering. And they are the ones that, if indeed you need to provide support to the private sector, you should attend to them. You are not doing that. Have you interacted with the Kantamanto businessmen? Have you interacted with the importers? And then you come here and you say, the government is living up to its promises, in disposable income is going to go high and all and all and all. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall rest my case and look forward to a proper tax legislations that would benefit the private sector. I am for the private sector, and I don't think that this government is for the private sector. I so submit.
Honourable members, before ceding the floor to the Finance Minister to conclude, let's advent our minds to Article 1066, which reads, the report of the committee, together with the explanatory memorandum to the bill, shall form the basis for a full debate on the bill for its passage, with or without amendment, or its rejection by Parliament. Honourable members, 167, premise on article that I have just read, states that when a motion is moved that a bill be read a second time, a full debate shall ensue on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the reports from the relevant committee. So it is the explanatory memorandum and the report from the committee which should be considered at the second reading of a bill. Honourable members, I do not think at second reading the debate should be at large. Honourable Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to put some comment in proper perspective. Right, Honourable Speaker, the emergence of the Ghana Gold Board will not mean that the tax the withholding 1.5% withholding tax on processed gold from small-scale miners will be rendered odious. So, Speaker, I vehemently disagree. So, Speaker, rather, if we fail to amend this particular Income Tax Act, the Ghana Gold Board will now become a withholding agent, taxed with the responsibility to withhold 1.5% of all unprocessed gold. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking of tax law. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand that small-scale gold miner, if you do not remove this particular tax, that small-scale gold miner will, Mr. Speaker, at the minimum, will have to pay 1.5% amount of the gold that they will be selling to the Ghana Gold Board. Gross, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that this gold, as we have established.
Honorable Minister, I recognize the ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming on point of order. Mr. Speaker, we are not talking about the appropriateness of abolishing the 1.5 or not. What we are saying is this. They laid a bill in this House to seek to establish gold board when the bill is passed. In this bill, there are two proposals. One, that the gold board would be the only body that can export gold. And secondly, the gold board will be exempted from taxes. And so when passed by this House, the 1.5% is non-existent. And so why would we create the impression that we are abolishing the 1.5 when, as a policy, government-owned policy, makes it unnecessary, as if it will not even exist? That is the point we are making. But as for supporting small-scale miners and miners generally, we are not opposed to it. You rather want to support the Galamsey people, and we will make sure that you do not promote Galamsey in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Ranking Member, I want to understand, if the establishment of the Gold Board will make the tax non-existence, and the law makes it in existence, is that not the reason for which we should repeal it?
Mr.
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, to answer, Mr. Speaker, we could have just waited to pass the Gold Board bill into law. After all, they have brought it under certificate of agency. They brought it under certificate of agency. So why will you not wait for us to pass the Gold Board bill into law in order for
Finance Minister,
the tax to become moot? And yet, we are telling the Ghanaian people that we are abolishing that tax for political advantage, which is not the case, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the ranking member is completely out of order. The Speaker, after here, maybe I will take him through how withholding taxes are being collected. The Speaker, the incident on the withholding tax is on the miner and the person selling the gold board. Go and look at the law. Mr. Speaker, withholding tax, this withholding tax in particular I'm talking about, the incidence of that tax is on the miner and the person selling the gold. It is not on gold board. The incidence is not on gold board. What the gold board bill is referring to, the exemption of Ghana Gold Board from the payment of tax are other taxes, not withholding taxes. Mr. Speaker, I made reference to withholding tax on unprocessed gold. Who sells the gold to the gold board? The gold board is going to employ aggregators. aggregators are going to buy the gold from small-scale miners. The incident is on small-scale miners, not on the gold board. Mr. Speaker, so what we are saying here is that the aggregators who are buying the gold, or whoever the Ghana Gold Board will be buying the gold from, after this one, we are exempting them from the payment of tax. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are trying to say. Mr. Speaker, today, if you are to sell an unprocessed gold, the law is that you have to pay 1.5% withholding tax.
Honorable Minister,
that is what we are trying to say.
Honorable former Regional Minister.
The new finance minister, first and foremost, should understand that the aggregators for MEF, as we speak now, do not pay. Oh, please, go ahead. Do not pay the 1.5. PMMC, that was also aggregating for Bank of Ghana, do not pay the 1.5. So what we are saying is that if you are bringing the gold board into existence and they are going to be exempted from paying it, then there's no point in making it look as if you are doing a favor to any miner. That's all, because under the MPP, we have already done that for the miners. So all the mining companies, the small-scale miners, we're not paying 1.5 through the aggregators. And that's all that we are saying, because we knew that gold was money, all other things are credit. And therefore, there's no point for them to be paying the 1.5. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all that we are trying to get to. Yes, it's not a very important amendment.
Mr. Speaker, it is refreshing to know that the aggregators were not paying tax. Mr. Speaker, they have breached the law. Mr. Speaker, it is only Parliament that can exempt someone from the payment of a tax. And so, Mr. Speaker, what was done in the past was an illegality. And so, if you want to continue with illegality, continue with it. Mr. Speaker, it was wrong for a tax law to impose an obligation and for an individual to administratively decide to exempt someone. So, Speaker, that power is with Parliament. That power is with Parliament. And so all what we are trying to do here, Mr. Speaker, is to exempt the small-scale miners. And by doing so, we are improving their disposable income. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, that is a fact. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, the minority leader in his submission said that he was rather expecting us to allow 1D, 1F, and then the tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, 1D, 1F, we all know that those tax exemptions were basically abused. Mr. Speaker, the evidence will be before this House in the last Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the last Parliament, I was the ranking member of the Finance Committee. We saw how it was abused. So please don't go there. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as Minister of Finance, I am not going to continue with the 1D, 1F tax exemptions because the evidence before this House suggests that it's been abused badly. And so we don't want to go there. If you want to carry it, you were in office for 8 years. 8 years. You couldn't approve it. You couldn't deal with it. It's been abused, and we don't want to continue. So let that be.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the Finance Minister, remembers his days as a minority leader. Instead of taking notes and listening to the views opposite him, he is still arguing and standing his grounds as though he is an opposition leader. Mr. Speaker, he may have to pay attention. The issue of tax exemption is so dear to the private sector. In his budget statement, nothing was introduced for the private sector. He knows that. He knows that. If you are saying that the system was being abused, it's different from arguing that the system in itself was not fit for purpose. Get the argument right. You are mixing and missing the points. We are dealing with the private sector. You say you want to create jobs. How do you create jobs? You don't create jobs through sacking people in the public sector and replacing them. You create jobs by giving incentives to the private sector. That is the reality. If you grant tax exemptions, what you are literally doing is to allow the companies to have more money available. You are talking about disposable income. You are talking about disposable income. But you forgotten that if you grant tax exemption and you have a monitoring mechanism, Mr. Speaker, what it means is that the private sector can thrive by taking advantage of that. So, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister should not confuse us. What we are saying is that this repeal is a much ado about nothing. Simplicity.
Honorable members, going forward, point of order should really be a point of order. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is read the second time.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to remove the withholding on winnings from lottery and on purchase of unprocessed gold, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, as indicated, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is read the second time. Honourable Majority Leader, should we move to Procedural Motion number 65?
Very much so. Very much so.
Honourable Finance Minister, motion number 65.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that procedural motion advertised as item 65 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. Therefore, the question is, as many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honourable members, item number 66 at page 15 of today's order paper. Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
Honourable members, as usual, today I have mentioned the case of Oswald versus Attorney General. That the Supreme Court says Clause 43 of the Narcotic Control Commission Bill has not been debated by this floor. Therefore, it is unconstitutional. So, honourable members, I want to go through the clauses one after the other. Honourable members, clause 1.
Section 6 of Act 896 amended.
Honourable members, clause 1 of the bill. There is no advertised amendment. Any proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment. Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment. The question is, as many as are in favour of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, may I have your pleasure to take clause 2
Section 85
and clause 3 of the bill all together.
Section 85 of Act 896 amended. Section 115 of Act 896 amended.
Honourable members, there is no advertised amendment. However, these clauses are for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Member? Honourable Member, I thought you are on your feet. Honourable members, there be no advertised amendment. There be no proposed amendment. The question is, yes, Honourable Member? No, you got up on your feet. When I called you, you resumed your seat.
I was coming under. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming under Order 64 of the Standing Orders. And Article 102 and Article 104. Mr. Speaker, it is right that when these orders are invoked, Mr. Speaker, you know where we are heading, that the quorum is called to question. So, Mr. Speaker, as obvious as it is, I want to urge on the House to reconsider whether this sitting can go on. And in the circumstances, we do not form the quorum. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that perhaps we consider rising or adjournment, perhaps to see if the majority that they have, they can get some in the House, and perhaps business can continue. Mr. Speaker, I move accordingly that...
Honourable members, in line with Standing Order 64, I will ask the table office to ring the bell. Clerk, please ring the bell. Honourable members, let's make progress. Honourable members, there be no advertised amendment, nor proposed amendment on clause 2 and 3. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of clause 2 and 3 say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 and 3 shall stand part of the bill. Honourable members, long title. Then what I have is not up to. Honourable members, we have clause 4 and 5 of the bill. Honourable members, may I have your pleasure so that we take clause 4 and 5 together.
Section 119 of Act 896 amended. First schedule of Act 896 amended.
Honourable members, there is no advertised amendment. However, the clauses are for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment. The question, therefore, is all those who are in favor of clause 4 and 5 being part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 and 5 shall stand part of the bill. Honourable members, long title.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to remove the withholding and winnings from lottery and on purchases of unprocessed gold and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the long title of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is for your consideration. Honourable members, there is no advertised amendment. Is there any proposed amendment? Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of consideration of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Right, Honourable. Let's take 67.
Honourable members, motion number 67.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 57 on today's order paper, page 15, be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Majority Leader. Item number 68.
68, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Finance Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, under Order 64, I ask that they should ring the bell for 10 minutes. Yes. Honourable members, the motion is adopted. Motion number 68. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion number 68, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An Act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to remove the withholding on winnings from lottery and on purchase of unprocessed gold, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is read a third time and accordingly passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, can we take a 30-minute suspension?
Yes, Honourable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, can we take a 30-minute suspension?
Yes, Honourable, what is your pleasure?
I'm asking for a 30-minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I'm strongly in opposition to this call. Speaker, the challenge has been, from yesterday, the challenge had been availability of the report. We have enough report. We have as of the last count, we have about 5 reports ready. We should take them. What's the need for break? Who? No, but well, that can be looked at. That can be looked at. But I'm saying that we have reports. We can work. No, when a call for quorum is made, there's a process. We haven't exhausted the process. You see? So let's work. We can continue to work. Let's work.
Honorable member, when your leader is speaking, you can also be on your feet. Yes, what is the issue?
Speaker, it's just a very generous reminder that the 10 minutes is up. And
Honorable member, the application and the reference is for suspension of the House. That is the issue under consideration. So please, kindly resume your seat. Yes, leaders, what's the pleasure?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just 30 minutes suspension, and then we'll come back very soon.
Honorable members, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you cannot be giving something with your right hand and then be taking it with your left hand. Honorable members, I am inclined to suspend the House for 30 minutes. The House is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes. Members, welcome back. Yes, available leader.
Where's the minister?
Here.
Let's start with the estimates.
Available leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I think we have finished with the income tax amendment bill.
We can, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we've done the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, we take motion numbered 70. The main order paper, page 16.
Yes. Honorable members, item numbered 70 at page 16 of today's order paper. Motion. Yes, Honorable Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the second time.
Honourable members, motion move accordingly. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not done. Mr. Speaker, I just want to provide an explanation. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to exempt the supply of motor vehicle insurance from value added tax. Mr. Speaker,
In 2023, as part of the 2024 budget presentation, Government amended Act 870 to exclude non-life insurance from financial services that are exempt from the value-added tax. As a result, the value-added tax became chargeable on the supply of non-life insurance, including motor vehicle insurance. Right, Honorable Speaker, Government has, however, observed that the imposition of value-added tax on motor vehicle insurance has had a direct impact on household incomes, as the incidence of the tax falls significantly on persons who cannot recover the VAT, unlike persons in business who are able to recover the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the imposition of the value-added tax on motor vehicle insurance could, in the case of commercial drivers, lead to increased costs because the drivers may offload the value-added tax on the supply of both motor vehicle insurance and domestic transportation of passengers by road onto commuters. Mr. Speaker, the Government has decided to exclude motor vehicle insurance from the value-added tax on non-life insurance, just to make sure that upon implementation, it will mitigate the impact on transport fares and on inflation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion for the second reading of the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 has been moved. I will then call on the chairman of the Finance Committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance, when he appeared before the committee, indicated to the committee that this amendment will lead to a revenue loss of 94.6 million Ghana cedis and the fiscal impact of the bill. And that, just like he explained, he anticipates that the continuous collection of this VAT on motor vehicle for individuals that cannot recover these monies as input tax will lead to increase in fares. And as a result, the intention of government is to control the excessive increase in transport fares resulting from the imposition of this tax. After careful deliberations by the committee is of the view that the amendment of the bill is in the right direction. It will help protect income of households and help reduce transport fares caused from the incidence of motor vehicle insurance tax. The committee unanimously recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I request that the entire report should be captured as though same was read to members on the floor. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. The report has been presented. I will then open the floor for full debate under Order 167. Honourable members, the floor is now open. Ranking member, any comment? Well, once there is no debate, at the conclusion, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to exempt the supply of motor vehicle insurance from value-added tax.
Honourable members, the motion is adopted. The Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is now read for the second time. Yes, honourable members, motion number 71.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion advertised as item 71 be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, motion duly moved. Any seconder?
Right, Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. Therefore, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honourable members, item numbered 72, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, the bill is just seeking to amend the first schedule. Honourable members, the first schedule of the bill.
First schedule of Act 870 amended.
Honourable members, the first schedule of the bill is at consideration. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
Honourable members, though there are no advertised amendments, is there any proposed amendment from honourable members? There be no advertised amendment or proposed amendment from honourable members. The question is, as many as are in favour of the first schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the long title.
An Act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to exempt the supply of motor vehicle insurance from value added tax.
Honourable members, the long title of the bill is under consideration. Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendments?
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to the long title? Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment to the long title. The question is, as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we've come to the end of consideration stage of the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Yes, Honourable Minister, motion number 73.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised on today's order paper, page 16, item 73, be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favour of motion number 73, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion number 73 at page 16 of today's order paper is carried. Honourable members, item number 74.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, motion numbered 74 is moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, motion adopted. Honourable members, sorry. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Motion adopted.
An act to amend
The ayes have it. Motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to exempt the supply of motor vehicle insurance from value added tax.
Honourable members, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the third time and passed. Honourable members, let's turn to the order paper addendum. Honourable members, motion numbered 1.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the second time.
The motion numbered 1, procedural motion first.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion advertised as item 1 on today's order paper addendum be now taken. I so move.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is the procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, item numbered 2 on the order paper addendum.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend the Special Import Levy Act 2013, Act 861, to extend the period of application of the Special Import Levy to end 2028. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2013, the government enacted the Special Import Levy Act 2013, Act 861, to impose a special import levy on imported goods at the point of entry for the purpose of storing up the dwindling revenues of the country. Mr. Speaker, as a government, the special import levy as originally enacted was supposed to end December 2016. The Speaker, in the January 2017, beginning 2017, the then government also decided to extend the special import levy to end 2024, to end 2020. But Mr. Speaker, subsequently, the special import levy was again extended from 2020 to end 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a particular tax that has seen consistent extension from 2013 to 2016, from 2017 to 2020, from 2020 to 2024. So, Speaker, all what I seek to do, that in line of the tradition for extension, so, Speaker, we want the tradition to continue. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move that the tradition of extending this tax, as has been always done, as the Speaker, should accordingly continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion is accordingly moved. The chairman of the Finance Committee may present the report of the committee to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I now present the committee's report. The committee observed that the levy is imposed as at the port and expressed a concern that continuous application of the levy may have the tendency of diverting port traffic to neighboring countries and may result in reverse losses. Mr. Speaker, the minister suggested, and on the basis of the minister's own request, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to amend the report. That the minister, just as you have heard him say, that this levy has become a permanent stay in our budget, and therefore he wishes to remove the sunset clause that makes the levy expire in 2028 for it to remain in perpetuity until government decides at any point that it feels it can remove it. Therefore, the report is amended in paragraph 6.2 to remove the sunset clause of 2028. Mr. Speaker, I so amend. But Mr. Speaker, the fiscal impact of this decision is that the government will lose 2.86 billion in the end. I mean, would accrue an additional 2.86 billion from the extension of this levy. Mr. Speaker, the minority had concerns. The minority was of the view that the importation or the extension of the sunset clause would further burden businessmen. And they were of the view that their expectation was the government repealing this levy in order to give relief to businessmen. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new levy and has remained part of Ghana's fiscal regime for the last decade or more. As a result, the government of the day never promised to abolish this levy and has kept faith with the people of Ghana on all the levies and taxes that it promised to scrap. The special import levy was never one of them, and we do not intend to scrap it. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation of the committee was to approve this levy, even though our colleagues disagreed. This committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report by a majority decision. Mr. Speaker, yes. I so submit.
Yes.
I earlier heard my chairman making an application to amend portions of the report.
Application granted.
Speaker, I want clarification. What were you seeking to amend? And what have you introduced as a new clause? Could you please rehash it?
Honorable member, he stated that clearly, but if you want him to rehash it,
you should just rehash
please
it.
state the point.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is to remove the sunset clause that is supposed to set in 2028. It is very clear that the sun never sets on this particular levy, and it has never set over the last 15 to 16 years, and we don't intend to see it set.
Honorable member, since you are amending the report, what he wants you to do is to state the particular paragraph that you are amending.
So, Mr. Speaker, the paragraph 6.2, I intend to amend that it is in this regard that the government has decided to extend the period of application of the special import levy to the end of 2028. Mr. Speaker, that no longer applies, and I intend to remove the 2028 sunset clause. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, have you listened to the amendment? Amendment accordingly carried out. Honorable members, motion moved, report presented. I would open the floor for full debate under Order 167, where the report and the principle underpinning the bill are debated. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yabuama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the country and the world listened to our Honorable Finance Minister, who presented the President's budget on the 11th of March 2025. In this budget statement and economic policy, the Minister told the world that he was extending this arrangement to 2028. Here in this chamber, we hear the chairman of the Finance Committee. I don't know where he's deriving his authority from. He's telling the world that this clause is being extended in perpetuity, and that the existence of this clause for the past 15 years has not yielded the desired result. Mr. Speaker, this is very dangerous, given the fact that industry players, manufacturers have all spoken against this levy. But for the committee to have met and agreed by consensus that the 2028 period was, they were kind of in agreement of, and for the chairman, without recourse to his ranking member and the rest of the committee, to tell us that he, on his own volition, is taking out this clause is a bit unfair to the House. And I want the Minister to show us where in this economic policy that he desired to have this provision. It's even unconstitutional. There has to be a certain bar or timelines with regards to every economic policy. That is why the Minister, in giving the principles behind this, said that it started in 2013. I'm looking at the bill here, 2016, 2020, and 2024. And he's here in his economic statement saying that he wants to extend it to 2028. So where is this coming from, Mr. Speaker? This is very unfair to the house importers and traders in this country. We know the effects of this bill and its extension. But given that situation, we want the Minister, who is in the chamber, to explain to us whether he's in sync with what the chairman has told the House. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do not know my chairman to be stabbing me in the back, but that is what the chairman has just done. We've never discussed the removal of the sunset clause in perpetuity. We never discussed that at the committee level, and I'm really surprised that my chairman will read a different report from the report that was distributed to us. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 6.1, the committee observed that the levy is one of the short-term tax handles used to improve compliance. And at the end of this paragraph, the committee observed that the period of application of the levy ends in the year 2025, and therefore there was a need to extend the period of application of the levy to the year 2028. This was what we discussed, and this was what the committee agreed to do. In 6.2, towards the end of the paragraph, it is stated that it is in this regard that government has decided to extend the period of application of the special import levy to the end of 2028. So both in 6.1 and paragraph 6.2, the report is emphatic that the sunset clause was to be extended to 2028 and not to be removed entirely in perpetuity. We already have difficulties agreeing to the extension of this sunset clause, but we are even more surprised and disturbed that the chairman has taken a different position, talking about removing it entirely, which is contrary to what the committee discussed and agreed to recommend for consideration.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we are at the second reading. We are at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, at the second reading, we are basically looking at the principle.
Members, order.
We are looking at the principle. We are looking at the fiscal impact. Mr. Speaker, those are the real issues here. We are not yet even at the stage of amending any specific clause. I think the chairman of the committee has brought up a matter that we can take on board as we debate the principle and the policy. Mr. Speaker, to tell you the truth, at this stage, even without amending your report, the chairman could have said on his own as chairman his view of the matter. His view of the matter is that apart from being chairman, he is also a member of parliament. So he can present your report. Yeah, he can present your report and still express an opinion. And I'm saying that even before he tried to amend the report of the committee, I'm one of those of the view that if it is a sunset clause that is being tossed ahead by every finance minister, perhaps it makes sense. It makes sense to remove the sunset clause and allow the tax to continue. And that can be part of the debate, the discussion now. If we debate and we are able to build some consensus around allowing the sunset clause to be removed, when we get to consideration stage, then the foundation would have been laid for us to consider it as a house. Mr. Speaker, as a house. But Mr. Speaker, I won't say much. I'm just saying that, yes, there was a need for consultation with ranking, in all fairness. But it is not a bad idea, and we should consider it. We should debate it. We should discuss it. The Minister for Finance is here. Let us hear from him. Will it be helpful for us? Oh, yeah, the Minister for Finance who appeared before the committee because that is what was before the committee. But now that we are here, I think that let's have the discussion. If we have the discussion, don't forget that the Minister for Finance has the authority of the President to bring this bill to us. Any other member cannot change it. But the Minister for Finance is here. The authority on which he brought this bill is still standing, so he can amend it pursuant to that authority. So let us discuss it at this stage in the second reading debate, and then if we build consensus, then we can now think about what to do with it during consideration. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance is here. Let us hear from him, and let us have his take on the matter. He may have said something at committee meeting, but intervening circumstances could have altered his view of the matter. Intervening circumstances could have altered his view on the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, let us have the debate take place and let us see what the consensus could emerge as in terms of the idea of rethinking the whole idea of having a sunset clause in this matter. In fact, on several occasions, I've had discussions with Kojo Opon Nkrumah, and he himself has complained about the many sunset clauses.
Honorable members, let's look at this issue from a legal point of view. Honorable members, Article 1066 is very clear that at the second reading, the report of the committee, together with the explanatory memorandum to the bill, shall form the basis of the full debate. Honourable members, Order 167, when a motion is moved that the bill be now read a second time, the full debate shall ensue on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report from the relevant committee. Honourable members, we are looking at the report of the committee. So if Honourable Chairman has his view, he will have to present the report of the committee first, and then he can table his view for consideration of the House. Honourable members, having regard to the law, I do not think that if the committee is not in agreement that the report be amended, chairman of the committee should amend the reports. Honourable members, this is my view on the matter. So, honourable members, let the report stand. I will then give the opportunity. Honourable members, let the report stand. I will then give the opportunity to the chairman to express his views. So, chairman of the committee, you have the floor to express your views.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, having regard to paragraph 6.2 and having regard to the number of times that this sunset was supposed to set never set, and it appears to me that it will never set, I wish to propose that this House consider my proposal to amend paragraph 6.2 to remove the sunset clause that
Honourable member, that remain your proposal.
Mr. Speaker.
So we will not amend the report.
That is my proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honourable members, we then have to debate the second reading. Honourable members, taking into consideration the proposal emanating from the chairman of the committee. Honourable members, you can disagree with the proposal. You can agree with the proposal. When the proposal is agreed upon, then we know what to do when it comes to clause 1 of the bill. But if the proposal is not agreed upon, then the amendment as proposed in clause 1 of the bill will stand. Yes.
So, Speaker, some guidance. The chairman has not concluded the tabling of the report, but has proposed an amendment to the report. Is it your guidance that that proposed amendment should be debated and decided upon before we consider the report itself?
Honourable members, if you look at Order 167, he said a full debate shall arise based on the explanatory memorandum and the reports. And when a report is presented, any member, including the chairman of the committee, can make a proposal, and that proposal will be carried along in debating the second reading of the bill. So that is his proposed view about the bill. So, honourable members, you have the floor. Yes, honourable minority chief.
Let me seek your kind guidance and wisdom. A second reading, basically, it's about the principles of the bill. And what he is seeking to introduce would dilute or depart from the essence of the principles of the bill. Are we not undermining the very object of second reading, where we are debating or discussing the principles of the bill? Because what is introducing, it is not one, it's not in the memorandum of understanding. Yes, it's significantly different, and it's changing the bill significantly. So I think we are jumping the gun. We should finish the bill, and then probably when we get to consideration, he could bring that up.
Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill we submitted for the consideration of the House was to introduce a sunset clause. No, was to extend the sunset clause to end 2028. Mr. Speaker, that was the intention of the government and the policy direction of state. But Mr. Speaker, this will not be the first time this House extends or removes a sunset clause. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that as ranking member at the time, when the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy was extended for, the Growth and Sustainability Levy in particular was extended for 2 years, I moved that, judging from the past and the fact that this particular tax has been extended since 2001, I moved that let the government decide by extending it to 2028, and the government at the time decide any time they want, they can come and remove it instead of always going and coming. Mr. Speaker, after listening to the chairman, something has really occurred to me. Mr. Speaker, end 2028 is the end of administration of this particular government. A new government will be in place in January 2029. Mr. Speaker, the budget will be read sometimes between February and March. Right Honorable Speaker, end 2028 will mean that at that point, that tax will lapse and the new government may not have the opportunity to decide to extend it, yes or no. Mr. Speaker, what he is doing is only being patriotic. He's only being patriotic. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Adongo is a patriotic citizen. What I can see from his direction, what I can pick from his direction is he's not personalizing the legislation. He's trying to say that this tax was first introduced in the year 2013. It was subsequently extended to 2020, extended again in 2024 to 2024. Now I've come to also extend it to 2028. All what he's trying to say is that, judging from the history and the past of this tax, can we as a House, not government, can we as a House, it's a decision that the House must take. Mr. Speaker, it's not always that you agree with government. Government may bring a policy. It is up to the House to decide whether you want to go with the government, amend the government position, or reject the government's position. What we have done is to bring the government position. This House has every right to decide to continue, extend it, or remove the sunset clause. Mr. Speaker, I speak for government. The government's position is that we are proposing an extension to 2028. But beyond that, I'm an MP. Beyond that, there's a chairman, there's a House. And if the House decides, so be it. But that is not the position of government. But if the House decides, so be it. But Mr. Speaker, the government of President John Dramani Maham's position is that this tax must the sunset clause is to 2028. But I can also agree with the chairman of the Finance Committee, and I see him as a patriotic citizen who is legislating something beyond tomorrow. He is looking beyond a government. He is saying that allow finance ministers to decide. I don't think he's done anything wrong. I think, and I can perfectly understand where he's coming from. Honorable Odongo, patriotic citizen. Well done. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, as indicated, if you look at the bill, the memorandum accompanying the bill, paragraph 1, the object of the bill is to amend the Special Import Levy Act 2013, Act 861, to extend the period of application of the Special Import Levy to the end of 2028. Honorable members, this is the principle underpinning the bill. However, if a member is in disagreement of this particular principle, honorable members, the member can state so for the consideration of the House. And that would inform the House in proposing the necessary amendment. For instance, honorable members, when the Vigilantism Bill was introduced in this House, as a result of the second reading of that particular bill, there were a lot of amendments which transformed the bill. So today, we cannot create the impression that if you are a member of this House or you are a member of the committee and you have your own view about the principle, you cannot express it. You can express that particular principle. So it is not wrong for a member to express his view on the principle that in his view, he feels that the period should not be extended to only 2028, but it should go beyond 2028. Whoever is the minister at that time, let him determine to bring it to an end, or it should be left to continue. So, honorable members, we need to set the record straight. Honorable members, I believe we have concluded the debate very well. Very well. Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, this is a matter of major national importance, and we think it will be important for some room to be given for this matter to be well exhausted. The chairman spoke substantively. The ranking member has not had an opportunity to even respond, for us to now even start the contribution. So I pray you, Mr. Speaker, let's give some room for this matter to be properly dealt with. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. We beg of you.
So you have the floor. Is that your debate? Very well. Ranking member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I am really surprised that the government that is resetting Ghana with a tradition of abolishing taxes is fighting so hard to reintroduce and extend the special import levy in perpetuity. I am very, very surprised. You are breaking the tradition you have set for yourself. And this is not what the Ghanaian people voted for.
Thank you.
You actually promised you were going to abolish it.
So abolish it.
And now you are extending it, and even extending it in perpetuity. This is not acceptable. That is why we describe the budget you presented here as Dadanu budget. Dadanu budget. That is what we are seeing today. Mr. Speaker, manufacturing companies are suffering. They are suffering. They need relief. The best this government can do is to provide incentives to them and not to reintroduce a tax that they have been complaining about day and night. Mr. Speaker, I am also very surprised because the minister came to committee and presented the government position there. I was wondering whose position he was presenting here in this chamber. Since when has that departed from the government position the minister presented to committee? Let us be truthful with the people of Ghana. If you decide to abolish taxes, we will support you because we have done it before. We abolished 15 taxes in 2017.
Be bold.
But to reintroduce a tax which should have ended this year is not fair to the people of Ghana. To the private sector, it's not fair. To manufacturing companies, it's not fair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be patriotic also, I will propose that this sunset clause is extended to 2026. This will provide significant relief to manufacturing companies and the private sector who need our support to contribute to the growth of this economy. We have seen over the last 2 years manufacturing sector contribution to growth increasing. Last year, about 3.7%. The least we can do is to be reintroducing new taxes and even extending it in perpetuity. We should give them relief so that we can accelerate growth for the benefit of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason we are opposed to the extension of the sunset clause. Not just the extension, but also extended in perpetuity. We disagree vehemently with this, and we think that if we have to be patriotic at all, it should end in 2026 and not 2028. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, you see, he is proposing that it should end at 2026. It's still within the debate of the principle. That's his view. Yes. Yeah, Honorable Kwajo Oponkruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not to challenge your earlier comment, except that once these views are not determined, then it will create a problem for us when you put the question. Because if people say aye, what are we saying aye to? Is it the perpetuity or the 2026? But that's aside. Mr. Speaker, on a preliminary legal matter, before I make my full argument, this is a revenue bill. And a revenue bill cannot be by private members' movement. It cannot be by private members' motion. The government is the only one allowed to bring a revenue bill to this House. And what it means is that if the government comes and states its position that it wants it extended to 2028, it ought not to lie in the mouth of any private member to seek to amend the position of the government. More so when the argument being made is not backed by the decision of cabinet. In fact, I dare say even the minister on his own, without the approval of cabinet, will not be well grounded here in this House to seek to amend what the government position is. And so we have to be very careful on this attempt to amend what the government position is. But Mr. Speaker, specifically, this special import levy is one of the levies and duties that adds up to the high cost of importation. On the 4th of April 2024, when candidate John Dramani Mahama spoke about the long list of taxes at the port, the expression he used was that he was shocked that there are so many taxes at the ports, and that if he had the opportunity, he will remove some of those taxes. Today, thankfully, the special import levy has a sunset clause. What it means is that by the 31st of December 2025, that levy dies. What the finance minister, what the chairman of the finance committee, what the government is saying to us is that on their own, they are electing to impose this tax 2026, 2027, 2028. And in addition, here on this floor, there was an attempt to even extend it into perpetuity. That is a matter to be decided. Mr. Speaker, this special import levy, it increases the cost of imports. We've complained a lot about import duties at our ports. In fact, when we were campaigning, we said that we'll peg it to Togo, make it CD-based. We didn't win. They won, that they will remove it. And now they want to introduce this tax, not just 2026, 2027, 2028, actually into perpetuity. Mr. Speaker, it will lead to a high cost of imports generally. It will lead to a high cost of spare parts in particular. And Mr. Speaker, when spare parts prices go up because of the import duty on spare parts, cost of transport will go up. But your policy promises that you want to reduce these taxes at the port. So why are you imposing this tax and seeking to do it into perpetuity? Mr. Speaker, if you look at Schedule 2 of this act, which is now being amended into perpetuity, it affects machinery and equipment. It affects fertilizers listed under Chapter 31 of the Harmonized System and Customs Tariff. Mr. Speaker, it affects all other goods except petroleum products listed under headings 27.09. It also affects raw materials, Mr. Speaker. And so we think that, first of all, not only can we support the government in seeking to impose this tax from 2026 into perpetuity on imported items, but we think that even the attempt to amend the initial government proposition should be arrested so that we do not impose further hardships on the importers that you promised that you remove these taxes from. Mr. Speaker, I think the government side should really reconsider this and withdraw this particular effort or change their minds on supporting this report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the descendants of those who imposed this tax in 2017 imposed it in 2018, imposed it in 2019, imposed it in 2020, imposed it in 2021, imposed it in 2022, imposed it in 2023, imposed it in 2024, are today behaving as if they have never seen this tax. When you were imposing it, there were no private business organization. There was no cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands, not when your hand is soiled with blood. When you have destroyed the private sector for 8 years, today you are now telling us that what you were doing was wrong. Is that why you are now admitting that you knew that this was wrong, and you were doing it in 2017? You were doing it in 2018. You were doing it in 2019. You were doing it in 2020. You were doing it in 2021. When did you wake up from sleep? You are now out of sleep now. So your eyes, you can see clearly. You can see clearly. But let me tell you why I propose that it should be extended in perpetuity. As we speak today, in 2028, you will be passing an expenditure in advance of appropriation. And in that expenditure in advance of appropriation, you will technically be proposing to impose this tax even in the 3 months. So at the time, when you now appropriate expenditures in advance of appropriation, and you are already taking credit of taxes that are expiring, who is supposed to pay that? Who is supposed to pay that? As we speak today, January, February, and March, you know that your expenditures that you are appropriated in advance, you are already spending this sunset amount of money. And I'm saying that in order to eschew that, let's take it out. This is not the position of the government. This is to ensure that we have certainty in the collection of our taxes. If you feel that you are not comfortable with that, if the removal of that makes you happy, if the removal today, how is the removal today going to reverse the conduct of you from 2017 to 2024? Will that correct the taxes that you were imposing on the same businessmen for 8 years? Is that what you are saying? Mr. Speaker, in order that my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the former defense minister. You use these monies to buy aircraft. You didn't know that it was a private businessman's money. You didn't know that it was increasing the cost at the port. Today you have removed the log, and so you can see very clearly. Mr. Speaker, if that pleases them, Mr. Speaker, if your government did that in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Mr. Speaker, if this proposal, if this proposal is what will clean their sins, Honorable Kojo Ponkroma, I will abandon this proposal and now tell me how that reverses your 2017, 2018, 2019. How does that reverse it? So, Mr. Speaker, I abandon the proposal. Let them live with their sins. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I will give the floor to Honourable Patrick Boma. But before doing so, let me place on record that second reading of a bill is a very crucial stage. The fact that you are putting a question on the second reading of a bill doesn't mean the bill is passed. It doesn't mean that you are putting the question on any proposal at the second reading stage. The proposals will only inform the House in doing a consideration of the bill. So these proposals may translate into the proposed amendment of the bill. So to say that if a proposal is allowed, which one are we putting the question on? The question will still be on the second reading, but the proposals during the debate at the second reading goes to help the entire House to propose amendment when we come to a consideration stage of the bill. Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very important we look at the report and what it seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, you refer to Article 106, and the report, if I may refer you to paragraph 6.2, Roman 1, on the fiscal impact. The committee also noted that with amendment, an estimated amount of 2.86 billion will accrue to government. Mr. Speaker, that is the fiscal impact of the bill before us. If I'm to ask the chairman of the committee how much he seeks or government seeks to raise if he extends the sunset clause in perpetuity, what answers is he going to provide us, Mr. Speaker? Very well. I want to hear him.
Honourable members, because we have a long way to go, honourable members, at the conclusion, well, Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, we have only few women on our side. My respected colleague, Koko Asante, has been on her feet for a long time. She is a member of the committee. I humbly pray that you grant one each before leadership, because she's been on her feet for a long time. So please, Mr. Speaker, please grant her just 5 minutes, then I can have a bite, please.
Honourable members, for me, I don't have a problem. But a situation where we agree that two from each side will contribute.
Mr. Speaker, it's a plea.
And
just 5 minutes.
we will have to go beyond it. For me, I have a difficulty when we set the ground rules and we tend to break the rules.
Mr. Speaker, it's a plea. Kindly bear with us. Mr. Speaker, please.
Well, honourable members, what is the pleasure of the House? Majority Leader, let me hear you on this issue.
Ayarga, let her speak before I come. She's a woman. She's a member of the committee. Mr. Speaker, just grant 5 minutes. She's been on her feet since. Please.
Honourable Minority Leader, I have made myself clear that when leaders agreed on the number of persons to be taken, I think the leaders must again confer and ask me to go beyond that particular number to accommodate. So, Majority Leader, what's your view on the issue? members, there are other bills that others can have the opportunity to contribute. So at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as
Mr.
many
Speaker,
as are in favor of the motion, say aye.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Those against say no.
No, no, no.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker. No, no, no. Mr. Speaker, what you're doing is not... Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Ayarga, this is not the practice. No, no. This... No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no.
Mr. Speaker, item number 3. Item number 3. Mr. Speaker, let's take item number 3. Item number 3.
All members, order. Order.
No, but he's already put the question. He's already put the question. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, our duty in leadership is to help the chair to manage the House. Mr. Speaker, it was my turn to speak, and I made a prayer that instead of me going ahead to make my submissions, grant our sister, who is a member of the committee, some 5 minutes because she's been on her feet for a long time. Mr. Speaker, if you are refusing that application, then I should have had the opportunity. I was praying for you to grant her 5 minutes to have a bite, because it was my turn to make a contribution. Mr. Speaker, then you went ahead to put the question. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, let's not set a certain precedence that would create problem for us as a House. With the greatest respect, a practice like this will not help all of us. You cannot deny an application for a member who is a member of the committee to make a contribution, and also go ahead to deny the minority leader his right to make a contribution. Mr. Speaker, no. I think that we should not. Honorable my respected colleague, Majority Leader, please, Mr. Speaker, sought your view on that application. If he was refusing, so be it. But Mr. Speaker, to go ahead to say you are putting a question whilst on my feet to deny me my right to be heard, Mr. Speaker, please, let's retreat and do the needful.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you see, when you are not in the chamber and you come in and you don't ask for proper briefing, that is what happens. It's true. You are not in the chamber. You don't know what happened. You don't know the understanding. In fact, we had concluded a debate. Your ranking member had finished. And then Kojo Oponkuma pleaded for an opportunity, and the speaker was so magnanimous, he granted him an opportunity. You were not there. And you just moved in, and then you wanted to start rehash the debate all over again because sitting in your office, you had heard the debate, it was exciting, and you want to participate. We had concluded. The Minister for Finance himself had concluded. And then the chairman of the committee had concluded. So what was it about a member of the committee must be given an opportunity to also have a bite because she's a female? She was here. The minority whip was here. If you so wanted a female to contribute, you would have given her the opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that leadership have not been given an opportunity. I have spoken to the matter. We contributed to the debate. You just came in. And you gave every opportunity to any member of your side who wanted to participate in the debate. So please don't create an impression that people are being guarded in the building, in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have already concluded. You have put the question, we have voted, the matter is concluded. So let's move to the next stage. There are several bills that we'll be working on. There are several reports that we'll be working on. And so if the honorable member wants an opportunity to contribute, she will have several opportunities to contribute. If the leader wants an opportunity to debate, he will have several opportunities to do so. But on this matter, we have concluded. We have concluded.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me start off by saying that we on this side today, Speaker, you will bear me witness, we have been cooperative, extremely cooperative. Look, all the financial bills we have supported for their passage. Leader, if you recall, and Speaker, you guided us when you quoted Order 167. Because of the introduction of the amendment, at the second stage, a matter came up that we had to deal with. I stated my position. The Honorable Oponkuma sought your leave. He also stated his position. And then we dealt with that matter. And Speaker, you guided us accordingly. Subsequently, you opened it up and said that we should start the debate. So the initial discussions were on what he was trying to do, trying to smuggle a matter through the back door. So that the focus was on what you were introducing. It wasn't the substantive debate. So it was subsequently that the Speaker allowed that we should open up the debate for the discussion to start. So, Leader, I think it's below the belt when you say that the minority leader was not in the chamber. Many occasions you stood out. No, Leader, with respect. Many occasions you also stood out. No. But were you here throughout? I beg you. Leader, when you speak like this, I mean, it's not good for us. Carry the house along. I thought what you said was below the belt. He cannot be here all day. You get up intermittently. We visit nature's call. We all do that. It's natural call. You can't pin the minority leader in his seat and say that at that material moment he wasn't here and therefore he cannot speak. That is way above, below belt. Speaker, so we had just started the debate. The ranking member has spoken. And earlier on, even the contribution of the Honorable Boama was in respect of Order 167. When you directed us, it wasn't a substantive debate. Let's get it clear. So I think we have just begun the debate. And Speaker, as the minority leader, the respected minority leader call.
Honorable.
Grant them, either the honorable member or he himself.
Honorable.
Conclude, and then we can
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Because we are minded to cooperate.
Honorable Minority
You
Chief
should be
Whip.
grateful to us for the cooperation.
I don't think nobody accuses you of not cooperating. When the minority leader was on his feet, the indication was that he was seeking my indulgence to have one more person speak on the bill. Honorable members, when we agreed that there will be two comments, and when the motion was moved by the minister, Honorable Adongo presented the report and made a proposal. Honorable Ayarega spoke. They are all from my right side. Honorable member, you spoke on the issue. The ranking member spoke on the issue. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah spoke on the issue. Honorable Patrick Boma spoke on the issue. The indication from the leader was not that he wanted to personally speak on the issue, but the indication was that he wants a member behind to speak on the issue. And I indicated clearly that for me, I have no option. But the problem that I have is to agree on one thing, and then we'll come to the floor and do another. I am personally not happy about it. So, Majority Leader, this is the application being made. And Majority Leader said, no, let's go by the rules. So if the Minority Leader intend to do a personal contribution, but not for any other person to speak, being a Minority Leader, I would have given him the floor. I would have given him the floor. But his plea persistently was that a member from behind should contribute. So, honourable members, why are we doing this to ourselves? You know, the treatment of the leadership is different. So to create the impression that I have denied him the opportunity to contribute, that is far-fetched.
Speaker, so shall we make progress then?
Yes.
Yes. So let's make progress, Speaker. Let's make progress. And we should exhaust, leader. Speaker, my plea to you is that let's exhaust those who want to make commentary. And then I see leader is eager to call the next business. We are ready to support.
As leaders,
yes,
guide me as to the number of contributors in view of the period in which we are.
With respect to you, with respect, there were no prior agreement. We did not agree on the number of contributors. We did not. Echampong, if you are here, we did not agree. We did not. Speaker, it came on the spur of the moment, and then some numbers were mentioned. We did not come to any agreement. That's a statement of fact. So my prayer to you is that we should please, the original call was to allow the Honorable Koko to speak. Would you grant her the opportunity to speak, please?
Honorable leaders, I will crave your indulgence to put your heads together, and then you can advise me as to the number of contributors I'm supposed to take. Majority and the minority leader, guide me as to the number of contributors I'm supposed to take, and I will abide by that.
Mr. Speaker, on this matter, you have put the question to a vote. We have voted.
Yes.
So whatever has happened, we will apologize to one another, and then we'll move on. But you cannot say that we should relitigate a matter that we have already voted on. As a House, we have voted. So let's move on, and then subsequently we can find ways of making amends. But on this occasion, we have voted. The question has been put, and we have voted. We have voted already. We have voted. Let's move on.
So we are making good progress. She will speak. You can decide the number of minutes you want to accord. She will speak and then...
Honorable members, in view of the fact that I put a question, let's agree the subsequent bills that we'll take on the number of contributors.
Yeah, but Speaker, you see, when we keep doing this, it's not fair on their part. It's not fair. It's not fair. Speaker, I am saying that, first of all, there were no prior agreement. We did not agree on the number of people to speak, the number of MPs to speak. There was no prior agreement. Huh? We have cooperated with you. All your financial bills, we've done them for you. We have supported you. Why just one person speaking? What is the issue with that? And Speaker, the rules are in your workshop. You can interpret it the way you wish. Nobody should say that the Speaker has put a question. There have been several times that questions have been put, and the Speaker can decide to amend. We are at your beck and call.
Honorable Anor Dompre, this is the fourth bill that we are taking in successive.
And we have done
from
well.
Each side, how many people have spoken to the bill?
Speaker, well, the initial ones, there were just about, I think, two apiece, two on each side. Yes. This matter is because of what the chairman did, the controversial thing he did. Yes, so that, Kwame, that's what generated the problem.
Mr. Speaker, please order paper addendum item number 3.
Included on this. So let's conclude on this. Table of issue.
An act to amend the Special Import Levy Act 2013, Act 861, to extend the period of application of the Special Import Levy.
Honourable members, the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the second time. Honourable members, motion number 3. Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 3 on today's order paper addendum be now taken. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. This is a procedural motion. As many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, item numbered 4 at the order paper addendum, page 2. The Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Section 1 of Act 861 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, we are inserting 2028 after levy.
You are inserting
Mr. Speaker, we propose to amend by inserting 28 after levy. Mr. Speaker, I so propose.
Yes, what is the amendment to clause 1? Is there amendment to clause 1? Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee says he's inserting. What are you inserting? We are at the consideration stage, and this is where we make laws. Please do the appropriate thing. You say you are the chairman of the committee, move the appropriate amendment, and you think that this is the time to be doing anything anyhow. Do the right thing. If you say you know the rules, do the let's see. Do it and move to amend. Move it. Let's see how you move. Let us see how you lead discussions on this. Let's see. You are amending what? That's not the way to do it. Do the right thing. Learn the rules. Because you don't know the rules. Do the right thing.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is not even necessary. It's abandoned because it's in the body of the bill.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the clause actually does not need an amendment. It doesn't need an amendment. So he's now saying so. That the clause does not need an amendment. 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 So the chairman has abandoned.
Honourable Minority Leader, let them one at a time. So if Majority Leader is on his feet, I will give you the floor as soon as he resumes his seat. Let me listen to one at a time.
The chairman has spoken.
Honourable members.
Chairman has said.
Honourable members.
The chairman has.
When a bill is at the consideration stage, any possible amendment is not limited to only the chairman of the committee. Any member of the committee is entitled to propose amendment to the bill, if any.
Let's pass. It's okay. Let's continue.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, from the chairman of the committee, there is no proposed amendment. No advertised amendment. Honourable members, clause 1 is for the consideration of all members. The committee doesn't have advertised amendment, but the law allows any member to propose amendment. Is there any proposed amendment? Yes? Get up and do your proposed amendment and give us the new rendition. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader was on his feet. I rose to draw your attention to something. You asked me to sit down, wait for him. When he's done, I'll come in. Mr. Speaker, I keep saying that the new precedents that are being set, we are all following. We are all following. We are writing them down. The chairman of the committee is the one leading this bill. This has been the practice since I entered this house. He takes us through the clause by clause. Mr. Speaker, it is never the practice that at consideration stage, any member at all can get up to lead the bill. It is the chair or whoever is in charge of the bill. If the chair is not there, the vice chair or a member of the committee who is in charge of the bill will lead the clause by clause. Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, the chairman got up and said something. We want clarity. It should come from the mouth of the chairman. Mr. Speaker, we are all learning. Mr. Speaker, we are all learning. I don't know it all. I don't know it all. I make mistakes. I want to be corrected. The chairman must rise in his place and start the clause by clause. We want to hear from the chairman. He should start it. He should start it. Let's know from the chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think I have heard the chairman saying that the committee doesn't have advertised amendment on clause 1. And I have indicated in this house that though the committee doesn't have advertised amendment, in line with the decision of the Supreme Court in Ezuame versus Attorney General, I will then give the floor to all the members if there is any proposed amendment. It is in the absence of proposed amendment from the members that I will put the question on the clause. So it is not the case that if the committee doesn't have advertised amendment, no member of parliament can propose amendment to the bill. That is not the position. Is any member having a proposed amendment to the bill? Honorable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the long title.
An act to amend the Special Import Levy Act 2013, Act 861, to extend the period of application of the Special Levy, Import Levy.
Speaker, just for the records, Mr. Speaker, just for the records, the chair of the committee rose and said he was inserting 2028 in clause 1. Mr. Speaker, in clause 1, the 2028 is already there. But he said that he was inserting. That is what I wanted clarity on. I wanted clarity on that. But he has not said for Hansa that he has abandoned it. Don't worry. You can appear to be disrespectful. That's okay. For me, we are learning. Don't worry. That is why you are not the Minister of Finance. Don't worry. I won't go that low with you. I won't go that low with you. You are being disrespectful. You are condescending. Take it easy. We're learning. Take it easy. Mr. Speaker, he said that he was inserting 2028. He said he was inserting 2028.
Honorable members, Honorable Minority Leader, you cannot raise any issue with the clause after the question is put on the clause. So, Honorable Minority Leader, you are completely out of order. Honorable members, the long title.
Yes.
They should read the long title. Honorable members, the long title has been read. Any proposed amendment, there is no advertised amendment in the name of the committee. Honorable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to be part of the bill. Honorable members, we have come to the end of consideration stage of Special Imports Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable members, motion number 5. Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion.
Honourable Minister.
That motion advertised as item 5 be moved today. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable member, this is a procedural motion. Moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 5 on order paper addendum, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable Finance Minister, motion number 6.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time.
Honourable Minister, hold it. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, with your leave, I would want to pray in this honorable House for us to go back to consideration stage. We are moving for second consideration, Mr. Speaker, and accordingly, if you come to clause 1, I move that (2028) be deleted and insert 2026. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Mr. Speaker, my justification is that, Mr. Speaker, it's been the position of government to help the ordinary Ghanaian to do business, to bring the cost of doing business down. Now, if we continue this, extend it to 2028, what it means is that our importers will continue to suffer. If the position in the past was that, we should help the ordinary Ghanaian businessman, then it is my humble view that it should be seen to be
Honourable Minority Leader, I recognize Honourable Majority Leader.
2026 and 2026
I recognize Honourable
the
Majority
appropriate
Leader.
time to end this
I recognize Honourable
Very well,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, please do.
Mr. Speaker, second consideration of bills, outstanding orders, Order 171. And I want the leader, the minority leader to 171 to take his copy and let's go through it. 171.1 says, where a member intends to delete, amend, or introduce a provision in a bill which has passed through the consideration stage, the member may, immediately before a sponsor rises to move the motion for the third reading of the bill, move that the bill passes through a second consideration, either wholly or in respect of a particular part or parts of the bill or some proposed new clause or new schedule. It's not too late. This is the right time because he was just about to move for the third reading. Mr. Speaker, notice of this motion is not required, so he didn't need to give notice. If the motion is agreed to, the bill shall immediately pass through a second consideration stage. Who should agree to the motion? The House. The House. If the motion, a motion is not
The Speaker doesn't decide on motions. The motion is agreed to by the House.
Members of Parliament.
We haven't agreed yet that we should take it through a second consideration stage. We haven't agreed yet. We haven't agreed yet. We haven't agreed yet. So you have moved a motion that we should take the bill through a second consideration stage. Let the House decide on that motion first before you start moving, start arguing about the clause that you are concerned about. So, Mr. Speaker, put the question on the motion to take the bill through a second consideration stage. Let us vote on that. If we agree that we will go through a second consideration stage, then you can go ahead.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Instead of going ahead to propose an amendment that 2028 be deleted, first move a motion for the House to give you the opportunity to take the bill through a second consideration.
Mr. Speaker, you see his mouth, when he starts his mischief, there's a way his face looks. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, these are not trivial matters. This House is governed by its own practices and conventions. Mr. Speaker, we are at Mr. Speaker, my friends should hear me. Mr. Speaker, it has never happened in this House. It has never happened in this House. They agreed to, Mr. Speaker, the interpretation being placed on that phrase is not accurate. Mr. Speaker, you are in the chair. You would have to agree to my application, not the House. Mr. Speaker, otherwise, members will be denying an opportunity of making important inputs in lawmaking. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, what the majority leader read is not what he's asking the House to do. Mr. Speaker, let's read the provision one more time. Notice of this motion is not required. And if the motion is agreed to, Mr. Speaker, the context of this phrase, please, Honorable Majority Leader, please bear with me. The context is what is important. It is not saying that the Speaker would have to put a question for the House to take a decision before. Mr. Speaker, that is not the intent of this provision. Mr. Speaker, they are setting a certain precedent. He's up with smarts because he knows that he's about succeeding with the mischief. Mr. Speaker, don't be led into temptation. Don't be led into temptation. A certain precedent is being set. It will come and hunt one day. It will come and hunt one day. It's going to hunt you one day. Let's not allow. Mr. Speaker, I have made the application. You've granted it. I am moving, and then he arrested it. The ball is in your court. If you want me to move the motion and give the reason for moving the motion, for you to put the question, I don't mind. But it will become part of the records of this House. You've been part of lawmaking in this House, Mr. Speaker, and you know how we go about this. If you are making a new precedent, I don't have a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, what is your pleasure?
Honorable members, we have all been in this House for some time. When there is a consensus, then the motion together with the amendment can be taken together. But where we don't have a consensus, it means you have to move a motion. That is why Order 1712 is saying that the notice of this motion is not required, meaning that you remove the motion without giving notice So the necessity of you moving a motion is covered by the rules. Now, it went further to say that, and if the motion is agreed to, so which means when you move the motion must be carried. When the motion is carried, it means that the House has agreed onto the motion. Then the bill shall immediately pass through a second consideration. So a bill passing through a second consideration is premised on a motion without notice. 2, the motion must be agreed upon. But honorable members, in this House, where there is consensus, then we go ahead to take the motion together with the proposed amendment as second consideration. But when we don't have the agreement, then it means you have to move the question. Let me put the question.
Speaker, you have given an interpretation to Order 171, and I take it that by this interpretation, you are upholding the preliminary objection by the majority leader to the effect that upon moving the motion, there must be a decision by the House before the next stage is triggered. Mr. Speaker, that will be fair enough, and it will be good to guide us. I have no qualms at all with it. So let me move my first stage motion, let the House take a decision, and then we make progress. Mr. Speaker, no. Please, Mr. Speaker, let me move my motion so that we take a decision on it. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that this House proceeds with second consideration of this bill in accordance with Order 171 and 2 of the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion for us to go to second consideration stage, I am minded by the NDC government's own policy on alleviating poverty and reducing the burden on importers in this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to extend special import levy up to 2028. And I hold a view that would mean further burdening the importer,
Honorable Majority Leader,
who otherwise has an expectation that he is going to enjoy some tax relief.
I recognize Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
Mr. Speaker, exactly what I'm trying to draw the attention of the minority leader not to do. Mr. Speaker, under the pretext of trying to move for a second consideration, he is seeking to put forward the arguments for a reconsideration of a particular clause. We haven't gotten there yet. Mr. Speaker, the rules are very clear. You want us to take the bill through a second consideration. You have moved already that we should take the bill through a second consideration. And then you were moving on, and I said, look, stop there. Let us vote on your motion for a second consideration. So what is left is rather for us to respond to your motion for a second consideration. Then you put it to a vote, and then we move on. Mr. Speaker, We cannot allow the minority leader to go on and on and on and on about a matter that we have even agreed that should be discussed. Because it has been discussed. The bill and the clause has been discussed exhaustively. You cannot relitigate it without the approval of this House.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think the application is that the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill be taken through a second consideration. Now, when the motion has been agreed upon, I'm talking to you, when the motion is agreed upon, then you will go ahead and move your amendment, and after moving the amendment, then you can give reasons for your amendment so that members can agree with your reason and your new rendition, or not to agree upon the reason and your new rendition. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I think we must be patient with one another because this House is a learning chamber. Mr. Speaker, a motion cannot be lame. A motion cannot be lame. You and I are practitioners, and we know that in moving a motion, you must ground it on something. At least I should address this House on the reasons for moving this motion at the first stage. How can I move a motion without telling the House the purpose, the reason for the motion? The motion is even being done without notice. I must give you a background to the motion. And when I have done that, that is what would inform members as to whether to agree with me or not. I can't just get up and say, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that we go to the second consideration stage in accordance with Article Order 171, 1 and 2. I can't do that. That would make the application lame. So, Mr. Speaker, I am only attempting to give a background to the application. Then you can move, you can put the question on. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, all I am submitting is that if we maintain the bill in its current position by allowing a third reading without going to second consideration, the Kokompe traders, the Abobloshi traders, the Abosoken traders will be worse off because those at Kantamantu and all those traders in Kumasi, in Tamale, in Tama, in Takradi, in Swame, all these traders, importers will suffer because this government will be extending this special import levy up to 2028 against its own campaign promises. Mr. Speaker, that is the basis of my application for us to go to second consideration stage. Mr. Speaker, at this point, if the House so pleases, we should go to second consideration stage. However, you have to put a question on this per the application by the majority leader, which you ruled in his favor. Mr. Speaker, I'm done with the first stage.
Honorable Minority Leader.
I'm done with the first stage of the application.
Honorable Minority Leader. You see, all that you have said, you haven't proposed any new rendition for consideration. But you were arguing. No, I'm not joining the debate, but I need to understand what exactly you are doing. Well, let me take response to your application from the Honorable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think ordinarily it is when a member misses the opportunity provided under Order 170. If you miss an opportunity provided under Order 170, then you can convince this House to give you an opportunity for a second consideration. Mr. Speaker, the member was sitting here in this chamber. He was present. He was here when we were taking the clause through consideration stage. And Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, I heard you asking members if they had any amendments they wanted to propose. You asked several times, Mr. Speaker. You gave several opportunities for members who had proposals to bring the proposals. If the member had a proposal, you would have brought it, Mr. Speaker. So after we have finished and we have taken the bill through consideration stage, then you now come and want to drag us back. Mr. Speaker, let's not further waste our time. We are opposed to the motion for a second consideration. Mr. Speaker, put the motion to a vote and let us vote on the matter, and then let's continue.
Yes, honorable members, I will do exactly the same. Order. Honorable members, honorable members, order. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, your attention is being drawn to Standing Order 126, which is very clear that when the person presiding is speaking, all others must resume their seat and listen to the speaker in silence. Honorable members, I have looked across one of the bill. The proposal is to take the bill through a second consideration to delete 2028. Well, honorable members, I will then put a question that all those who are in favor of the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill, after consideration, be taken through a second consideration, say aye. All those who are against the motion, say no. Honorable members, honorable members, the noes have it. The motion is not carried out. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yawoma. Honorable members, order. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yawoma, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I bring your attention to the procedures for voting under Standing Orders 151, 152, and 153, particularly under Standing Orders 153 on the procedures for division, and ask for a head count, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
Well, honorable members, Honorable Patrick Yawoma has invoked the standing orders by calling the vote to a division. So, Honorable members, I will therefore ask the clerk to ring the division bell and clear the lobby. Order. Please, clerks, please clear the public gallery as well as the lobby. Okay. The lobby is clear. Honorable members, the division that the honorable member invoked is a very important aspect of our procedure. So I don't expect members to be on their feet and be shouting.
So maybe you appoint this side as the eyes, the yes, the eyes, and this the nose. So if they appoint the two tellers,
Honorable members, Honorable Patrick Obama has invoked Standing Order 153, which is procedure on division. Has invoked Honorable members, Order 1531 reads, the Speaker shall direct that the lobby be cleared in the case of a division and the division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. Honourable members, 2. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority and minority or independence caucus to appoint 2 tellers, each to observe the division process after a lapse of 5 minutes. So, accordingly, the minority leader and the majority leaders are required to appoint 2 tellers.
So Manilo, who do I announce? So, but the rule says that the Speaker shall announce the names of the division clerks and the tellers.
Honourable minority leaders, will I have the name of the tellers? Honourable majority leaders, let me have the name of the tellers. Yes, Honourable majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, are you preparing for a head count?
Honourable member, it's 153, so they will file past the division room. Members will file past the division room.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to be guided. I also want to be guided. I want to be guided because I have looked at 151, and 151 says when the question has been put by the Speaker at the conclusion of a debate, the vote shall be taken by voice indicating aye or nay or abstention. Despite Rule 1, the Speaker may, instead of declaring the results on the voice vote, call for a head count or electronic vote. The Speaker may call for a head count or electronic vote. A member, and this is where I think we should pay attention. 3, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. The Speaker may, the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, so clearly, you cannot just jump to go and challenge the voice vote using 153. You can't just jump to 153. The person challenging the voice vote must come under 1513. So a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker. So if you are challenging the decision of the Speaker, you should come under 1513. 1513. And when the speaker's decision is challenged, the Speaker
determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. So there are two options here, head count or electronic vote. That is why I asked whether we are preparing for a head count, because those are the options available to us. We don't just jump to division, but head count first.
Honourable Member, most grateful. Yes, Honourable Patrick Yaboma.
Mr. Speaker, I think the majority leader was not listening to me. I requested for a head count under 1513. That was my application.
Honourable Member, that is where the problem is coming from. 153 is not about head counts. Very well, very well, very well. Honourable members, in the circumstances, we need to do a head count. So, the clerk. Yes, Honourable Kinsilinyako.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, when the application was made, you made a determination by indicating that there should be division. Why are you suddenly changing your decision? Because no, we must be. I'm making.
Honourable members, I am capable of responding to him.
My point is that, Mr. Speaker, before you made that determination, you should have averted your mind to our own
members, order. Honourable member, your point is that a determination has been made. Therefore, if my attention is drawn to the appropriate order, I shouldn't do the appropriate thing. Is that what you mean?
Mr. Speaker, our colleague wanted clarification.
Let's do the head count.
He was on his feet for clarification.
All those,
now we are doing head count, Mr. Speaker.
All those who are voting for aye. All those voting for aye, may you be standing. Those voting in favor of the motion, may you be standing. Honourable members, rise in your place to be counted. Honourable members, those voting in favor of the motion, rise in your place to be counted. Members, honourable members, during counting, you cannot be moving about. Honourable members, during counting, you cannot be moving about.
is he allowed to take pictures in the house? The leader is taking pictures. Leader is recording us. Is that allowed? Why is the majority leader taking pictures?
Honorable members, you may resume your seats. Honorable members, those against the motion, stand in your place to be counted.
Minister, today you are here.
I can see all of a sudden. Right round.
How was?
So you have to ask me. Yes, please kindly resume your seats. Honorable members, at the end of the head count, those in favor of the motion, that is those who voted aye, are 58 in number. Honorable members, those who voted against the motion, that's those who voted no, are 126. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, accordingly, the vote is lost. The noes have it. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we accept the results of the head count. Mr. Speaker, we know that the majority is a majority of 187. With all their power, they could only bring 126. Only 126. Where are the 51? Even when we started, they were just about 70. They used delayed tactics to bring their numbers. Upon all of that, just 126. Ochinasu tomorrow.
Honorable members, let's make progress. Camilo.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, motion number 6 at page 2 of the order paper. Third reading.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so the third reading.
Yes. Minister for Finance.
Move your motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the motion is moved for the third time. The Speaker second the motion. Honorable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, we'll continue with item number.
Honorable member, let me put a question.
Put the question.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor of the motion number 6 on the order paper addendum page 2, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Special Import Levy Act 2013, Act 861, to extend the period of application of the Special Import Levy.
Honorable members, the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, if you oblige me, I'm not. Would the leader allow this space? Would the leader allow this space? Mr. Speaker, you put the question, the ayes have it. But just to qualify the ayes, they are 126, not 187.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think on this occasion you are again completely out of order. Honorable members, the Special Imports Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is now read a third time and passed. Honorable members, motion numbered 7. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable member, will you kindly resume your seat? Honorable Blaise Oti Blaise, resume your seat. Honorable Oti Blaise, resume your seat. Honorable, resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Minister for Finance. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that item advertised as item 7 on today's order paper addendum, page 2, be now taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the motion number 7 has been moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honorable members, motion numbered 8. Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for calling me. We just did counting, and the number they gave us is wrong. We are 158, and when we count,
Honorable member,
even now we are.
You say what is the number?
It's not easy to read members.
Honorable member, you say what is the number?
We are 158. As I'm speaking to you now, we are even 159.
So at the time it's 158.
58, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
members,
So
whether it is 126 or 158, I think the motion is lost.
Recount.
Honorable members, the fact remains that whether the total number at that time is 158 or 126, the motion is lost. Honorable members, motion number 8. Honorable members, order. Motion number 8. Honorable Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025.
He is now moving the motion numbered 8. The procedural motion was moved by the minister, seconded by Adongo. Yeah. Then I put the question. But he is now moving motion numbered 8. Honorable Honorable Minority Whip. Speaker, the motion on the floor is the motion numbered 8, and he is here to move the motion.
Speaker, with respect, I have followed procedure, and I have been following the day's procedure. I saw my minister move the procedural motion, and Speaker, he moved the procedural motion, and the chair seconded it. But I don't recollect the question was put. Oh, I don't recollect that. If it was done, fine, we can move on.
Honorable member,
Speaker, it is not out of malice. I am following the procedure.
Honorable member, the clerks at table can confer and confirm to you.
Speaker, shall we proceed then?
I have duly put the question. Motion numbered 8.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the period of application of the Growth and Sustainability Levy to 2028 and increase the rate of the levy on mining companies only from 1% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, global prices have seen some significant increase. Global good prices in particular has seen some significant increases. But unfortunately, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage of the development. Right, Honorable Speaker, last year around this time, gold price was approximately $2,100. Today, gold price is about $3,000. Mr. Speaker, we have seen some significant increase in the prices of gold. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage. So, Speaker, as a country, if there is a tax that we have not done well, with, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with taxation of economic rent. Mr. Speaker, taxation of economic rent refers to the cost of producing a natural resource commodity and the cost of and the revenue. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Ghana, the cost of producing gold as against the revenue that accrues to the country, the rent is about 14%. Right, Honorable Speaker? Unfortunately, taxes that accrues to the state from this rent is only 1.5%. You claim 14% of GDP in terms of rent, yet the country benefits only 1.5%. So, Speaker, last year around this time, as I said, gold price was about $2,100. Gold companies, mining companies were making enough profit. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, gold price has moved from $2,100 to $3,000. $3,000. $900 extra per ounce. So, Speaker, the question is, why is it that the country is not benefiting from these natural resources? Right, Honorable Speaker, in countries like Australia, they have taxation called windfall taxes. So anytime gold prices hit that level, the country benefits. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not benefited from this excessive increase in gold prices. Right, Honorable Speaker, what this bill seeks to do is to take advantage of the gold prices that is going high and has still been projected to go high. So, Speaker, so that as a country we can benefit from our natural resources. So, Speaker, it is only right for Ghana to benefit from this tax. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are of the opinion that this House must support for Ghana to benefit from the international prices of gold that is going up. Mr. Speaker, I have subsequently engaged with a number of mining companies. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that in the meantime, as we introduce this tax to rake in some extra revenue for the state to take advantage of the world market price, Ghana as a country must develop a proper taxation regime to tackle the economic rent, that accrues to the country. So, Speaker, this will not be the first time. Most countries have introduced taxation of economic rent, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we do not have it. So, Speaker, as we speak, South Africa has taxation of economic rent to take advantage of those taxes. So, Speaker, not only South Africa, but most countries, resource-rich countries, has that tax in place. So, Speaker, in the case of oil revenues, we have an embedded windfall taxes in the petroleum agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to mining, we do not have such a tax. So all what we are trying to do here is to take advantage of it. Mr. Speaker, again, it's only right for me to update the House that growth and sustainability levy is not a new tax. Mr. Speaker, this particular tax started under President Kufuor. We used to call it National Reconstruction Levy. Mr. Speaker, it was implemented between 2001 to 2008. The then President Kufuor introduced that tax and it was implemented. Mr. Speaker, President Mills also decided to introduce the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy around the same lines, the same tax. That was also with us. It was continued throughout the regime of President Mahama until 2016. But, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy was also extended, and later the name was changed from the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy to Growth and Sustainability Levy, Mr. Speaker, under President Akufo-Addo. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a new tax. It has always been with us. It has always been extended. So, as the tradition goes, Mr. Speaker, President Kufuor introduced the National Reconstruction Levy. President Akufo-Addo introduced the Growth and Sustainability Levy. So, as the tradition goes, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Jirapo, says it's like key soap. The tradition continues, Mr. Speaker. So, it is not a new tax. It is not a new tax. We are only continuing the tradition. But in this case, we have seen an opportunity for the Republic of Ghana to benefit from. And that opportunity has to do with an increase in the world market price of gold. So, Speaker, it is only right that the Republic of Ghana benefit from this increase in gold prices. So, Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion is moved for the second reading of the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill. I will then give the floor to the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I submit the report of the Committee of Finance. In doing so, I will go through portions of the report and request hands up to capture the entire report as though the same was read on the floor. Mr. Speaker, the rationale of the bill. The committee observed that in 2023, the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023 Act 1095 was enacted to raise revenue for government and fiscal sustainability of the economy. The levy was to be imposed on the profit before tax of companies and institutions and on production in the case of mining, upstream oil and gas companies specified in the first column of the first schedule to Act 1095 to be reviewed in 2025. The committee observed that government has introduced a bill to extend the period of application of the levy to 2028. The minister explained that the levy was a key revenue source for government and that the extension will enable government to raise the needed revenue for development. The minister informed the committee that the bill also seeks to increase the rate of the levy on mining companies to 3% to enable the country to take advantage of the significant increase in the price of gold in recent times. The committee noted that given the current economic challenges and the need to raise the needed revenue in order to put the economy back on track, the bill has been introduced to extend the period of application of the Act. Mr. Speaker, the minister indicated that the fiscal impact of this bill is that it will help government to rake in some 3.59 billion to support the fiscal sustainability of our country. Mr. Speaker, the minority had concerns. The minority caucus expressed some concerns that government use of tax lines outside mining agreements to raise funds and indicate that they do not provide certainty for investors in the sector, a situation that could undermine investor interest in Ghana. They asked the minister to come to Parliament with a comprehensive review of the fiscal regime to ensure that investors can plan properly. Mr. Speaker, the committee, under recommendation, having carefully scrutinized the bill, proposes the following amendments. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee has, by a majority decision, recommends to the House to adopt the report, approve the passage of the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025, subject to the amendment proposed. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved, the report has been presented, and at this stage, it is for the honourable members to debate. Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Growth and Sustainability Levy. The government is seeking to increase the levy by 200%, from 1% to 3%. That is about 200% increase they are seeking to achieve. Mr. Speaker, my friend, my brother, the Honorable Atu Kwame Nfosin, has said repeatedly that the mining sector is a leading sector in economic growth. And this is demonstrated by the data. Mining and quarrying contributed 9.4% to GDP, the growth of GDP in 2024. I am wondering why the minister will seek to overtax a sector that is leading our growth. The goose that lays the golden egg is being killed through 200% increase in taxes on a sector that is leading our growth. Mr. Speaker, the minister is prioritizing revenue over growth. By getting this revenue, growth is compromised. And so I'm not surprised that he's projecting the mining and quarrying sector to grow by 3% in 2025. This is not good for our economy. And this is why the minister's growth projection for this year is so low.
And this, Mr. Speaker, is abysmal performance. Mr. Speaker, the levy, growth and sustainability levy, Mr. Speaker, is a levy on gross production. A levy on gross production, which means that it has the same features as royalty. And so if you add it to the royalty rate of 5% negotiated in the mineral agreement, the effective rate of royalty is now 8%. If this amendment is passed, mining companies will be paying effective rate of royalty of 8% when you have negotiated 5% in their mineral agreements. You are simply distorting the fiscal regime that underline the assumptions governing these mineral agreements. Mr. Speaker, we have indicated to the minister that if he wants to tax windfall profits, he should come very well. He should come through the mineral agreements. He should bring the Minerals and Mining Act for amendment to include a resource rent tax through which he can renegotiate the mineral agreement and collect those taxes without distorting the fiscal regime. Using a tax handle outside the fiscal regime, outside the mineral agreements, Mr. Speaker, is not the right way to go. He has said that in the oil industry, we have additional oil entitlement, which is used to tax windfall profits. In the solid mineral industry, we also have the resource rent tax, which is used to tax windfall profit. And so the minister should come and introduce the resource rent tax in the Minerals and Mining Act, and that he can then use it as the basis to tax mining companies. He cannot be using a tax handle outside the mineral agreement. This does not create certainty for investors in the industry. He's simply distorting the industry, and investors will not come to Ghana as a result of what the minister is doing. Mr. Speaker, we also have stability clauses in these mineral agreements. I'm wondering what the minister will be saying to the mining companies, even though he's well aware that these mineral agreements have stability clauses. He needs to have a tax system that allows both government and the companies to achieve what we call economic equilibrium. But when you do not do that and you distort the tax system, and for that matter, the mineral agreements, you have distorted the assumptions underlying those agreements. And this will not incentivize any mining investor to come and invest in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Chamber of Mines has already voiced their concern against this amendment. If the minister has consulted them, I'm wondering why the Chamber of Mines petitioned the Finance Committee, complaining about the effect of this on their operations. Mr. Speaker, even if there is justification to tax mining companies more, how about the non-mining companies? Because this bill, Mr. Speaker, is also seeking to extend the sunset clause from this year, 2025, to 2028. The minister was right that this is not a new tax. It is not a new tax. But this tax was supposed to end in 2025. And so for a government that is resetting the country, one would have expected that this government will not extend the sunset clause. For a government that is promising the Ghanaian people that they will abolish taxes, one would have expected that this government will allow this levy to end this year. But by extending it to 2028, it is not only affecting mining companies, but it's also affecting many non-mining companies. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, these companies include banks, includes non-bank financial institutions, insurance companies, telecommunications companies. The Honorable Minister for Telecommunications is here. Your companies are going to be taxed with a reintroduction of the levy from 2026 to 2028. 5%, which should have ended this year, is going to be extended for another 3 years. Mr. Speaker, breweries, inspection and valuation companies, bulk oil distribution companies, oil marketing companies, communication tower operators, companies and institutions registered by the Securities and Exchange Commission, specialized deposit-taking institutions, electronic money issuers, shipping lines. This tax should have ended this year. The minister is seeking to extend it to affect all these companies who will be paying 5%. And Mr. Speaker, this is a levy on profit before tax. A levy on profit before tax means that it is going to affect transaction cost. And where transaction cost is affected, ultimately is the consumer that suffers. The consumer that suffers. And so I am wondering why the government will abolish e-Levy and then they are reintroducing the growth and sustainability levy on electronic money issuers. I am wondering why they will abolish e-Levy and they are reintroducing 5% tax on profit before tax for telecommunication companies. Mr. Speaker, this is like giving something to somebody with the right hand and taking it back with your left hand. Mr. Speaker, this is what this government is doing to companies, as if making profit is a crime. These companies must make profit, because it's only when they make profit that they can grow, that they can expand, and that they can employ more people. The people you are dismissing from employment can only be absorbed by companies that are making profit. Mr. Speaker, this is what this government is doing to the Ghanaian people. And we have to remind them that they must live by their promises to the people of Ghana. You want to abolish tax? We support it, but we will not support you to increase more taxes and increase the tax burden on the Ghanaian people and worsen their circumstances and their conditions of life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister and the Chairman of the Finance Committee has stated clearly that this is not a new tax. In fact, this particular tax has been with us. It has been part of our tax regime for over 2 decades. And Mr. Speaker, all that we are doing is to extend the tax, the sunset clause. And the only difference is that we've increased the rate for mining companies from 1% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the former finance minister asking why we are taxing the sector that is giving growth, I was asking myself why he will ask that question. Would you rather have us tax those that are not doing well? Do you want us to tax teachers? Do you want us to tax nurses? Do you want us to take more from the cocoa farmers who are struggling? Is that what you want us to do? That is clearly the difference between you and us. That is the difference between you and us. We have decided to give more to the suffering Ghanaians through the abolition of the e-Levy. We have decided to give more to Ghanaians through the abolition of the betting tax. And we are asking the mining companies that are making super profit at this time that give us a little to develop Ghana. Is this too much to ask? So, Mr. Speaker, we have chosen not to tax Kayais. We have chosen not to tax the suffering Ghanaians. In fact, the incidence of this tax on the mining companies is on the big companies that are making big profits. So that is clearly the difference between you and us. And allow us to implement this to develop Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this report. Mr. Speaker, we on this side are unable to support our colleagues on this particular revenue bill which they have brought. unlike we have done on the other bills, for a specific reason. It's because the way they are going to collapse the private sector in this country. Yes. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the finance minister and his deputy, they are laboring under the misapprehension that what they are enacting affects only the mining companies. That is incorrect. Please look at the details. You see, first of all, you have based your entire calculation on what you call the rental when it comes to mining, the economic rent when it comes to mining. And you are making the argument that the economic rent, please listen, don't shout, listen. The economic rent when it comes to mining, you are saying is 14%. That 14% is economic rent for the entire extractive sector, not just mining. It's for the entire extractive sector. In fact, Honorable Minister, I can share with you data from the World Bank that disproves this assertion that you are basing this revenue measure on. And so it is important that you disabuse your mind of this assumption that the 14% is for mining. Therefore, mining companies are making so much profit, and so you should tax them some more. If you look at the World Bank data, it's not just for mining, it's for the entire extractive sector. Now, because of that, the second implication of what you are doing is that, you see, you are assuming that gold prices are rising, and so tax these mines some more. What about manganese? What about bauxite? This same assumption you are making will now end up making the companies that operate in those areas make a lot more losses. And so this is your assumption on which basis you are imposing this particular tax. And let's be clear, this is a new tax you are bringing from 2026 to 2028. This assumption is flawed. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, it is very heartbreaking to hear the finance minister here in this chamber says that the tradition must continue. The tradition must continue. The tradition must continue. But when you were campaigning, you were talking about reset. Yeah, but reset is not equal to continuing the tradition. If you campaign that this tradition was not good enough and was stifling industry, how can you argue today after people have voted for you and you have become the big men and women that the tradition must continue? This particular tax is dying on the 31st of December 2025. Please do not reimpose it from 2026 to 2028 under the guise that the tradition must continue. And my last point, it's not just about mining or even the extractive sector generally. As the former Minister for Finance has explained, it affects several other industries, financial institutions, banks, non-banking financial institutions, insurance companies, telecoms. And the effect is that all of these who have already agreed on their profit before tax and their profit after tax with their parent companies, what are they going to do? They're going to pass it on to the consumers in the value chain. And so we pray you to reconsider this particular tax that you want to impose from 2026 to 2028. That is why we are unable to support you on it. And not just imposing it from 2026 to 2028, but also increasing that of the mining companies by 200%. We think it's untoward. We think that it will kill or collapse private sector in this country. And so please reconsider your position. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, before giving the floor to the finance minister, let's agree on the number that we are taking. Yes. How many more would I take? Well, honorable members, it's been agreed that we should take 3. So, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I'll come to you and take the 3 from here as well,
Mr.
if you are mindful. No. Then 3-3. 2 has spoken from your side already. So I'm giving the opportunity to the third person. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Well, hold on. Honour Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, fair enough. After him, leadership.
Very well, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance came to this House to propose some fiscal measures, one of which is what we are discussing today. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it plainly and in simple language so that the Ghanaian people can appreciate what the Finance Minister is trying to do. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is saying that for mining companies, whenever they produce the gold, bring the gold to me, I'm going to charge 3% on the total gold you have produced before you can go to determine whether you make profit or loss. That is basically what the Finance Minister seeks to do. And, Mr. Speaker, if the argument is that we want to tax economic rent or rent from the mining of gold, one would have assumed that such a tax should be imposed on the profit of the mining companies. But if you impose tax on the gross production, on the gross profit of a mining company, you are basically adding into the cost build-up of the mining company. And such a measure is pure, if you like, for the purpose of the plundering of the resources of the mining companies. And, Mr. Speaker, such a measure should not be condoned by this House. Such a measure should not be condoned by this House, because when we do that, tomorrow, the Finance Minister will come and tell us that bauxite mining companies, manganese mining companies, they are making windfall, so we should tax their gross production. Mr. Speaker, there is also another reason why the Finance Minister should not be given this opportunity. He explained that we should support him because there is no framework for taxing resources rent in the context of solid minerals. Mr. Speaker, the fact that we are inefficient in developing models and frameworks to taxing economic rent should not be visited on the mining companies. The government has to take the responsibility of designing, of targeting the relevant people, of targeting the relevant production, and targeting the relevant economic activity that will produce the rent. You don't visit on the whole sector a policy that seeks to punish everyone due to the inefficiency of government. Mr. Speaker, he also explained that it is only a stopgap measure. Mr. Speaker, what kind of a stopgap measure will run for 2026, 2027, 2028, 2020? Mr. Speaker, a stopgap measure should only go for, say, a year. What sort of a stopgap measure will run for 4 years, Mr. Speaker? And that is the more reason why it is difficult for us to support such a measure. Mr. Speaker, the other argument is that we want to protect our mining resources, we want to fight galamsey. Mr. Speaker, in this House, today we have approved as a bill the special import levy. We have also removed the 10% VAT on mining, on the proceeds of small-scale miners. The argument we advanced for that was that we wanted to stop galamsey. Mr. Speaker, what this measure is doing is basically reversing the gains we have made by the tax we have approved. In other words, on one hand, we are removing 10% VAT because we want to stop galamsey. On another hand, we are charging 20,000 basis points. We are increasing this tax by about 20,000 basis points, Mr. Speaker. That is 200% increase in the tax rate, from 1% to 3%. So it is like robbing Paul on one side to pay Peter on the other side. Mr. Speaker, that is not good policy. That is not good resource management. That is not good fiscal policy. In other words, this policy is not going to, it's only going to aid galamsey. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the argument is also that the Chamber of Mines, Mr. Speaker, the Chamber of Mines made the committee. They spoke. If you listen to them, you will understand their pain. Mr. Speaker, what they said, which is telling, is that some of their members are in the deep hole. Some of their members are in a deep hole. And by the blanket application of this tax measure, you are basically putting those people deeper down the hole. And on top of that, you are heaping coal on them. You are going to burn them. What is the essence of a tax measure that does not provide security, that does not provide safety for those at the bottom? One of the cardinal principles, trial knowledge of taxation, is fairness. Mr. Speaker, a tax measure that is not fair, that does not provide safety, that does not provide cover for those at the bottom, is not a good tax measure. And this tax measure has not done that. The chamber met us and they complained bitterly, Mr. Speaker. We even agree that as a minimum, let's give them the time to go and consult. They had engagement. They were supposed to have engagement with the president. Up to today, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has not reported to us whether or not that engagement has resulted to a positive acceptance of this tax measure. He has not reported to us. And without such a report, and we pass this particular measure, we are basically calling the bluff of the Chamber of Mines. Without that report, and we pass this measure, we are basically burying the sector that is contributing to our growth. Without this particular report, we are basically saying that the sector that is contributing to our growth should not prosper. Mr. Speaker, these are the reasons why we think that the House should not accept the bill in its current form. We are ready to accept the bill if we come with relevant amendment that incorporates the consent of Chamber of Mines, that incorporates the consent that this tax is not fair, that incorporates the fact that this tax measure is not helping the good people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, the minister will conclude.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph 8.2 of this report reads, the committee by a majority decision recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the passage of the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025, subject to the amendment proposed. The Speaker, so clearly from this report, our side, the minority, does not support this bill. Two reasons. One, we've read through the mischief of government in this bill. The government is aware that this law, which expires in 2025, 31st December, at 1%, they are taking advantage of their goodwill now to increase it 200%, trying to rush it through Parliament because of their numbers. Mr. Speaker, this government is fully aware that there should be no rush if a law expires 31st December 2025. Why are you in a hurry? Because you want to increase taxes on the blind side of the Ghanaian entrepreneur. Now you say you want to attract investment into the country. You are even introducing what you are calling the gold board and all, to encourage mining activities and to encourage investors in that sector. But in the justification by the finance minister, he focused only on gold, forgetting about other sectors, other areas, other minerals. Mr. Speaker, it is strange that this government that came into office promising Ghanaians that taxes will be repealed is now imposing more taxes on Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7.1. And by the way, start bringing your people in because we are going to vote on this. I've seen many empty seats, so start bringing them in. I've counted, you're only about 70. Bring them in so that you don't challenge the vote again. Bring your people in. A lot of empty seats. Anyway, let me go on. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7.1. The committee, having carefully scrutinized the bill, proposes the following amendment for the consideration of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, clause 2. They are deleting and inserting a new schedule. For those who were asking me to provide evidence of increase in taxation in this bill, listen to this. You are amending from 1% to 3%. And you say the tradition goes on. You are not even ashamed. Mr. Speaker, I've been asking this question and I will ask it for the umpteenth time. Is this government really for the private sector?
Ask again.
Is this government really for the Ghanaian entrepreneur? Some few minutes ago, you extended the special import levy. You even wanted to do it for, into perpetuity until we saw through and stopped you. And then now you're saying you're extending it to 2028. Now you are done with spare part delays. You are done with Aboso Kai businessmen. You are now burdening the Swame businessman. You have now moved to the mining sector. And then you claim that they are making supernormal profit. Do you have proof of their financial statements? Have you listened to the industry players? And like my respected colleague Kabiru said, you are aware that the industry players have petitioned you, yet the Ethiopia Mahama administration is going ahead. You are not listening to industry players.
Honorable Minority Leader, I recognize the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, when they are on their feet, we allow them to finish. When it gets to our point,
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking.
you see, I've been mentioning that the rules are clear.
Yes.
That you don't speak a language other than English. When you speak another language, you translate. So when such a thing happens and a member is on his feet, I am inclined to recognize the member.
Mr. Speaker, bear with me. So you want me to interpret the Ethiopia?
Yeah, so when you say it and the member is on his feet,
all right, you should sit
I have
down.
to recognize the member.
I'll interpret the Ethiopia.
I have recognized the member.
You've recognized him?
Yes.
Very well. No problem. Have a bite, Honorable Chair.
It's clear that the minority leader was not at committee. We got a petition from the Chamber of Mines. We called them, gave them audience, and they made their case. And it is not true that the industry players were not listened to. The industry players petitioned the committee. We invited them to come and make their case, and in the end, we arrived at a conclusion, which is what we have reported to the plenary. So I just wanted to make a case that it is not true that industry players were not listened to. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Ghana Chamber of Mines and Industry has issued a public statement on this matter within the last 1 hour. Within the, yes, it's here. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the concerns they have raised have not been addressed. And I'm saying that the government should not be in a hurry. The government should not be in a hurry to rush this through. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is in a hurry. What is the time? It is getting to 9 p.m. And he wants to rush this through. Mr. Speaker, a caring government will listen to the concerns of industry. Mr. Speaker, how can you increase by 200%? Mr. Speaker, this government on its campaign platform promised the people of Ghana that there will be no taxation, no taxes at all. You said you are going to repeal taxes.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader. I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this government formed out of the National Democratic Congress Party did not promise Ghanaians that there will be no taxation. Mr. Speaker, the government specifically, the party listed specific taxes, the incidence of which fell heavily on the poor and ordinary people of this country, especially the e-Levy, and said we will repeal those ones. And Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our promise, we are in the process of repealing those ones. There was no promise not to tax. There was no promise not to tax. So please be guided.
Honourable member, take note and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this government made promises to the ordinary Ghanaian. The impression that it created during the campaign was that there will be no taxes. The impression you created, which impression led to your victory, was to the effect that you will not tax industry. You would allow industry to retain their profit for reinvestment. Today, the Aboso kind people have been given a raw deal. You have imposed a levy on them and extended to 2028. Now you've got into the mining sector. Mr. Speaker, we are opposed to this because this government is not listening to the industry players. They are just in a hurry. In any event, let me ask a simple question. If you claim that this tax is already in existence and expires 31st December 2025, why are you in a hurry? It's getting to 9 p.m. It's getting to 9 p.m. Why are you in a hurry to rush it through? At least, if for nothing at all? Why not maintain the 1%? Why are you increasing?
3%.
Clearly,
We are extending an increase.
today, your true colors have been exposed. You've exposed yourselves. Ghanaians have gotten to know who you are. You came to impose taxes on industry. Mr. Speaker, you claim you are repealing e-Levy. You repeal e-Levy in one with your left hand and collect more taxes with your right hand. Mr. Speaker, this is most unfair. And besides, you are increasing the period to 2028. Mr. Speaker, we are opposed to this. And Mr. Speaker, we will not wait to go to consideration stage. At this very stage of considering the principles, we will vote on this. We want Ghanaians to know that your majority is not a majority that cares. Your majority does not care about the ordinary Ghanaian and the business community. You are not even a listening majority in this chamber. You don't want to listen to the views we express for the right thing to be done. The finance minister will not listen. The finance minister will not listen to good counsel from the minority. Because he's made up his mind that what he will do is what he will do. Mr. Speaker, we are going to vote against this. And we are not going to tolerate
Honorable
the
Minority
majority
Leader.
dictatorship in this chamber.
Honorable Minority Leader.
How can you increase?
I recognize Majority Leader. Majority Leader, you have the
How can you do
floor.
this?
Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader has given very clear indication the direction of things. He says they are going to oppose. Mr. Speaker, can we have an indication as to how much speaking time people should have on these matters? Because we are clear that even if you speak for 1 hour, we are going to vote in the end. So let's just go ahead and vote. Let's just go ahead and vote. So, Mr. Speaker, let's have a clear indication as to time for leadership to speak. Clear indication as to time for leadership to speak.
Honorable Minority Leader, try and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, this thing started some few weeks back. I decided to ignore, but today and this very time, this evening, I want to respond. Mr. Majority Leader, most respectfully, I shall continue to accord you every respect. Please allow debate to flow. It is very clear to me, that you are not ready to listen to dissenting views, and particularly those who come here to heckle. They come in during voting time. Those who really want to debate, they stay. We have few of you who stay in for debate. When it gets to voting, you are whipped in, and all you come is to make noise and distract and to be heckling. Mr. Speaker, the point here is the finance minister should stand down this bill. There should be further consultation on this matter. The industry players have issued a statement.
I recognize the minister responsible for communication.
The industry players
yes, Minister for Communication
have expressed some concerns.
Honorable Minority Leader, I recognize the Minister for Communication.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are all colleagues in the House. For the minority leader to say that some of us don't come to the chamber and we are only whipped in to come and make noise when it's time to vote is offensive and must be withdrawn because it is unparliamentary. He must apologize and withdraw.
Yes, Minority Whip.
Speaker, you had earlier recognized the Minister for Communication to speak. Speaker, may I refer you to Order 115? Order 115. The Minister for Communication is in direct breach of Order 115, and therefore I invite you to rule him out of order. Yes, and his comments should be expunged from the records. Check. Open your records. Open your orders. Go and sit on your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I am in my seat, and Mr. Speaker, I want to state for the record that in this House, it is unparliamentary, it is unbecoming, and it is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, if it was any of the first-timers at the back who failed to attend orientation, who are going to behave that way, we will forgive them. But not when it is the Osahini who is the minority leader. He must set a good example. He must withdraw and apologize to this side of the House. And so, Mr. Speaker, he must withdraw.
Honorable Chris Lunyako, please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think the minority leader, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader was still on his feet when my good friend, the communication minister, got up to interrupt him. I know that. But Mr. Speaker, the reason I rose up is because you ever ruled here that when the leaders are on their feet, it is only the two leaders who can rise up on a point of order against them. I want your guidance on it. Whether we are still sticking by the same rules or the rules have changed. Because Sam George is not sitting here. He is now a minister. And I've also seen a new person sitting at the front bench, and he's been shouting. He keeps shouting and banging the table. Mr. Speaker, he would either he goes to sit at his place or he behaves as a leader.
I should not be banging the table, but Mr. Speaker, I really need your guidance on the first point I raised. I thank you very much.
Honorable members, let's get it clear. When you are on your feet speaking, we listen with a rapt attention. Honorable members, when you are debating and you are out of order, sometimes we know. It is at that point that if a member is on his feet, we are inclined to listen to that member. Honorable members, when there is no issue or point of order and you are on your feet, the speaker may ignore you. Honorable members, let's be guided by the rules. For you to say that some members do not come to the chamber, they only come to make noise. Let's consider this statement as to whether it is offensive or it is not offensive. Honorable members, though the leaders have a right to debate without interruption, does not necessarily mean that when a clear case is made, I will not listen to the member. Honorable members, if the use of the word, some members do not come to the chamber, they only come to the chamber to make noise, according to our rules, is offensive, then I will call on the minority leader to do the needful and let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with my submissions, let me, in accordance with your directive, restate my point that members must be patient and listen in silence. I keep reminding the majority backbench that if they disrespect our front bench, they shouldn't expect the leader of the House to be respected. Because, Mr. Speaker, when the leader is on his feet, we try to listen. Even this afternoon, the leader went below the belt, but I restrained myself. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is unacceptable to be yelling, recklessly heckling when a leader is on his feet making an argument. And Mr. Speaker, you did indicate that on such occasions where there will be even the need to interrupt, it should take the leader to interrupt me. But not when backbenchers will be shouting and all that. But, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, when they start heckling, they start hiding their faces. Be bold and let me identify you. When we meet at the coffee area, you and I. Show your faces. Let me see. Mr. Speaker, that is on a lighter note. It's all right. Mr. Speaker, all we are saying is that this government must act in good faith.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader.
Government must act in good faith.
Honorable Minority Leader. I urge upon you to do the honorable thing and let's make progress. So please, Honourable Minority Leader, please.
Speaker, so my colleagues at the backbench, respectfully, let's have some tolerance to listen to one another. I promise you that to the extent that you will be quiet and listen, you won't be hearing phrases like you are making noise. You won't hear that. So you be quiet. Don't make the room noisy. Don't make the chamber noisy. Just be quiet. Mr. Speaker, I would want to encourage the government, by way of conclusion, that the government should act in good faith.
Honorable Minority Leader, I humbly call upon you to do the honorable thing.
If I'm concluding, I will say it. I will do it in conclusion. Please, leave that to me. Mr. Speaker, the government must act in good faith by standing down this bill for further consultation. That said, I would want to take away the aspect of my submission that my colleagues who were heckling were making noise. And that I would also urge them not to be doing that again. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Honorable members, a point of order was raised when a minority leader was speaking. Honorable members, the words that some members do not come to the chamber, they only come to make noise, is ordered to be expunged out of the record as offensive and against our own standing order 1232. I accordingly direct. Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been asked whether the government believes in the private sector. Mr. Speaker, today, the government brought proposals to this House to abolish a number of taxes. And all those taxes that were abolished inure to the well-being of the private sector. We just approved the abolition, the repeal of the e-Levy. And in doing that, government is allowing the private sector to keep 2 billion Ghana cedis. 2 billion Ghana cedis. We were asked whether government is concerned about the private sector. Let's just keep ourselves in the realm of the mining industry. There are two categories of miners in this country. We have the small-scale miners, and then we have the large-scale miners. The large-scale miners very often are not even owned by Ghanaians. The small-scale miners are mostly owned by Ghanaians. And in this chamber today, we have no tax concessions in favor of the small-scale miners. Withholding taxes that they ought to have held their gold after they have mined. We have repealed those provisions in our income tax legislation, leaving no money in the hands of small-scale miners. This just happened today in this chamber. And in relation to the large-scale miners, we are saying that gold prices have increased astronomically. In some cases, about 100%. Are hardly benefiting from the increase in the prices of gold. Mr. Speaker, don't forget that when you extract gold, it is gone and gone forever. So if you gave somebody a mining concession at a time when gold prices were low, and on the basis of the loss to that person, when gold prices increase astronomically, it is only equitable that you share some of the increment with that person. It's only equitable, only fair. And Mr. Speaker, when you read the report, the committee itself outlined it, that the World Bank has indicated that the economic rent that is kept by the miners is 14%. 14%, the economic rent. 14%. And we're only asking them for 1.5% of that. That is the old tax regime. And this government is saying that let's move it a little higher to 3%. 3% of 14%. The global figure is 14%. So we're only asking for 3% of 14%. It is not even 3% to reduce it to, let's say, they're now keeping 11%. No, it is 3% of the 14%. When you do the actual calculations, we are only taking even less than 1%. Less than 1%, if you really do the calculations.
Majority Leader, I recognize the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want the Majority Leader to notice the patience, the disciplines, the silence on this side. You see? There we go. There we go. Mr. Speaker, they kept quiet and listened to him. Anytime our side is up, you hear the noise. We were quiet listening to him. Mr. Speaker, after the Majority Leader's submissions, we are going to take a vote. We have counted you. You are 78. You are 78. You must have your numbers. The fact that you are going to have the yes vote does not and get counted. If you don't come, we cannot count you.
Honorable members, one of the bases for which a debate should be interrupted under Order 122. Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor. Majority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader complains about being disrespected when he's on his feet. But Mr. Speaker, when a Minority Leader rises on a point of order to interrupt the debate of a Majority Leader, only to show that his side is silent, Mr. Speaker, you will definitely get the response that you get from this side. Because it is not a point of order. It is not a point of order. When I speak and people are silent, it is because I do whatever I can to focus on the subject matter. To focus on the subject matter. Mr. Speaker, please, let's keep to the rules. Let's keep to the rules. If we keep to the rules and we argue in ways that are consistent with our rules, we will get the corresponding response from either side. Mr. Speaker, the point I was making is that I've heard my friends on the other side complain that the tax is on profit. Mr. Speaker, the problem we have with the mining industry is that if you wait for them to declare profit before you tax, very often they will find ways and means of reporting to you that there was no profit. In most industries, if you are waiting for them to declare profit, all they will do to you is to pad production costs and engage in ingenious pricing and accounting mechanisms that make it impossible for you to even tax them. And that is why in the extractive industry, it is difficult to wait for them to declare profit before you tax them. And Mr. Speaker, this government is not the one that started taxing the industry before profit. This is not the government that started taxing them before profit. All we are seeking to do is to continue an innovative tax regime that you devised. You devised the tax regime. We are only extending a tax regime that you found very, very convenient and appropriate. Mr. Speaker, when you imposed the tax in 2023, you called it Growth and Sustainability Levy. Growth and Sustainability Levy. And the committee's report says that the levy was to be imposed on profit before tax of companies and institutions and on production in the case of mining, upstream oil and gas companies specified in the first code. This was a tax devised by the regime in order to deal with the challenge of growth and sustainability that confronted this country in 2023. And this country agreed. Mr. Speaker, we're not yet out of the woods. Indeed, growth inched up. We grew by 5.7%. We have huge arrears. We haven't paid our debts. We haven't paid the arrears. And so it is necessary for us to continue with this tax legislation to deal with the problem that it was devised to cure. That is why we are continuing with this tax instrument. And in the case of the mining industry, that is why we are increasing the tax rate. Mr. Speaker, it only continues with the policy of the NDC government to focus on the rich to support the poor. That is in keeping with our social democratic orientation. That as a social democratic party, in one day, we will repeal e-Levy about the fact that their extractive industry about the fact that their extractive industries are not taxed enough. The resources are getting depleted and Ghanaians are not seeing benefit from the natural resources that God has endowed us with. Indeed, there are many who think that this tax measure is not even enough. In many jurisdictions, it is not that easy for you to get concessions on the terms that we give to the mining companies operating in our country. In many jurisdictions, you can't go into the country and own, let's say, 90% mineral rights. You can't find it. I have been consulting for people in the mining industry, and I have traveled to other jurisdictions. they won't allow you to own up to 90% of mining rights. In some jurisdictions, you will be lucky if you are able to retain 50% of mining rights. Yes, they will give you an opportunity to deduct your cost of production, but when it comes to the profit, they will want to share with you almost equally. So this country has been very, very magnanimous. And that is why it is time for us to begin to reset the economy. And reset the economy also means that resetting the terms of the relationship between Ghanaians and the operators in the extractive industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our colleagues to support this policy because we need to continue to sustain the growth. They have said that the 4% that we have even said is unambitious. If we are to even retain the 5.7% growth, we need these policies. If these policies enabled us to grow last year by 5.7%, why do you think we should take them out? Why do you think we should take them out? When you are urging us to try and sustain that growth. So, Mr. Speaker, let me urge our colleagues that let us not drag this. You've seen the results of the first vote. It was obvious. There is no need for us to vote on this matter. Our colleagues are not far away from the chamber. A few of them are breaking their fast and are just around. If you put us to a vote, I can assure you that the numbers that we challenged earlier, the results of the second vote will exceed that. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it is necessary. I'm urging my colleagues to listen to the finance minister to wind up, and then we can conclude on the matter.
Honorable Finance Minister, your concluding remarks.
Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank your good self and members of Parliament for their contribution. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to clarify some few points. First, Mr. Speaker, the statement that came from the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma that we are taxing all mining companies and what is happening to manganese companies and the rest. Mr. Speaker, the answer is that the focus is not on manganese companies, only on gold mining companies. And so if you look at the bill that was submitted in the committee's report, the answer is that we are not taxing all extractive industry. It is only gold mining companies. Mr. Speaker, secondly, there was a comment that is the government compromising growth? Mr. Speaker, the answer is the government is not compromising growth. Mr. Speaker, you don't tax sectors that are not doing well. I cannot decide to add additional taxes on agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, and I cannot, for example, decide to tax the cocoa that is not doing well. Or decide to tax the ordinary Ghanaian whose living standard has deteriorated over the years, including the tax on sanitary pads. That is not what I'm seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, when the cost of living has deteriorated over the years, my tax policy should not be targeting those ordinary Ghanaians that are not doing well. Mr. Speaker, the gold sector is doing exceedingly well. It's doing exceedingly well. So it's only rational and prudent for a Minister of Finance to identify the sector that is throwing out abnormal profit and tax them accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that we are all politicians. Mr. Speaker, we are all politicians. We have our political parties and our lineages. Mr. Speaker, but there comes a time that you decide to support your country. Mr. Speaker, the time is now. When mining companies are making abnormal profit, you are saying that we shouldn't tax them, but we should rather tax the ordinary? Is that what you are suggesting? Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that mining companies are doing well. And so I'm surprised that you are opposing this progressive tax. Mr. Speaker, this tax is progressive. E-Levy is regressive. Mr. Speaker, betting tax is regressive. We are introducing a progressive tax. That is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, aside that, all what we are saying is that we are social democrats. We believe in protecting the poor. We believe that if the rich or companies are making good profit, tax them and redistribute it. Mr. Speaker, the tax that is coming in, the tax as we are going to benefit from, we are going to use that to increase the school feeding program. We are using that to increase the allocation going to the LEAP. Mr. Speaker, we are using those taxes to buy sanitary towels for school girls. That is called redistribution. That is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, that's what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, for the records, this tax, growth and sustainability levy, was introduced to this House in April 2023. Mr. Speaker, for the records, April 2023, this tax replaced the original National Fiscal Stabilization Levy. Mr. Speaker, for the records again, at the time, the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy did not include a number of taxes. This tax, when MPP decided at the time to introduce the growth and sustainability levy, the party that said they believe in private sector imposed 5% profit before tax on bulk oil distribution companies. Mr. Speaker, they imposed 5% profit before tax on oil marketing companies. Mr. Speaker, they imposed 5% profit before tax on communication tower companies. Mr. Speaker, they imposed 5% profit before tax on companies providing upstream petroleum services. Mr. Speaker, the same MPP that believes in private sector imposed 5% profit before tax on companies and institutions registered by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Mr. Speaker, it's the same MPP that introduced a new tax to this House, imposing a tax on electronic money services. Mr. Speaker, they did not only introduce e-Levy, but rather they imposed 5% tax, 5% tax on electronic money issuers, mobile money companies. Mr. Speaker, is this a party that believes in the private sector?
Recognize Minority Leader. Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, on a point of relevance, I rise on 2 points. Relevance. What the Finance Minister is trying to do is to take advantage of his closing remarks to get his people into the chamber to vote. That's exactly what he's doing. To extend, Mr. Speaker, the argument on the floor is very simple. You don't overtax a company that is doing well. You don't overtax a sector that is doing well. If they retain their profit, they reinvest to create employment, and you should know this. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister must sit down and listen. I listened to him. Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Speaker, he was misleading.
Honorable Minority Leader, a point of order is not an opportunity to re-argue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not re-arguing. If you listen to me, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to me, I'm not re-arguing. It is his contention, Mr. Speaker, it is his contention that when a sector is doing well, that sector must be taxed for the purpose of redistribution. Mr. Speaker, that is not right. You are educating more jobs.
Let's take a look at Standing Order 122. Which one of them are you coming under?
Mr. Speaker, I think you should delete everything that he has said, because he has not raised any point of order. He's trying to debate.
I'm inclined to rule that the Minority Leader is completely out of order. Honorable Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, for the records again, Mr. Speaker, for the records once again, as before April 2023, Ghana never had a tax of 1% of gross production for mining companies. Mr. Speaker, it was introduced by the MPP. For the first time in the history of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, at the time they introduced it, gold prices was $2,100 per ounce. Mr. Speaker, today gold prices have increased to $3,000. And you are saying what? Mr. Speaker, the very group of people that introduced that tax are saying that this tax is 1% of gross production. The same finance minister who introduced it has now turned round to say that this tax is 1% of gross production. Is he criticizing himself or criticizing his own policies? Is that what they are doing, or is it because the tables have turned? Mr. Speaker, I've said it, and I'm saying it again. We all have our political parties, but Ghana first. Ghana first. Think about your country. Support your country to grow. Let your country benefit from the abnormal profits being accrued because of the international gold prices. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must benefit. Mr. Speaker, I've only been in the office as a Minister of Finance for less than 2 months. Mr. Speaker, at the right time, I will reappear. I will submit a proper legislation targeting taxation of economic rent. Mr. Speaker, countries have done it. Countries have done it. It is now time for Ghana to do same. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to that particular tax, we have failed as a country, and I will take steps to correct that so that Ghana can benefit from that. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I ask all members of the House to support this. To support this. To support this. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader said that the finance minister is not listening to us. It's not listening. Mr. Speaker, I can't listen to an ill advice. I cannot accept an ill advice. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana have entrusted the NDC with the power to reset and help move the country forward. Mr. Speaker, we have identified sectors that can contribute their widow's mite to support the economic growth, and gold mining sector is one of them. We are not taxing them to collapse. We are asking them to contribute their widow's mite for economic development. Mr. Speaker, for information, in fact, as a result of the increase in the world market price of gold, more gold mining companies are coming to our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, the sector will boom and boom again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 8 on the order paper addendum.
To move that motion advertised as item number 9 on today's order paper addendum, page 3, be taken today. I so move.
Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's almost 9:30.
Order. Honourable members, order.
Speaker, let the record reflect that our side has been very cooperative. In fact, the front bench, the leader himself came late, and members of the front bench leadership came late. I sat here and I've supported you. Honorable Champion, if he's here, he will bear me out. Since yesterday, even reports that were not ready, we found a decent way of laying them. Speaker, I think at this point, even their side, I can see exhaustion in their faces. Now, would you listen? Speaker, I know how important these revenue bills are. However, we have about 47 motions to be taken before we can pass the appropriation. No, I'm just cautioning. You can use your numbers to get through, that's fine. We have done, in terms of the motions specific to sectors, we have done only 7 out of the 47. You've done roads, we've done environment, we've done energy, we've done just a few. 7. Speaker, I'm scared. Today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday, we are billed to rise on Friday. Is it practicable? Midday tomorrow, most of the report would have crystallized. Then we can move the light of speed.
Honorable Minority Chief, we've made your point. Let me hear the Majority Leader on the issue. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are ready to continue. We are ready to continue.
Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion is moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. Therefore, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honourable members, item number 10 on the order paper addendum at page 3. The Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration. Honourable members, Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration, clause 1, committee.
Section 4 of Act 1095 amended.
Chairman of the committee, any amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, there being no proposed amendment, I will put a question. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 1, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is accordingly ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 2.
Schedule to Act 1095 amended.
Chairman of the committee, any amendment?
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Clause 2 will delete and insert a schedule to Act 1035. The principal enactment is amended in the schedule by the substitution for the second rule of category B. B1, gold mining companies, gross production. B2, other mining companies and upstream oil and gas, percentage 1% of gross production.
Honourable members, amendment proposed. It is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I want the chair to bring clarity to the amendment one more time. I just want him to bring clarity to the amendment. The schedule What exactly are you doing, most respectfully?
Honourable Member, I think the schedule is being amended by adding B2.
Are you the class prefect? When are we headmaster?
Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Chairman, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we are substituting for the schedule the first column, category B. We have B1, which is mining companies, and then on row B, we have the percentages. So, gold mining companies, 3% of gross production, then B2, other mining companies and upstream oil and gas operations, we have 1% of gross production. The Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, also to support what the Chairman of the Finance Committee said. Mr. Speaker, in the original bill, you have category B, or in fact in the Act, mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies, 1%. All what we are trying to do here is to have category B1 and B2. Mr. Speaker, since the tax is only increasing on gold mining companies, the original rendition category B will now be divided into two. Then we'll have gold mining companies, 3%. Then other mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies, B2, 1%. The reason is to show clearly that you are only targeting gold mining companies and not all mining companies or extractives, so that it can become clearer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, there are two things being said here. Whereas the chair is talking about substitution of a schedule, the finance minister, in giving further explanation, is also more or less giving a new rendition. Can we have clarity? Can we have clarity on the exact amendment? Because, Mr. Speaker, what I have here in the report, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Finish your submission.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kwame, do you miss being a chief whip? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is proposing an amendment. The chair of the committee is also with a different amendment. Let there be clarity.
Honourable Minority Leader, how is the proposed amendment being explained by the finance minister, a different amendment?
Mr. Speaker, he wasn't explaining. You see, Mr. Speaker, you have been part of the lawmaking process in this chamber.
I have been part of the lawmaking process.
Mr. Speaker, when the chair of the committee proposes amendment, I had them captured in the report, page 7. The report signed by the chair, Honorable Isaac Adongo. And I'm saying that when the finance minister rose on his feet.
What is the proposed amendment captured at
Mr. Speaker,
the report?
That is what he read. Mr. Speaker, that is what he read. And I'm saying that the finance minister said something different. So I want them to clarify. Is what you are proposing to amend different from what is captured in the report? So, Mr. Speaker, please, let him clarify.
Mr. Speaker, my venerable leader is trying to wash the sleep from the eyes because he's tired. Because
Say you have withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Adongo.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Adongo, please withdraw.
I withdraw, reserve, all reserve.
Very well.
He said it's withdrawn.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what the finance minister sought to do was to explain the rationale behind splitting B1 and B2, which was originally not in the old Act. So we are substituting the schedule in the old Act, which doesn't separate the two, in order that we have B1, which is dealing with mining companies. And the mining companies, the focus is very clear that we want to target them for 3% of gross production. Then we create a sub B2, which now looks at other mining companies and oil and gas, so that we can keep the 1% that was originally in the old.
Amendment proposed by the chairman, and it's for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman stand part of the bill. Honourable members, long title.
An act to amend the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the period of application of the Growth and Sustainability Levy to 2028 and increase the rate of the levy for mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies from 1% to 3% of gross production.
Honourable members, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet. They have introduced other mining companies. It is not defined. They've introduced a new schedule that talks about other mining companies. Mr. Speaker, let us be patient and listen. They've introduced other mining companies in the schedule. Mr. Speaker, let our colleagues listen. Yes, you are in government, but you must listen. You must listen.
Yes, Honourable Patrick Yaboma.
Mr. Speaker, just to add to what the leader said, because if you read the definition of a mining company in the Minerals and Mining Act, it says that a mining company means a company which is or whose subsidiary is the holder of a mineral right granted under this act, but does not include A, a company listed on a stock exchange, or B, a company of which the market value of the assets held by the company or its subsidiary in Ghana represent less than 50% of the market value of all assets owned by the company. So it's very important for the proponent of this amendment to break down and give a clear definition as to what they are determining as other mining company. It's very important.
Honourable members, in the old schedule, do we have mining companies and other upstream oil and gas companies? What then is the meaning of the mining company? And if gold is taken out of it, gold is also a mining company, but gold is now being taken taxed at 3%. Others still remain at 1%. Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Minority Leader may be holding a wrong copy because the bill that is being discussed has the bill that is before us has a definition of other mining companies. Mr. Speaker, whether it was the Gold Board or whatever it is, the bill that I have before me, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know which bill you have, but the bill that I have before me has a provision in Section 2, Clause 2, Clause 2, that defines other mining companies. And it says other mining companies means mining companies that mine minerals other than gold. Mining companies that mine minerals other than gold. So it has been defined. It has been defined.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the only paper that was withdrawn and relayed was the gold board one. Mr. Speaker, let the records speak. Mr. Speaker, yes, this new amendment, this new one, it's not, no, because the majority leader has spoken into the records. It has this, what the majority leader is saying is not before the House. So the Honorable Boama and my good self are right. No, so, you know, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader would have to now withdraw that his submission, that document is already before us. Because he is saying that we are wrong. He is rather wrong. No, I'm him. You see, this is a house of records. You have not withdrawn it. The paper before us is the one with the mistake. So if you have a new document, withdraw. Then we cannot continue. We cannot continue the consideration. So, no, but majority leader, we are not wrong. We are relying on the document before us. But then make that correction for the records.
So, Honorable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let him make that correction for the records. We are not
The
wrong.
indication from the minority is that other mining companies have not been defined. So you can propose amendment for definition of other mining companies.
It's a consideration stage. We can change anything.
Honorable Minority Leader, the fact that the Majority Leader is going to move an amendment is indicative of the fact that you are right. Honorable Majority Leader, please move the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader is right in the sense that there was an understanding yesterday after the committee met that they will withdraw this and then replace it with a different bill which would have captured the amendment. But unfortunately, the withdrawal was not done. So, Mr. Speaker, I will seek your leave. I will seek your leave since we are still in the consideration stage to amend Section 12 to insert a Clause 2 which will read Section 12 of Act 1095 amended. The principal enactment is amended in Section 12 by the insertion after the definition of minister of, quote, other mining companies, unquote, means mining companies that mine minerals other than gold. So that is the new amendment. that will be introduced to give a definition of other mining company, which was actually captured in the bill.
Honorable members, new amendment has been proposed by the majority leader and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, we have heard the leader of the House. What he's just done is to explain to us the need to give a definition to other mining companies. But the chair of the committee would have to take a cue from the majority leader and now move the House. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable minority leader, I've made this point again and again that when a bill is under consideration, that is why the marshal will come and relax the rules. Any member of parliament can propose amendment to the bill. It's not necessarily the chairman of the committee. So this amendment is not standing in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard you. Mr. Speaker, Nagbojidi. Mr. Speaker, Nagbojidi Nam, Esia. Bojidinam Esia. Mr. Speaker, my point is that the majority leader has only explained the issue.
Honorable minority leader, he provided a definition. Other mining companies means mining companies that mine minerals other than gold.
That what, Mr. Speaker, with respect.
That was the amendment he's seeking to introduce.
Mr. Speaker, patience. Patience. You see why sometimes I complain when they're talking, Mr. Speaker, when they're talking, it becomes difficult for us to hear. So, Mr. Speaker, please take the definition. We can take it one more time, please.
Definition proposed. Other mining companies means mining companies that mine minerals other than gold.
Mr. Speaker, are we being definitive if we say means? Can't we include? If we are saying means, then perhaps we should indicate specifically the other minerals we are referring to. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying that instead of means, we should rather use the word include, so that we don't limit it. If we say, because Mr. Speaker, if we say means, other mining companies other than, what do we mean by other than? If we are using means, then it means that we are going to be very specific in our definition.
Honorable member, let's take the proposed amendment. I would direct the drafters to use the appropriate word.
Mr. Speaker, direct them to use appropriate word. But Mr. Speaker, that has not been the practice. It's when, because Mr. Speaker, we've been using include and means as and when it's appropriate. So if you say you direct them.
Honorable member, if you are using the word include, my little knowledge in legislative drafting means that you are delving into the principles of adjus dem generis.
Mr. Speaker, what do we mean by other mining activities? What do we mean by other minerals? Mr. Speaker, we have to be very specific. We have to be very specific. And this is a time to hear from the chair or any other member who is desirous of bringing finality to this matter. We have to ensure.
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, I do the rearrangement for us.
As it pleases you.
Honorable members, the amendment proposed by the Majority Leader is under consideration of the House. Honorable members, the question therefore is that as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the Majority Leader say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. I will further direct that the drafters should look at it critically for us.
Mr. Speaker, let the records reflect that his proposed amendment was further amended by and directed. Well, to include, I said that.
Honorable member.
You said, Mr. Speaker, respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. I came up with a further amendment. Your direction to the House was to the effect that you would want the draft persons to find an appropriate word to use. If you put the question without consideration,
Honorable member, I thought you've taken the cue when I said that using the word including means you are delving into a principle of ejusdem generis.
Speaker, I don't
and that
understand
is not
the
the,
Latin.
that is not the intendment here.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand the Latin. Help me. I don't understand the Latin.
I can explain it to you.
Yes, please explain.
Without necessarily taking part in the debate. Honourable members, if you use the word include, for instance, when you mention cassava, you mention carrots, you say including cassava, carrots, then it means that you are probably referring to all tubers. That is when you are using the word include. And it is not possible for you in one rendition to be mentioning all tubers. So you are using the word including. That is the principle of ejusdem generis. So, honourable members, I'll put the question, now the long title.
An act to amend the Growth and Sustainability
Yes,
Levy Act.
Honourable Minority Leader.
Why?
Well,
24 hours.
Speaker, before we get to the long title. Charlie. Mr. Speaker, before you put the question on the long title, I wish to avert, I wish to avert the mind of the Finance Minister to sustainability. Speaker, it's a global terminology which is used effectively. Now, if we take a casual look at the mining towns and communities we have in this country, there's a common denominator which comes up strongly. How utilities and the environment has posed several challenges to residents. May I suggest, I checked and it does appear that this levy has never been ring-fenced. Never. This has never been ring-fenced. I want to revert the mind of the Finance Minister. If he finds it prudent, maybe a certain fraction should be dedicated to mining communities. Now, we often regret the situation at Obuasi and what happened, and you can get a yawning differential if you compare to places like Johannesburg, where there is mining in these areas too. What can we do about these communities which have become
Honourable, we are at the consideration stage. What is your proposed rendition?
So that before I made a proposal, I want to
pick on the mind, the thinking of the minister, what he thinks about this, and then if it finds favor with me, I can make a...
Honourable member, you know we have passed the second reading stage. We are at the consideration stage. At consideration stage, we propose amendments to the renditions.
That a percentage, less than 1%, should be dedicated, of the revenue, should be dedicated to sustainable development of mining communities going forward. I find this prudent and important.
Honourable member, what you are seeking to do is fundamentally wrong in drafting. Yes. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, still on the definition of other mining companies, because it also includes upstream oil and gas. I want to, draw the difference between solid minerals and oil and gas, upstream oil and gas. And so I would prefer a definition that includes other solid minerals and upstream oil and gas. Even though the extraction of oil is mining, in substance, you have some differences between upstream oil and gas and solid minerals. And so this, I think, should be taken note of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable former Minister, in the parent act, has mining companies been defined? In the parent act, has it been defined? So when it is defined, what is to take gold out of that category and refer to other mining companies? So there is no need defining it in any other way apart from the definition in the parent act. Honourable members, long title.
An act to amend the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the period of application of the Growth and Sustainability Levy to 2028 and increase the rate of the levy for mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies from 1% to 3% of gross production.
Honourable members, the long title of the bill is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Finance Minister. Any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Long title. The long title should read, Mr. Speaker, an act to amend the Growth Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the period of application of the Growth and Sustainability Levy to 2028, and to increase the rate of the levy for gold mining companies from 1% to 3% of the original rendition includes upstream oil and gas, but upstream oil and gas are not part of the imposition, and not all mining companies. That is why in this new rendition, the emphasis is on gold mining companies and not other mining companies and upstream. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the amendment it proposed is that the third line after 4, gold, and after company, you delete an upstream oil and gas companies. New rendition will be an act to amend the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the period of application of the Growth and Sustainability Levy to 2028 and increase the rate of the levy for gold mining companies from 1% to 3% of gross production. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any further consideration, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the Finance Minister, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on the entire long title. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of, those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable members, motion number 11. Let's finish this one. Let's finish this one.
Mr. Speaker, to move that motion advertised as item 11 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, the procedural motion number 11 is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion is moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. I'll put a question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, item number 12.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question therefore is that those in favor of the motion numbered 12 at page 3 of the order paper addendum say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the period of application of the Growth and Sustainability Levy to 2028 and to increase the rate of the levy for gold mining companies from 1% to 3% of gross production.
Honourable members, the Growth and Stability Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the third time and accordingly passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item 13 on the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable Minister, let me hear Honourable Minority Leader. Honourable Minority Leader, you don't want us to take item 13?
Speaker, you know I've always supported my colleagues. And this is the first time I'm speaking like this. I have often supported them. I'm saying we are tired. And our health matters. We sat here since morning. Speaker, we sat here since morning. It's already past 10 o'clock. Speaker, and no, would you listen? Speaker, for all these periods that we've had extended sitting, we often go on break on 2 occasions. Speaker, we are tired. Our health is important. Speaker, your health is important. Speaker, you are going to be the leader of the delegation to the Pan-African Parliament. Your health is important. The majority leader's health is important. Our health is important. We want to take adjournment. Tomorrow we will come stronger and better. Speaker, I strongly make the suggestion to you that we should adjourn. We are tired. We are tired. We are just tired. Abba, we are tired.
Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Are you not tired? Look, Speaker, you are yawning. We are tired. Speaker,
Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Let me, Speaker, The public is watching us. We need to set a good example. Speaker, we need to set a good example. Speaker, we don't want to raise quorum. We don't want to raise quorum. We are exhausted. Minister, we are tired. Let's go. Let's adjourn. Tomorrow when we can, we'll be stronger. And then we can do more of this. We are so tired. We are tired. Otherwise, I can't go. Article 102. Speaker, we are tired. Yes. Mommy, Constitution. We are tired, Speaker Abba. We are tired. We are tired. Speaker.
Sir, item number 13. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we distributed made in Ghana chocolate in the chamber. The minority chief, he took some chocolate. He has been re-energized. And if he needs more Ghana-made chocolate, we can give him more. Mr. Speaker, let's continue with item 13.
Honourable members, I have been ignored in the distribution of the chocolate. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that motion advertised as item 13 be taken now. I so move.
Honourable member, motion move any seconder. I'll come to you.
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion number 13 is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is once again a procedural motion, and I will put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion number 13, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, the motion is adopted. Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, you know you are one person I respect, and in the 8th Parliament, you had come to show the way. I sparingly come under 102, Article 102. Speaker, I am coming under Article 102 for the first time. Speaker, with your leave, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. And Speaker, I'm further fortified by Order 64. That, Speaker, we don't have the numbers. We don't have the numbers to take such decisions.
Honourable Minority Chief Whip, what is the number currently?
104. Yes. And Speaker, let me further.
What is the number?
Let me further, Speaker, let me further quote Article 104. Article 104. Except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the vote of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Yes. Speaker,
Honourable Minority Leader, what is the number currently? Provide a guide.
It's 78. Let's provide a guide. The numbers. The numbers.
Honourable Minority Leader, with all due respect, if the number present right now cannot be provided, then let's make progress. I'll ask the clerk to count the number for me.
Speaker.
Members, motion numbers.
Shall I answer? We'll be answering. We'll disrupt them. We'll disrupt them. We'll disrupt. What is that? Listen to us. We are tired. Master, we've been here since morning. It's health-wise. It doesn't make sense to us. We are tired. What is that? But we can't leave. It's not good for the record. We can't leave.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion number 14.
14.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to consolidate the energy sector levies, promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies, and facilitate long-term investment in the energy sector. Right Honourable Speaker, government has decided to restructure and consolidate the energy sector debt recovery levy, the energy sector recovery levy, the Delta Fund, the price stabilization and recovery levy, and the sanitation and pollution levy into a single levy to be known as the energy sector shortfall and debt recovery levy. This consolidation will, however, not increase the amount charged on each of the petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, the proceeds from the consolidated energy sector shortfalls and debt repayment levy will be used to cater for the energy sector shortfalls and debt service recovery levy. Right Honourable Speaker, other remaining energy sector levies, namely the road fund levy, the energy fund levy, the public lighting levy, and the national electrification levy will support the achievement of the intended objectives for which the levies were introduced. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved, but before giving the floor to the chairman of the committee to present his report, let me listen to the minority leader. Honourable Minority Leader, I have given you the floor.
Mr. Speaker, there is an application before you. Mr. Speaker, there is an application before you. This application must be attended to. Once we are at it, Mr. Speaker, we propose that you suspend the House for us to have some short break. Mr. Speaker, we have not had dinner. Mr. Speaker, members are sitting here. Mr. Speaker, we've been working since morning. Mr. Speaker, the health of members is very important. Oh, Mr. Speaker, look at the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, have you seen the majority leader? He says that he has enjoyed chocolate. He's crossed his leg, enjoying his black chair. That is, he's in a happy mood. Mr. Speaker, please and please again, the application before you.
Honourable Minority Leader, I know the application before me initially was based on Article 10.
Mr. Speaker, he amended the application.
Now he amended it to mean Article 104, and I requested for the number currently at the chamber. He couldn't mention the number, so I asked the clerk to take note of the number, and at the time of counting, the number in the chamber is 149. This is the list that I have. Honourable members, item numbered 14.
Mr.
Chairman of the committee, present your report.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report. I would highlight a couple of important things in the report and request Hazard to capture the whole report as though presented to the plenary. Mr. Speaker, from
member and your conclusion. In conclusion,
Mr. Speaker, there are certain key issues in the report that, with your indulgence, I would like to highlight. No, we are not just highlighting. Just a second. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after careful consideration of the bill, recommend by consensus to the House to approve the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion has been moved for the second reading of the Energy Sector Levy Bill 2025. Honourable members, the chairman of the committee has presented the Finance Committee's report. It is now for the House to debate. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate under Standing Order 167. Yes, Honourable Kinsley Nyako.
Honourable Speaker, with respect, you have to take into consideration the health of members. We have been here since 9 a.m. Mr. Speaker, you can't do this to us.
Honourable Professor Kinsley Nyako, I think you are out of order. Can you resume your seat?
The help of
Honourable Professor Kinsley Nyako, please resume your seat. Honourable, resume your seat, please. Please resume your seat.
Our help is paramount. Mr. Speaker, with respect, our help is paramount.
Honourable member, if you don't want to contribute to the debate, kindly resume your seat.
To us. Leader, you are tired. Leader, your life is precious to us.
Honourable Kinsley Nyako, please resume your seat. Honourable Kinsley Nyako, let me remind you of standing on. Honourable members, honourable members, yes, honourable member, you have the floor. Honourable Kabiru, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this bill came to the
honourable members, I recognize Kabiru. So Kabiru, you have the floor.
She will speak. The Speaker will. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill came to the committee, and as rightly presented by the chairman of the committee, we deliberated on the bill. We had thorough engagement on the bill. We spoke to the minister and his team. We recommended for approval by this House by unanimous decision. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to cure a mischief. What is the mischief, Mr. Speaker? The multiplicity of accounts that is holding levies, revenues accruing for the settlement of energy sector debt and for shortfalls. That is one of the mischief that this bill sought to cure. And by the creation of the energy sector support account, this bill effectively will address energy sector shortfalls and the energy debt repayment issue. Mr. Speaker, there are, however, issues that the committee came to the realization, which I think that we should bring it to the attention of plenary and bring it to the attention of the Speaker so that it will guide us even as we implement this particular policy. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that came to the fore was the issue of public lighting levy. Mr. Speaker, under this particular levy, public lighting levy is maintained and is going to perform the function as explained by the minister. However, there were certain proposals that district assemblies have to maintaining that or to ensuring that our street lights are working. Mr. Speaker, but this money is not transferred to the district assemblies, and it was a source of worry for some members. Even as we recognize that the energy ministry has responsibility of providing for public lighting, and this money will sit with the energy ministry, the House should consider it with the energy ministry. The House should consider moving forward. How do we allocate a portion of these monies to the respective district assembly to cater for public lighting? Because when street lights don't function, the first culprit, Mr. Speaker, is the municipal district chief executive. We don't always look to the minister for energy and green transition. We look at the district chief executive as the one responsible for maintaining this street light. So that was one of the issues, Mr. Speaker. Another issue that we should be worried about is that the pollution and sanitation levy is no more going to go to the respective agency, that is the local government ministry. Mr. Speaker, what this bill effectively does is that there is no more funds for pollution and sanitation in our respective assemblies. Mr. Speaker, what is the essence of this levy? The pollution and sanitation levy was supposed to ensure that the pollution, the littering of our cities, the garbage in our cities is addressed through the effective utilization of this levy. But Mr. Speaker, with this particular amendment, we don't have that money again going to the responsible ministry. The money that is going to be accrued through that is now all going into the energy support account. And this will not... We are working for you. Please do that. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable Kabiru, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it is becoming unbecoming. The majority backbench must stop this. Mr. Speaker, they must stop this. It's becoming one too many. This must stop. You make your point. Let your colleague make his point. What is this? Mr. Speaker, when we talk, the shout, why?
Members, the practice is that we listen to each other in silence. So please, Honourable Kabi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me from the bullies. Mr. Speaker, even as you protect me, they are still bullying me.
Honourable member, you have the floor. Just address me and continue your submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the respective Mr. Speaker, can you, Mr. Samji, keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector levy is an important levy that we all, in fact, the legacy debts is an important issue we all bemoan about. Doomsaw is coming back. And Doomsaw is coming back because, Mr. Speaker, Doomsaw is coming back because there are legacy problems. And when we have such a bill, Mr. Speaker, it is only important that we discuss it, we debate it.
Honourable member, listen, because Doomsaw is coming back because of legacy problems. So let's listen to him.
Why are you not patient? Why are you not present? Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members, I was not debating, I was just quoting him. Now let's listen to the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, for the purpose of the records, Doomsaw is coming back. Doomsaw is coming back, and Doomsaw is already back due to legacy problems. And Mr. Speaker, the problem with Doomsaw is financial and technical. This proposed amendment, this proposed bill, Mr. Speaker, will address one leg of the problem. Mr. Speaker, this proposed bill will only address one leg of the problem. And what is that problem? The financial bit. It is our expectation that our side fully support that amendment. We support that bill because we want this government to fight and address the issue of doom so. Because businesses are collapsing. Businesses are collapsing, Mr. Speaker. Markets are being burned down by doom so. Mr. Speaker, every single day we lose a business or life to doom so. So we support this bill. We want the government to recover more revenue to address the issue of doom so, and that is the reason why we support this bill. Mr. Speaker, but we need to know something. We need to know that this bill also deals with the price stabilization and recovery levy. We need to know also that we...
Honourable member, just conclude.
Mr. Speaker, this bill on a more bipartisan mode, we support this bill. And it is important you tolerate and listen to the reasoning behind our absolute support for the bill. We absolutely support the bill, but you must listen to the reason why we absolutely support it. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the few instances that we have reached a unanimous decision on the bill. And that unanimity around this particular bill should not be jettisoned. We should not throw it. So allow us to tell you the reason why we support it. At least you will appreciate the next time when you are coming with another bill, you will address certain concerns that will make the minority support you. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this initiative by the government is an important initiative. It's a good step. It will address doom so. It's a good step. We will pay our legacy debt. It's a good step. We will address the financial challenges with the NHS. It's a good step. That said, we only hope penny resources are accrued. This government will not divert them to the payment of other things. We will have our side when revenue are accrued. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, my dear lady, do you still want to contribute?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Although my colleague, honorable member here, has basically enunciated the reasons why the minority side supports the bill, which the major one is that we hope that it will eradicate doom so, because we're really tired of doom so. But the second major point is that we want to make sure, and I don't see, if the finance minister can please listen to this. Mr. Speaker, I need the finance minister.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order.
Unfortunately, the finance minister has left, but I'm sure he'll get this point that I'm going to make. That we don't want this to create a funding gap for sanitation and pollution, because we know, God knows, that we need to clean up Ghana. Our country is almost, some parts are filthy, and you all agree with me. So we must make sure that this does not create a funding gap for sanitation and pollution. We need that. We need to address the pollution, and we need to address the unsanitary conditions that we find ourselves surrounded by. So that's what I wanted to point out to the finance minister. Although he said he's made provision in the budget for it, but we all know that the NDC government gives you on the one hand and hoodwinks you and takes it on the other hand. So I just want to make sure that the finance minister will keep to his promise that he's made provision, and that sanitation and pollution will not fall through the cracks, because we need to clean up, we need sanitary conditions, and we need to clean this country and maintain sanitation and address the pollution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to contribute to the report on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a straightforward matter. Well, Mr. Speaker, the consolidation is revenue neutral. We are not going to impose any financial burden on any other person. So I don't get the point where my colleague, who is a member of the committee, is lamenting over this arrangement. We discussed all these matters at the committee level. We raised the issue about the sanitation levy. And Mr. Speaker, if you check paragraph 6.12, the minister took his time, walked us through, and informed the committee that funds will be made available from the issue again that we are complaining about sanitation. The minister was with us, and he promised that when we are doing the appropriation, you see a line item indicating how much will be appropriated to deal with sanitation issue. So the issue is resolved. So please, let other members say this. You spent your time attending the committee meeting. The minister took you through the opinions are different from the facts. This is the fact of the matter. You're leader of the house. A member got the opportunity to listen to the minister, and the answers were provided. Why do you come to the plenary and say
Honorable Richard Champon.
So, Mr. Speaker,
the member is of the view
Mr. Speaker, we are not
the sanitation. Honorable, can you listen to me for once? The member is of the view that as part of the consolidation, the sanitation and the pollution levy is going into the pool to support the payment of the energy bills or energy sector debts. He wants an assurance that once that money dedicated for sanitation is going into the pool, they should be assured that whatever money we need for sanitation would be made available. That is his opinion.
Mr. Speaker, we are speaking the same language. The minister gave us the assurance and told the committee that he will find money from the contingency allocation and deal with it. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a window.
That will be your response.
The issue has been resolved. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, page 5 of the report, paragraph 613, all through to 614. It reads, the committee was informed that the local government, the government through the Ministry of Local Government has entered into a sanitation contract. The minister indicated that it was a multi-year contract which came to his notice some few weeks ago. He said the ministry will respect the contract and further that an allocation from the contingency vote will be made to cater for the contract. He also stated that steps will be taken to appropriate it into the expenditure framework. Mr. Speaker, I don't know the opinion of the local government minister on this matter, but to the extent that the finance minister is giving assurance and wants to sanitize the system, I think is a step in the right direction, because whatever that we take from the public, we as the people's representatives, whether in parliament or in government, should be able to account for it. I do not know the reconciliation that has taken place between the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Finance. I can see the local government minister in the chamber. I'm not to take his views on this, but I'm sure that he himself will work together with the finance minister to deal with this matter. But Mr. Speaker, if a government comes into office with a goodwill and wants to deal with some of these things, Mr. Speaker, we would have to support. We would have to support. I'm happy that the committee members are saying that at the committee level, they had consensus on the issues. If there was consensus, then, Mr. Speaker, I think that the plenary should not have any difficulty in supporting them. But I still insist that there must be some form of reconciliation between the two ministries on this matter. Mr. Speaker, that said, I rest my submissions without more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion, yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I see that you want to put a question. Mr. Speaker, I do not want us to go through another cycle of voting and all. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a good time for us to adjourn and come back tomorrow and continue. The matter before us is not controversial. Mr. Speaker, if you look, okay, Mr. Speaker, I always believe in fairness. I have an indication that when we finish this, we would bring matters to a rest. But I need to take the commitment from the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, he must commit to this for the records because he asked us to stay in, he left us, got energized, and he's back. I can't be too sure. Yes, so what I'm saying is that, yes, I would, Mr. Speaker, I don't mind supporting the finance minister, who was a friend yesterday and remains a former friend, but he's a brother. I will support him in spite of his inconsistency on taxes. You say you are not going to impose taxes, yet you come here to be extending and imposing tax. But that's okay. Mr. Speaker, I need a commitment of the majority leader that
the honourable member just addressed the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I need the commitment. Yes, I need a commitment of the majority leader that after doing this item, Mr. Speaker, it appears Kwame Agboja misses being the chief whip. When his party won power, I suggested to Kwame that Kwame, knowing your industry, stay in this chamber. He said no, he was going to the ministry. Today, you come, are you the speaker? Mr. Speaker, I told Kwame that I know what he can do. He should stay in this house.
Honourable Minority Leader, I plead with you, permit me to put a question.
Mr. Speaker, they don't have the numbers. Mr. Speaker, they don't have the numbers. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of empty seats. And that is why I said I don't want to introduce law. So let us adjourn, come back tomorrow. There are a lot of empty seats. There are a lot of empty seats. But Mr. Speaker, I will rest the matter. I would go along with them for us to finish this item. With the
members, order.
Mr. Speaker, I've been there before. I know how difficult it is to manage it. I know 2028 will come back. So when we come, they should remember all the good things I did for them. We would also need your cooperation. So, Mr. Speaker, they should have their way this evening. It's okay.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion. motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to consolidate existing energy sector levies to promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies, facilitate long-term investment in the energy sector, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levy Bill 2025 is accordingly read the second time.
So, Speaker, item 15, procedural motion.
Yes, Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that procedural motion captured as item 17. 15. No.
Item 15.
Item 15 be taken now. Item 15 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question is that as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, item number 16, the Energy Sector Levy Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Members, at consideration clause 1 of the Energy Sector Levies Bill 2025.
Imposition of levy.
Yes, members, clause 1 of the bill is for
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Do you have amendment?
No, we have no amendment.
Is any member having an amendment? Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment to clause 1 of the bill. The question is, as many as are in favour of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 1 is ordered to be part of the bill. Clause 2.
Collection of levies.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment to clause 2?
Mr. Speaker, no amendment, please.
Is any member having a proposed amendment to clause 2? Honourable members, there be no amendment to clause 2 of the bill. The question is, those in favour of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 3.
Energy sector support account.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment. Clause 3, sub-clause 2, paragraph A and B, delete and insert the following. Mr. Speaker, this clause is meant to restrict the use. Wait, take your time. Delete and insert the following.
Honourable member, let me hear from the minority leader.
A. Energy sector shortfalls.
Let me hear from the minority.
Energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have the main purpose is to restrict the use of the funds. Oh.
Are you a headmaster of school?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in moving the new amendment, Mr. Speaker, we are learning here. We are learning here. you move the amendment to give us the rendition, then you come with a justification. You don't mix them. I humbly submit that you move the amendment, let us get the rendition. Then after, you can now give us the rationale behind the new rendition. That's the practice. With all humility, please.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chairman, go ahead. Proposed amendment A and B, delete and insert the following. A, energy sector shortfalls. And B, energy sector legacy debts. Mr. Speaker, this is meant to restrict
the Honorable Minority Leader. Allow the chairman of the committee to move the amendment, and it is at the end of moving the amendment that the new rendition will be proffered.
Headmaster, are you ahead?
So at what point do you give the new rendition?
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, this at this stage is not the politics we do. It's a learning curve. We have new MPs here. They must learn from the best. Mr. Speaker, he has, wait. Honorable, wait. Mr. Speaker, he says that they are introducing a new amendment. What you do is that you tell us what you are inserting. Then you read the rendition and you give the justification. What you have just said, Mr. Speaker, with respect, what he just said is that there is a new clause this, there's an insertion. And then he doesn't explain to us, he doesn't put it in context within the new clause, then he goes ahead to explain. That is not what we do, Mr. Speaker. Let him take it again.
Am I understanding this differently? Because the proposal on the floor is to delete A and B and then insert a new A and B. Is that not it? So after the proposal to delete A and B, then a new A and B will be inserted. And this is in category of A and B. And we're saying that the A is energy sector shortfall, and he is also reading the B.
What he's doing, he, after saying that, he went ahead to provide the justification. Mr. Speaker, I'm still a student too. You preside. What I know, and correct me if I'm wrong. When you propose a new amendment, you give us a rendition, then you do the justification.
Honorable
he was giving the justification.
Honorable Togbi Osahin Alexander Kwamina Ahonyo-Watkins. Please, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, what I read out is the new rendition, or he just wanted to hear the word new rendition. So if I don't say new rendition, you will know that's a new rendition. Because I read it out and I said that A, listen, I said A, energy sector shortfalls. You wanted me to call this a new rendition before you understand.
So call for it.
And then B, energy sector legacy debt. Those are the new rendition.
Don't mind him.
Oh, so if I don't say new rendition, you won't take it. So if I don't say new rendition, you won't take it.
Honorable Leader, read the amendment proposed is to delete A and B and do a new insertion for the consideration of the House. Honorable Member, is for the consideration of the House. Honorable Members, the question is, those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment as proposed by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 4.
Management of account.
Honourable chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment to clause 4?
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment. The schedule row 2, column 3, delete and insert for the payment of energy sector shortfalls and energy sector legacy debt. So if you go to the bill,
Honourable member, clause 4 is under reference, and clause 4 of the bill is management of account. Is there any proposed amendment to clause 4?
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
Honourable members, there is no advertised amendment. However, it is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we have the order paper addendum here. The practice has always been that the committee's amendment will be advertised. I want to ask the chairman of the committee, are these amendments suddenly arising from any deliberate? Because he has moved the first amendment. Have they arisen suddenly? Why are they not advertised? If you advertise, that is when members get the opportunity to also make their input. Mr. Speaker, let's not rush things. There are first-timers here. Listen, if we don't help them to learn, if we don't teach them, and tomorrow we are not in this chamber, how do we expect them to do the right thing? Mr. Speaker, we don't know the amendments. We don't know the amendments.
Honourable Minority Leader, the practice is that mostly if financial bills are being considered under certificate of urgency, the amendments are always not advertised.
Mr. Speaker, yes, you are right in part, but it would be better for all of us to align and to be carried along. That's all my point.
Honourable members, there is no advertised amendment on clause 4 of the bill by the committee. Honourable members, is anybody having a proposed amendment? Honourable members, the question therefore is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Regulations.
Chairman of the committee, is there a proposed amendment on clause 5 of the bill?
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Is there any amendment from the members of this August House? Honourable members, there being no proposed amendment to clause 5 of the bill, the question therefore is that those in favour of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Interpretation.
Honourable members, clause 6 under consideration. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no advertised amendment, no amendment from the committee. Is any member proposing amendment to clause 6 of the bill? Honourable members, there be no proposed amendment to clause 6 of the bill? As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to be double sure. The chair of the committee has amended clause 1. I just want to be sure whether that amendment does not affect the interpretation. So, because he says that there is no amendment to clause 6. So I want to know from him, in view.
Honourable Minority Leader, clause 1 of the bill has never been amended.
Which one? Is it clause 2?
Clause 1 has never
clause
been
3.
amended.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I mean clause 3. Mr. Speaker, I mean clause 3. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, clause 3. I am sure now. I am sure now. Mr. Speaker, clause 3. The chairman amended clause 3. Mr. Chairman.
Honourable member, the clause 6 that we pose the question.
That's the interpretation.
Has got to do with interpretation of the word minister. And the word minister has never been used in clause 3 of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. All I am saying is that in view of the amendment, Mr. Speaker, please, in view of the amendment of clause 3, is it his position that will not affect any other clause? I just want to hear from him.
Honourable member, if the amendment proposed to clause 3 A and B will affect any part of the bill, when we get to that part, I think chairman will indicate it to us. Clause 7. Repeals and savings. Yes, clause 7.
Repeals and savings.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, the committee has no amendment. Is any member having a proposed amendment to clause 7 of the bill? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 7 of the bill, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 of the bill is accordingly ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, transitional provision clause 8.
Transitional provision.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, it's for the consideration of the House. The committee doesn't have amendment to this bill. Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 8 of the bill, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 8 being part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 8 is accordingly ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, the schedule.
Types of levies.
Honourable members, the schedule is a committee. Any proposed amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the schedule will 2 column 3 delete and reset for the payment of energy sector shortfalls and energy sector levy, energy sector debt. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this is a consequential amendment. Honourable members, this is a consequential amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee. Any further amendment? Honourable members, in the absence, yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I want to go along with the chair. Which particular part of the schedule is he amending? He said rule. Show us. I have it here. And chairman must do this standing upright. My own chairman. Mr. Speaker is my friend. He's my friend.
Honorable member, the chairman is not sitting down. The chairman is standing up.
I mean upright. Mr. Speaker, he knows he stands upright. He is my friend. So, Chairman, we have page 7H where? Which of their schedules are you amending? Let's see. Tell us. And do so standing upright.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether in a photo, when people are speaking to a mic, they stand up and speak to the mic. Or you don't know I'm taller than the mic. So it's the reason I must bend to speak to the mic. But Mr. Speaker, maybe I should help my colleague look at the schedule. You've seen the schedule. So this is rule 1. This is rule 2. This column, purpose column. Do you understand purpose column? Good. So if you go to purpose column, that is where I'm deleting and inserting what I've quoted for you. What I'm deleting is what you see there. I am saying I am deleting what you see there. And in place, and pay attention and learn. Be a good student. Be a good student and learn. So keep quiet and learn. Okay. So what I'm inserting is for the payment of energy sector shortfalls. What you see there as purpose, I'm deleting it.
Why are you responding to this? You should be addressing the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm deleting purpose
Honorable Minority Leader.
and inserting payments of energy sector shortfalls and energy sector legacy debt, Mr. Speaker. This is consequential to the initial insertions that I made
in clause 3,
where I want.
Honorable Chairman of the committee, we all understand this is a consequential amendment. You did the same amendment at clause 3. So consequentially, this is supposed to be amended. Honorable members, consequential amendments are not supposed to take too much time. Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, any further amendment on the schedule? Honorable members, any further amendment to the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, we have no further amendments.
Honorable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of the schedule as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The schedule as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the long title.
An act to consolidate existing energy sector levies to promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies, facilitate long-term investment in the energy sector, and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, any proposed amendment to the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment. The long title, delete and insert the following. An act to consolidate existing energy sector levies to promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies to address energy sector shortfall payments, energy sector legacy debt, facilitate investment, and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, this is consequential amendment. Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing to amend the amendment.
Yes. Yes, honorable member, you have the right so to do.
Yes, because this amendment is only taken out from the original long title. Long term is what is taken out. But I think the entire phrase, facilitate investments, should go out of the long title. Because the minister is seeking to consolidate these levies for the payment of shortfalls and energy sector levies.
I drew his attention to the fact that the problems in the energy sector are both financial but also investment. But he opted to focus on the financials. And so I do not understand why investment still shows in the long title. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Ranking Member, your proposal is to delete long-term investment in, so that the new rendition will just say facilitate the energy sector and provide the energy sector, and then Adongo's renditions will come. Is that what you are proposing?
Mr. Speaker, is to read an act to consolidate existing energy sector levies to promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies to address energy sector shortfall payments, energy sector legacy debt, and provide for related matters, so that facilitate investment is out.
Chairman of the committee, for your consideration. Yes, Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is a good reason why we restricted ourselves to only 2 items. Mr. Speaker, currently the energy sector shortfalls for the 2025 fiscal year is $2.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is business as usual scenario. With measures, the shortfall will be reduced to $1.3 billion, approximately 28 billion cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, the intention is to use this dedicated flow to pay down the shortfalls to avert doomsday. Any attempt to broaden the scope so that part of these levies will be used for other investment, you defeat the purpose. That is why, Mr. Speaker, a decision has been made to collapse some levies and then consolidate it into one for that particular expenditure. Mr. Speaker, going forward, when the shortfalls are no longer there, we can come to the House to make amendment to consider investment in long term. But we have a problem today. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge the ranking member to abandon his amendment for now. Because, Mr. Speaker, the amendment that he's making is only in the long title, but it doesn't have base in the main, in the body. It doesn't have in the base. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that...
So, honorable members, let's deal with the issue one after the other. Honorable Chairman of the committee has proposed amendment. Let me first put the question on the Chairman's amendment, then we can come to the amendment proposed by the ranking member. Honorable members, yes.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I think that the ranking member's proposed amendment is in order, because we had already restricted ourselves to use the funds for only energy sector shortfalls and energy sector legacy debt, which prevents us from using any of funds that are coming out of this to do investment. And so on the basis of that, the long title doesn't properly sit with what we want to do with it.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Now, ranking member, will you abandon your amendment or still want to move it?
Yeah, it's valid.
So you are agreeing on the further amendment proposed by...
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he's right, because the investment is not part of what is in the body, so
very well,
the ranking member is right.
Very well. members, the question will now be on the further amendment. Yes, Honorable Imedu.
Mr. Speaker, seek your direction. Because they are both, that is from the chairman and the ranking, they both seek to amend the long title. I thought that we would enrich it before the question is put. Now, the question was put earlier, and the finance
on the
minister...
long title, we never put the question earlier.
Oh, I thought you put the question on what the chairman proposed.
Yes, what the chairman proposed.
And there is a further amendment that is being sought by the ranking member.
Yes.
Which is proposing that the long-term investment, so we have to delete the words facilitate long-term investments.
Yes.
Now that is what we are discussing and gave. He is looking at us doing this in the future. Now we have this bill before us, and these are the contents that we have taken. The bill is to consolidate all these levies, and therefore I agree with what the ranking member has said, that let us delete the facilitate long-term investment.
Yes, this has been agreed upon. That is what exactly I'll be putting the question on.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, all those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee and further amended by the ranking member, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the amendment proposed to the long title is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the question now is, all those in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the long title of the bill as variously amended is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, this is the end of the consideration of the bill, Energy Sector Levy 2025. Honorable members, the motion number 17. Minister responsible for finance.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Bill 2025 be now read the third time.
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded. Honorable members, this being the procedural motion, the question is, as many as are in favor of the procedural motion number 17, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, motion number 18. Yes.
Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I think there's been a mix-up. The minister rose and moved item number 18 instead of 17 because he said that he was moving that the bill be read a third time.
Well,
so I think he moved 18 instead of 17.
Very
if
well.
we can make the corrections.
Then let's go back to item number 17. The procedural motion must be moved first.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion advertised as item 17 on today's order paper addendum page 4 be taken now. I so move.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable member, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of this procedural motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, I see at page 4 of the order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion numbered 18 on the order paper today is moved and seconded. The question, therefore, is that those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An
Motion
act to
adopted.
consolidate existing energy sector levies to promote prudent and efficient utilization of the proceeds generated from the levies to address energy sector shortfalls payments, energy sector legacy debts, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levy Bill 2025 is now read the third time and pass. Yes, Honourable Deputy Whip. Honourable Deputy Whip.
Speaker, I'm on my feet to challenge the vote under Order 1513. Speaker,
Honourable Deputy Whip.
Yes, Speaker.
In view of the fact that the minority leader even said that the report is by consensus and we can do this by consensus, you are challenging the vote. Very well. Honourable members, we call for head count.
Very well.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, application withdrawn. Application withdrawn.
Let them make out the application withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker, application withdrawn. Application withdrawn.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
What's that?
Mr. Speaker, item number 19.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion advertised as item 19 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Item number 20.
There's no amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the second time.
Honourable members, motion number 20 for second reading is moved. I will then give the floor to the chairman of the committee to present his reports. Chairman of the committee, you have the floor.
Kwame.
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
The committee's report. This is second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I read the conclusion of the committee's report and request that Hansard should capture the whole report. Mr. Speaker, the committee unanimously recommends to this House to adopt the report and approve the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, so moved.
Honourable members, motion moved for the second reading the committee's report presented, and it is now for the House to debate same. Honourable members, I will open the floor for the debate. Yes, Honourable Kwame Anyimadu, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, in as much as I would love that we discuss and debate this bill, I'm not privileged to have a copy of the bill to debate. And for the finance minister to say that I should have a copy here and debate it here and there, I don't think this is right. It is not proper. Mr. Speaker, I will receive it, and I'm happy that he's giving me a copy, but I'll pray that I'll be given time to study the bill in order that I can debate. So, thank you, Mr.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, anybody ready to debate apart from Honorable Animedu? Yes, ranking member. Honorable Ranking, you are yielding to Honorable Kabiru?
No, both.
Ranking member, have your turn first.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this report, the report suggests that the report suggests that GIF is being GIF, the ABFA that goes to GIF is being taken away from GIF for use in the budget. And because of this, certain projects are to be affected. Number one is Agenda 111, and then number two is the Accra motorway. Meanwhile, these people have said that we did not have dedicated funding. My friends on the other side have said repeatedly that we did not have any dedicated funding for Agenda 111 projects. Now in this report, and this is consistent with what the minister told the committee, the Agenda 111 has now been moved to the Ministry of Health. And that is the main reason GIF does no longer need the ABFA. What it means is that we were using the ABFA given to GIF for funding of Agenda 111 projects. And so to suggest that we did not have dedicated funding cannot be true. This report has vindicated our position as the mighty minority that we always had dedicated funding for the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, what the government has done merely is to take its attention away from Agenda 111. They do not intend to continue with it. The minister is reporting that they are now repurposing it to be funded under Big Push. But we all know that Big Push itself is not properly funded. They should have been spending $2.5 billion this year. The minister allocated only $800 million. And if you look at the expenditure allocation of the Big Push in the budget, Agenda 111 does not appear there. Agenda 111 does not appear there, Mr. Speaker. And so they do not intend to continue with Agenda 111. Rather, they have introduced the Mahama Care program, Mahama Care initiative, which they think should be a priority over Agenda 111 projects. Meanwhile, Agenda 111 projects are all over the country at various stages of completion. I do not understand why they will not use that money to complete these projects. And they are jettisoning Agenda 111 projects in favor of Mahama Cares. We don't even know the details of the Mahama Cares program. And these, our friends on the other side, think that that should be a priority of Agenda 111 projects. The Agenda 111 projects, if not completed, Mr. Minister, will become a waste on our national conscience, but also on our national resources. And this is why you need to look at your priorities again to ensure that
we provide funding to complete Agenda 11 projects so that the people of Ghana all over the country can benefit from these projects to improve on the health of our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kabiru. The floor. Honorable member, you have the floor. Honorable members, let's listen to Honorable Kabiru in silence. Honorable Minister for Communication, let's listen to Kabiru in silence. Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor.
I will start the IT guy. It's on. It's on.
Okay, it's working.
Mr. Speaker.
Kabiru, use the one behind you. Use the one behind you. No, there is one closer to Honorable John Dako, which they have on just now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's obvious the mics cannot do 24 hours. And Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments has unanimous recommendation of the committee, and the only principal changes or amendment is the removal of ABFA as a funding source to the GIF. Mr. Speaker, we don't have any reservation whatsoever with this proposed amendment because that is a policy decision. And once a government decides that they are realigning resources in a manner that would allow the government execute programs and policies for the year, I think there shouldn't be any issue with that. Mr. Speaker, the only worry which is priority programs that were funded under the GIF through ABFA allocations. Mr. Speaker, one of such is the Accra-Tema motorway. The Accra-Tema motorway was a project that leveraged on resources that were going to the GIF. But with this particular amendment, these funding sources is going to be collapsed. In other words, we will not have that dedicated resources going to the funding of that motorway. And Mr. Speaker, we've not completed that motorway. Admittedly, the minister mentioned that he is going to align that to the minister responsible for roads and highways, and that we will expect some resources to come from that particular ministry to ensure the completion of that. But that also means that there is going to be pressure on the resources given to that ministry, and we just hope it will be given priority because Accra Motorway is one of the priority projects that we should ensure and work to its completion by the government. Mr. Speaker, on Agenda 111. Agenda 111, if there is any single health intervention that every succeeding government must ensure and work to ensure its completion, is the Agenda 111 project. It has brought equity and has brought health infrastructure to the doorstep of many deprived constituencies and districts. And I think that there is no negotiation whatsoever about a policy decision by to ensuring the completion and timely completion for that matter of those projects. Mr. Speaker, Ministry for Health, under the health infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is on 200 million Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, 200 million Ghana cedi cannot complete these projects. And it has already been argued that Big Push, which has been granted an amount or allocated an amount of 13.7 billion, is meant for other important, equally important intervention, infrastructure intervention. So we are now relying on the only 200 million allocated to the Ministry of Health to ensure the completion of Agenda 11 projects. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard the figures, the President mentioned the figures, regarding the amount we need to ensuring the completion of this project. So my only appeal, because I'm making this appeal on behalf of several districts and constituencies, that Agenda 111 projects are priority projects, Agenda 111 projects are necessary projects, Agenda 111 projects need to be completed within the shortest possible time. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of them, over 30 of them were completed. Over 30 of them were completed, but 30 out of 111 projects is still not enough. Okay, Mr. Speaker, we speak as if to say that Agenda 111 is the only hospital project being undertaken by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, there were over 60 hospitals that were completed by the Nana Addo Dankwa government. Over 60. And Agenda 111 was an addition to those 60 hospitals. Okay, so those additions needed to be completed. Mr. Speaker, I support, and our side support this proposed amendment, but we're calling on the government and the finance minister to pay special attention. If during mid-year the finance minister can come and say that we are advancing, we are improving, we are allocating more resources to ensuring the completion of this project, our side will support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to use this to stampede government policy. Every government has its own priorities. Therefore, my duty is to draw attention to some excesses and some inadequacies and some shortcomings. And if the government takes it on board, it helps the country and its governance. Mr. Speaker, the government is seeking to amend this law, but the Petroleum Revenue Management Act has some provisions. Right. So you are aware that Section 8 has a provision that deals with 25% of ABFA to give. Yes, what I'm saying is that, are you going to deal with that one as well through the one that is coming? Very well. Mr. Speaker, I want Hansa to record the finance minister. It's not enough to give assurances.
Finance minister, you may do so when you are
Hansa
concluding.
is not a witness to your assurances. So do so that we know that you are committed to this. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let the finance minister do so. I will yield to him.
Member, please conclude so that I can give him the floor when he's winding up, then he can take all on board.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader cannot dictate to me how I should make my case, especially when his back is very naked. All these empty seats. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot proceed with an amendment when the law has certain provisions to be considered. Otherwise, if we do this without looking at the provisions in the PRMA, the question is, where would that money go to? The minister is giving assurances, but that is not on record. So I will yield and pray that when he's winding up on the debate, he will make real commitment. But that said, I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Finance, please be brief.
Mr. Speaker, just to confirm that tomorrow morning I will be laying the Petroleum Revenue Management Act Amendment Bill together with a number of bills for consideration of this House. Mr. Speaker, the government has made a policy decision to realign the petroleum revenue management and allocate them purposely for infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, we believe that GIF has come of age since 2014, and where they are now, they will be able to stand on their own. Mr. Speaker, when GIF was incorporated, $250 million was used as seed fund. Since then, GIF has been able to mobilize on their own 10 times that amount, amounting to $2.5 billion. And so we believe that the time has come for GIF to be on their own. And so, Mr. Speaker, all the petroleum revenue has been ring-fenced for key infrastructure development, and that will be addressed in the bill that I will lay tomorrow morning. Mr. Speaker, the details will be presented to the House. And so I urge the Honorable Minority Leader to wait for tomorrow. So tomorrow, the bill will be here, and we will make allocation going into key infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, that will be done tomorrow.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister of Finance for that commitment. Sometimes people think we are only here to oppose. It's not about opposing, but we offer constructive views that, when taken on board, it helps the governance of the country. Mr. Speaker, it's instructive to hear from the Finance Minister that the past 8 years, GIF has been doing well, that they are now on their feet. It started with 250 million. Now they've been able to raise enough revenue in excess of 2 billion, such that they don't even need government to support them. So, Mr. Speaker, if that is the basis for this amendment, that GIF is now very independent, then, Mr. Speaker, it's one success story to hear, and it is coming from the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, that said, I will support him, except that, Mr. Speaker, we are rising on Friday. Tomorrow is Thursday, and he's saying that we should expect more bills. We should expect more bills. Mr. Speaker, it is 11:45. We are rising on Friday. I recall when they were in opposition, the Chief Whip, Honorable Kwame Agboja, who said that government should not be rushing bills. Today, you are coming here, certificate of urgency, certificate of urgency. Very well. We are ready to support you.
Honorable members, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of the motion number 20, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to remove the annual budget funding amount as a source of funding for the fund.
Honorable members, The Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is now read for the second time. Honourable members, motion numbered 21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 21 be taken now. I so move.
Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. It's for the consideration of the House. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The motion is carried. Now, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is at consideration stage. Members, clause 1. Chairman of the committee.
Section 5 of Act 877 amended.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments.
Honourable members, no amendment emanating from the chairman of the committee for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, there be no amendment to clause 1 of the bill. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, with your indulgence, may we move clause 2 and 3 together. Very well. Clause 2.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Section 6 of Act 877 amended.
Honourable members, no amendment from the committee is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment? Honourable members, there being no amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Of Act 877 amended.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 3 of the bill? Honourable members, there being no amendment to clause 3 of the bill, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to remove the annual budget funding amount as a source of funding for the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, long title for the consideration of the House. The committee and the chairman doesn't have proposed amendments. Any amendment from honourable members? Honourable members, there be no amendment to the long title. The question is as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, motion numbered 23. Yes. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of the consideration. So motion number 23. Yes, Honorable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 23 on today's order paper addendum be taken now. I so move.
Members, the motion accordingly move. Any seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Members, this being a procedural motion, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Member, motion numbered 24.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move. Mr. Speaker.
Motion accordingly move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the motion for the third reading of Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to provide the annual budget funding amount as a source of funding for the fund.
Honourable members, the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the third time and passed. Honourable member,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25 is the last one.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 25 be taken now.
Members, procedural motion number 25 is moved. Any secondment?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 25 say aye. Those against say no. Members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Finance Minister, item number 26.
Here. Atu, come here.
If you like your father, I say everybody on the car.
It's working.
Atu, come here. Atu. Yeah, put it up. Okay. Atu, come here. Atu, this way. Here. That's why here.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the schedule for the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, to expunge from the schedule the National Health Insurance Fund, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, Road Fund, Mineral Income Investment Fund, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and transfers to the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation from the petroleum revenues. So, Speaker, on capping the Ghana Education Trust Fund will make available dedicated funds for the financing of free secondary education and free tertiary education for persons with disability. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to release additional funds to cater for payment claims, purchases of essential medicine, payment of vaccines, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, and the bridging of the USAID financing shortfall, among others. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the uncapping of the road fund will enable the Ghana Road Fund to receive full allocation. The total amount will be used solely for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, the sources of the revenue from the Mineral Income Investment Fund, the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund, and the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation have been restructured. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill amends schedule to the Act 947. Then this amendment is considered necessary to enable the entities meet their expenditure as explained in the budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members' motion accordingly move. I will now give the floor to the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, I move straight to the recommendations of the committee and request Hansa to capture the full report. Mr. Speaker, the committee unanimously recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the earmarked funds and capping and realignment amendment bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I so present.
All members, motion move report presented, and it is now for the House to debate. I will then open the floor for debate. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Just a minute.
We are not tired.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment, as mentioned, seeks to uncap certain statutory funds. Mr. Speaker, just want for the records to capture that Free Senior High School had a dedicated funding source. And if it's government decision to fund Free Senior High School through uncapping of certain statutory funds, is policy decision, and there is no qualms whatsoever about that. And the record has to capture that. But in the previous government, there was a dedicated funding source for free senior high school, and it was funded through the goods and services component of ABFA. So that was a dedicated funding source. Mr. Speaker,
You have the floor to conclude.
I say this.
Honorable members, order.
I say this on authority because I served in the previous government, and I'm not speaking out of vacuum. And when I say what I say is born out of experience of running the economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, aside this, if the principle is against capping, then we must better do it well. Mr. Speaker, there are other funding statutory funds that are hemorrhaging. Mr. Speaker, the Student Trust Fund, we are saying we want to enhance education. We want students to be onboarded into the enhanced student loan program. And it's part of the policy prescription before this House. Mr. Act, part of the funds being capped. Mr. Speaker, aside this, we have the energy fund still capped. Mr. Speaker, we have the road fund. As a matter of fact, we have other internal generated funds that before us, these institutions have appeared before us, begging and appealing to us that they should uncap their retentions. Mr. Speaker, if it is a principle, let's establish that the NDC government, as a principle, seeks to uncap statutory funds, and once that uncapping is done, as they say, funds will flow automatically to those institutions.
The statutory funds, are they also affected by the earmark and the capping and realignment?
I didn't
the
get
internally generated funds, are they also affected by the earmark fund capping and realignment?
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment has excluded some of them, and I'm only drawing attention of the House to the fact that if capping of statutory fund is problematic, then we must better do it well. If we don't do it well and go and pick and choose for political convenience, it doesn't solve the problem. And that is the point I'm just advancing, that we must look at all funding sources, all funds that have been capped under the law, and try to freeze all of them. Once we uncap them, resources will come per the logic of the government, and we will address the problem affecting those areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we support this unanimously.
Thank you very much. Honourable members. Yes, Jerry, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I think he said it all. There's no basis for
us. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, to expand the National Health Insurance Fund, Ghana Education Trust Fund, Road Fund, Mineral Income Investment Fund, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and transfer to Ghana National Petroleum Corporation from petroleum revenue from the schedule.
Members, the Earmarked Fund Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025 is now read for the second time. Honourable Minister, motion number 27.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion captured as item 27 be taken today. I so move.
Honourable members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration. Honourable members, the Earmarked Fund Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill at consideration. Honourable members, the schedule.
Schedule to Act 947 amended.
Chairman of the committee, any amendment to the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment to any.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the schedule? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to the schedule to the Earmarked Fund Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill, the bill. Honourable members, show it to me in the report.
What is actually the amendment? To the schedule, what is actually the amendment? Do you have an amendment to the schedule?
Honourable members, the long title.
An act to amend the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, to expunge the National Health Insurance Fund, Ghana Education Trust Fund, Road Fund, Mineral Income Investment Fund, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and transfer to Ghana National Petroleum Corporation from petroleum revenue from the schedule.
Honourable members, any amendment to the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to the schedule, honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to the long title of the Earmarked Fund Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill is ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that those in favour of the long title being part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, it is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, motion number 29. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of consideration. Yes. Honourable member,
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been with us all night, and it is early morning of Thursday. Mr. Speaker, when the former finance minister was in office, on an occasion like this, the industry of members was well acknowledged. Mr. Speaker, the practice of all finance ministers has always been to recognize the industry of the chair and members and the clerks at table. Mr. Speaker, Setekwe acknowledge the industry of members. Ken Oforiatta acknowledge the industry of members. Amin Adam, also known as Amin Anta, recognize the industry of members. It is now the turn of Dr. Cassiel Atuforsen. Fortunately, you are a member of this house. Mr. Speaker is interested in this submission. Yes. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker has sat through, second deputy is not here. He has sat through the whole process. The majority leader himself has been sitting here. Please acknowledge the industry of members who have been here and supported all these bills. Acknowledge them. Acknowledge them for Hansard. I want you to make some comment for Hansard. And if possible, write to them individually.
Honourable Minority Leader, I intend to direct him to do so after the third reading.
He should, apart from acknowledging them for Hansard, he should write to them individually. Mr. Speaker, I have instructed the Deputy Whip on the minority side to ensure that he ferries the names of the members to him so that he acknowledges them individually. Equally, I expect...
Honourable Minority Leader, the name of members currently at the chamber. So, Honourable Befi, it is in your interest to sit down.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, I also expect Honourable Achampong, the second Deputy Whip on the majority side, to ensure that he writes all the names of those who have supported the minister's bills and ensure that the minister writes to them individually. Mr. Speaker, I don't want short letters. I don't want very short letters. Dr. Forson, please pay attention. The content of the acknowledgement must be in several paragraphs. It should be in several paragraphs. And you must ensure that you acknowledge them in full. We don't want any short letters. Yours sincerely, no. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the letter to the Speaker must be in several pages. The Speaker's letter, you must make sure that you have several pages acknowledging every effort of Speaker. If you fail to acknowledge them individually, including the Speaker and the clerks at table, if you fail to acknowledge them in writing, Ato, life will be difficult for you.
Honorable Minister, motion numbered 29.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that I have taken note of all the statements coming from the minority leader. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I'm grateful. I'm grateful to members of the House for staying all the way to this morning. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure members also that I'm not just a Minister of Finance, I'm also a Member of Parliament. And I've had the privilege to lead this House before. Mr. Speaker, I'm the first Minister of Finance ever who was once a leader of this House. So I understand. And I only call on the House to understand that I know your language and I understand you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable motion number 29.
Mr. Speaker, can we move to item 29? 29.
Yes.
29.
Honorable Minister, motion number 29.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 29 be taken now. I so move.
Members, the motion is accordingly moved. Any seconder?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, motion number 30.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. So, Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the sense of this House is to support this motion as seconded. Suffice to state that in accordance with my previous application, the Minister must ensure hand delivery of the letters We don't want any EMS postal, whatever, or DHL, or post them, use Ghana Post. We don't want. The members are saying that show hand delivery of these letters tomorrow.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, to expunge the National Health Insurance Fund, Ghana Education Trust Fund, Road Fund, Mineral Income Investment Fund, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and transfer to Ghana National Petroleum Fund from petroleum revenue from the schedule.
Honorable members, the Earmarked Fund Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025 is now read a third time and accordingly passed. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you especially and to assure you that I will ensure that the letter that will be written to thank you, will be bound voluminously. Mr. Speaker, it shall be comb-bound. Mr. Speaker, as for the minority leader, his will be a pamphlet.
Yes, he is the applicant.
A letter will not suffice. Pamphlet. Those of us who went to secondary school, not senior high school, we know the type of pamphlets that helped us to scale through O-level and A-level. His would be a pamphlet. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, honorable members of this House, as you know, there's a significant budgetary allocation for textbooks. Everybody will get a textbook. So, Speaker, let me thank everybody for the effort that we have put in since yesterday till this morning to achieve what we have achieved for the people of this country. I think basically between yesterday and today, we have reset the financial architecture of this country by working together, majority and minority, working together. Even though we've had to pull one another along the way, but in the end we work together. And indeed, what has happened between last night and this morning shows that it is possible. It is possible. It is possible to reset this country. The possibilities are unlimited. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed possible. Mr. Speaker, what has happened between last night and this morning also shows that 24-hour economy is workable. That the 24-hour economy is workable. That members of this House, minority and majority, have shown the way. They have shown the way to Ghanaians that it is possible working 24 hours economy. Mr. Speaker, we will be back in the next couple of hours to try and take all the estimates. But like we said, it's 3 shifts. We will do the morning shift in a couple of hours. And for those who are looking for education on what the 24-hour economy entails, this is practical education. This is it, practical education, 24-hour economy.
So those MPs who are not here, they should be here tomorrow.
So the MPs who were not accounted for when we were counting, during the head count, it is their turn. The Nigerians say it is their turn to show up and then take up the morning shifts. As for those of you who are here, you can take a good sleep and show up at 10 o'clock.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to what has been said by the Majority Leader to thank colleagues and to encourage ministers who have business in this house to take a cue, build a good relationship, engage members, and bring their policy for us to work together for the good of our country. But Mr. Speaker, let me thank you. You've really endured. I have prophesied that you will be Speaker someday. One day you'll be Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I prophesied. Your predecessor was First Deputy Speaker and became Speaker. So I'm praying for you. One day, on your side, you have risen. And so far, you are showing great promise. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm praying for you to become a Speaker one day. Mr. Speaker, your clerks at table, what will life be in this chamber without them? Sometimes we get so hard at them, but they endure it and they give us smiles. They are managing us. We thank them for their endurance, and all those who are not seen but working behind the scenes to support the work of this chamber. Our marshal and all the assistants, those providing security for us, the audio visuals, the media, Mr. Speaker, we thank everybody and we pray. Oh, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing them there. Those who are supporting the work in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, without more, I will take a bow on this matter. Thank you so much.
Members, it's obvious that we sat for several hours. May I also use the opportunity to thank the members, not forgetting the clerks at table, the drafting division, the marshal, the audiovisuals, and everybody. Honourable members, having sat in excess of 5 hours, I shall proceed to have the House adjourned. Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, the 27th day of March, 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.